What's up? What's going on? Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lees. I want to do some coding today. I don't know what I want to code, but I know it's gonna be something. And it's gonna be related to this little alien invasion game that I'm working on. Why am I working on it? I don't know. I just had this idea one day for a game where you're an alien and you have to abduct animals and people, and you're in an endless runner environment, and it's got some roguelike features. I just had that idea, and I decided I wanted to try to see what that idea looks like when I manifest it into a game and what it plays like. Oh, I see some lag spikes there. Maybe I should look into those lag spikes. I thought maybe we resolved some of the lag spikes. We didn't. So that's something to look into, but I would like to do more coding than anything, because I don't know, it's just what I want to do. I've been doing a lot of art stuff. We've been working on like terrain things, so we got like this like nice green around here, the dirt. It looks great. It looks really good. Wow, you can see both of them here. So that's been a big thing. I've been setting up things like these cornfields you can run through. It's a lot of stuff, but like, you know, I want to code something. I want to bury my head in a bunch of text and not know what the heck I'm doing. I think that is a beautiful, fun place. Now, I'm just prototyping this game. I don't think it's gonna be the best game, but it doesn't matter, because sometimes you just gotta finish a game. You gotta have an idea, you gotta make some and see what happens, then iterate on that idea and see if you can make it better. So that's really what I'm here to do more than anything. And yeah, I'm gonna take a look at my project manager list and stuff like that, but I'm gonna spend the next 8 to 10 hours just sitting here and working on this game, really. If you want to co-work along with me, I love that. Thank you for doing that. Remember to take breaks, get snacks, things like that. It's very important. If you are just popping in to say hi, that's also awesome. Remember to leave a thumbs up too. Hyper smash that thumbs up button. Thank you, it helps. And then besides all of that, oh my gosh, I wonder what is causing those lag spikes. I'm gonna have to figure it out. I could probably pull up the profiler and we can get some info. And also, just so you know, I welcome backseating. I don't always take the ideas people give me, but I'm new, like less than a year into doing GDScript and doing coding and a lot of game dev in general. So I definitely take advice from senior developers, and if you aren't a senior developer, then I might not take your advice. So yes, that's about all that information. I'm gonna look at my project manager, see what there is to do, maybe even see if we can debug a little bit of that lag spike. But for the most part, I hope I get to code some stuff today. That's what I wanna do. I don't know what, but we'll see. Sometimes the will of the chat takes me in one direction or another. But I'm gonna try to pick a topic and stay on it. We'll see what that is. It is J. Jorn's birthday. Happy birthday, J. Jorn. Hey, happy birthday, J. Jorn. Oh, hey, happy birthday, J. Jorn. Happy birthday to you today, J. Jorn. Thank you for being so engaged with this channel that you got gifted a membership. Happy birthday, J. Jorn. Hey, happy birthday, J. Jorn. There you go. Here's your member song, a little birthday. No coding, only chatting. Sometimes it does kind of veer that direction. You know, who knows what the stream turns into, but hopefully, at least for the next year or so, I can get work done, generally speaking. One day, who knows? This might evolve into something more casual. It might. What I'd love to have a live stream where we just mess around in Godot, you know, and we just do stuff. We just try stuff, and we just have fun. That's something I want to do one day. But I really need to make a game in Godot. I need that experience of finishing a game. And because to me, if I don't have, I mean, I am a game developer. We are game developers if we try developing games, right? But I want to have as many of the experiences relevant to game development as possible, as soon as possible. So for me, I'm using the live streams as a way to motivate me to get a game finished. And then, you know, when I'm done with that, you know, I'll work more off stream on games. But for now, I really need the live stream structure to help me get things done. And then once that is done, I would love to explore other types of live streams. We do every Friday have a 1-hour game jam, which is a bit of an experiment, which is a lot of fun. That's actually tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Come through if it interests you. What's up, Goldie Rocks? Thanks for coming in. So I don't know what those lag spikes are. I'm gonna look into it very seriously. But let's just see what I've got in my in progress board or bar. Destruction particles are interrupted on recycle and visibly continue in chunk returns. Yeah, that's boring. Update, that is a bug, that is a problem. Update existing level shader to have Pierogigon's additions. Oh, we actually did this. This is in testing. We did that yesterday. Let's go. More block generation control. I feel like this is likely what I'm gonna do. Also, I think we decided to call them chunks. So I'm very happy with chunk. So that's what I'm gonna say it is. And that I'm definitely open to doing. If level, then XYZ. Oh yeah, so I guess this is saying conditions then are readable and set based on what level the player is currently on. Gotcha. That's interesting. Conditions that are readable. So like if we're on level 1, no helicopters spawn. Right. If level 1, then trampling corn is okay. If level 2, then trampling corn subtracts karma. Gotcha. That's an interesting one. That doesn't not interest me. What are the pinned extensions? What is a pinned extension? What does that mean? What do those words mean? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. More UI info. Yeah. Okay. Number of abductions required to advance. Right. So like right now it just says how many abductions you have. It doesn't tell you how many you need, which is how you advance in each level, is you get as many abductions as possible. Chrome extensions in the top right. Oh. Let's see. I've got a dark reader, so that way things don't look like dookie. And then this is auto scroll. This was something that I was using when I was doing more like game dev news related live streams. And so this allowed me to have like Twitter open or something, and I could search for like a Twitter topic, and then this would automatically scroll the page slowly. I haven't really done game dev news stuff. Someday I might do that again. So actually, I kind of don't want to unpin it because it reminds me that I might want to do that again someday. So that's why that's up there. This one, I don't know what this is. Google Docs dark mode. Oh, this doesn't work. By the way, that doesn't work. That's supposed to be like for this credits list. These are all the people in chat who've helped me work on this game. In theory, it's supposed to make this go dark mode. It doesn't. So, I mean, I don't need that anymore. But yeah, that's what they are. Yeah, unfortunately, Dark Reader doesn't work well on this. If I try to put this on here, actually, that's actually not that bad. It's still gonna ends up being bright, but you know, that's actually better than I thought it would be. So, you know, maybe we'll keep that. All right. Number of abductions, right, so right now it just tells you how many abductions you have, but not how many you need. 20, yeah, Dragon Blade has a lot. Dragon Blade has a lot. I don't think Dragon Blade tries very hard. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit, but it seems to come very easily for Dragon Blade. I will say, Pierogigon, Lise is the main dev to you. Pierogigon has been climbing the ranks rapidly. And so, you know, who knows, that reign may soon come to an end. Not that it's a competition, but maybe a little bit. So yeah, so maybe getting those abduction numbers to tell you, I don't really want to do UI design. Lise is not the main dev. I am, but I can understand why you might think that there's a lot of help that I get, because there certainly is. But if you think about it, if I wasn't here, nobody else would be either. At least not in that list. What else we got? Evil actions tracker and how close you are to losing a karma point. Oh yeah, that would be good. Health tracking. Yeah, I might actually end up putting health on screen somewhere too. That to me is like not a task I want to do today. This is a good important task, but not something I'm particularly interested in. Develop a system so an obstacle's destruction can be parented to another obstacle. Right, right. And so that is because if I this list is so long. It's amazing. It's amazing to me how making a big game, or not a big game, it's like a medium game, how the more I get done, the more problems arise. So that's related to this right here. So there's some solar panels here, and these solar panels on the ground, everything's fine. But we have these solar panels that are mounted up on a building. Well, right now this building, I've set many things to be destructible. I haven't yet set this up to be destructible. But in theory, if this barn were to be destroyed, these solar panels will be left floating in the air. So I would need to set up a way to make sure that they are associated with this barn. So that way, if they get destroyed, the barn, or if the barn gets destroyed, it takes the solar panels with it. But I'm not particularly interested in doing that right now. What else do we got? Replace hover arrow instance with a teleporting arrow. That's something. I could be more interested in that. Actually, right now, the hover arrow instances don't work, but what that's supposed to be is that there's this little arrow whenever you hover over things that appear above things, so you know what you're aiming at. This, when I upgraded to 4.2, this just got broken for some reason. I'm not sure why, but I want to redo the system anyway and change these to markers, and then have a single arrow that teleports to those markers. So that's what that task is. Not the most interesting to me, but it's something. Hey, I'm progressing pretty well. The last few weeks have really been focused on terrain, like appearance, or setting up shaders that let me have a little bit more control over how the terrain appears. This is currently the result. There's still some changes to come, so it just has a little more variance. But you know, we've got this set up with one single mask, and it lets me set this brown dirt on top, this lighter brown dirt underneath, and then this light green here. Around the edges, and then it blends into the dark green. And so we're able to just use one image file, yeah, shaders, one image file that then can be used to adjust albedo and stuff. Why? 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 Well, that's very vague. If you could be more specific, that would help me answer your question. But I want to have control over the colors, be able to change them, and add in the possibility for procedural aspects. So right now, I could take this, let's say, you know, so there's dirt on a lot of, or let's use the green as an example, right? There's all of those chunks in a row. So this is just one level chunk or strip, right? And that single strip, it needs to match all the others that it's next to. So the cornfield one, here's some blank ones, they're just green, right? And so if I want to change this green color that's on all of these, if I have a bunch of like PNG files that have the colors baked into them, it's going to be such a pain to go through and change them all to match. Again, I'm prototyping, so this isn't a game that needs to look great for shipping purposes. And so what I can do is I can just have this hex code, or this, you know, this raw code, and I can change the color, and that is going to change what it ultimately looks like. So that wasn't a great example. For some reason that isn't updating. Why isn't that updating? Whenever I change those, oh, I guess because, wow, that's interesting. So it's actually only using the gradient anymore. We're actually not even using the albedos. That's funny. So at this point, it's all the gradient texture. So if I adjust the gradient, you'll see it moves. Same principle though. So if I open up this, we can click on these and I can adjust the albedo. And I can keep the hex code the same across all of them. So the idea is that it's easier to update hundreds of blocks if I just have to paste in a hex code versus having to, you know, rebake hundreds of PNG images that are texture files or whatever. And then also it opens the possibility for procedural stuff. So like maybe I could write some code that lets me change all of these simultaneously on the fly or something. So that's the why of it. But that's what we've been working on. And then this is what the mask looks like. So the mask has, and I think it's interesting to try to learn in general. The mask is using red and blue channels. So the blue channel represents the dark brown dirt on top, which you can kind of see. We've been setting this up over the last few weeks, I would say. The last few live streams have pretty much been devoted to that. And then yesterday we did a little more too. So this shader needs some work. You can see there's some like green around the brown and it's very pixelated. That's something we just kind of slapped together yesterday. Yeah, and Pierogigon has been a big help in getting this shader put together. And yeah, so the blue paint on the PNG mask represents this brown, dark brown dirt. And then the red paint represents this light brown dirt. And then black represents the green section. And then that's just mapped to different X positions on this gradient. So it'll look for what's right here or what's right here, and it'll map that to the different colors on the mask. Why not just have it be what it is? Don't know what that means, but I hear you. The idea is to have flexibility, so I don't have to come in and paint everything, and we can adjust it. I mean, it is what it is. That is one of the weirdest questions I've ever gotten in my entire life since I was born. All right, so going through these, develop systems so an obstacle destruction appearance. So that I'm not interested in doing today. We've got design a variety of objects and obstacles. I'm always working on that every Monday. That's a member exclusive stream. Remember to have your gift memberships turned on. Hopefully you can get gift memberships. Some people can't get gift memberships because they have a brand account, which is weird. But if you come here to click on joining the channel and you click on these 3 dots, there'll be gift settings up here, and just make sure you check allow gifts to be on, and you can be gifted a membership and get access to those full-on 8 to 10 hour member streams where I do the designing of a variety of objects and obstacles. Okay, so I'm thinking I want to do more chunk generation control. I mean, the if level then XYZ is nice because it seems a little easier. Chunk generation control is going to require a lot of effort. I'm thinking I start with if level then XYZ. I think that's going to be the most doable thing for me right now. So I think that's what I'm going to do then. Besides that, I'm going to play some music so I can get into the mood. Oh, the debugging. Wait, what are these lag spikes coming from? Yesterday, I decided that generating bitmaps for the noise textures on these chunks was causing lag spikes. And when I turned off generate bitmaps, it got a lot better. However, it would seem that there's either another issue or, horrifyingly, that didn't actually help much. Generate bitmaps is off on this one too. So yeah, let me run the profiler. So it's always frustrating because I have to load the game first. Oh, and then someone was saying I should add a breakpoint. That's a really good idea. I think Joe was saying that. So that way I can pause the game right away and then play it again. All right, profiles are started. Let me see if we get some lag spike, some noticeable lag. I feel like I saw a little bit there. It's confusing because it's definitely not the mipmaps thing, because that was happening when those texture blocks would load in. But since that's not loading in when it happens, I would think it's probably something else. So I feel like I just noticed it. Yeah, and there's some of them on there. The profiler is so weird. It's like, I swear it like adjusts itself. It like readjusts itself. So like what? It's cone. Indeed. It's the most wonderful thing. It's got the juice. I'm barely noticing anything now. Let's just take a look at what we did get though. I know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be it's always progress terrain. It's always that script. And that the reason why is because that is what moves the blocks or the chunks forward. And because of that, if there are problems, it's almost always somehow related to that. What's up, Thought T? Welcome, good to see you. I sent a fix for pixelated gradients on Discord Global instead of if statement on the shader code. Whoa, Thought T! What? That's amazing! I know that's something Pierogigon wanted to work on, but I don't think Pierogigon knew how to do that. You won't be here, just wanted to say it. Thank you! That's awesome. Man, what the frick? What the flippy dippy? That's amazing. I don't know what Discord Global means, but I'm sure we'll get there. Oh, the general chat? I see. Gotcha. I looked a little into the VOD of today's stream. It might help! And it was a nice practice of shader. Yay, let's go! It's not a hard thing, but really interesting. I think I won't be there next stream, so I left some tips here to mixing the two gradients by blue channel. Wow. Let me at least tag Pierogigon on this. Wow, so instead of doing the if statement, wow, okay, I'm gonna try this right now. Drop everything. Let me try this. So what this is referring to, don't you dare swear or else Pierogi will time you out. That's true. That's true. At least Pierogi. So this is what is being referred to by Thought T as the pixelated bits. And we just kind of slap this together pretty quickly. Yeah, you want to see the shader code? So this is what we came up with. Dun, 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 dun. Largely Pierogigon, a little bit me, and maybe a little bit Joe Schmo, a little bit Dragonblade, but mostly Pierogigon. So what it's doing is it's creating these are uniforms. They're like export variables basically that let us set things in the inspector over here. If statement makes a hard edge. I mean, it kind of makes sense, like, because it's not gonna mix anything. It's saying if this, do it for sure. Otherwise, do that. It kind of makes sense now that you say that. So that's all just controlling stuff. We're setting a mask texture, which is this thing right here, right? That's what that is, mask texture. We're setting a noise texture. That's what this is right here. We're setting a random offset. This we're not really using. That was an experiment. Gradient texture 1, that's what this is. Gradient texture 2 is this. The albedos actually aren't really being used anymore. I don't know what those words mean, J-Jorn. Uniform float noise size. So this is when we adjust the noise size here, it makes it bigger or not. Whoa. Control Z failing me on this. Boo. There we go. Okay, there we go. Noise strength. Let's see if I can not have as chaotic a try. I'm trying to show that. It just basically is adjusting the properties of the noise. And then we have dirtiness, again, just another adjustment on the noise. Okay, so then this is where all of that is set up to work. ChatGPT version 4.0 is out. Have you seen it? I have not. I have not. Float mask value 1, we're setting some mask values to basically get the UV put together, the X and Y positions that it finds on here and what it maps it to. So we're saying for the first mask value, on the red channel, right? So that's the portion that gets assigned the light brown. That's all this stuff. For the red channel, look for the UV or the X and Y, basically. It's going to be set to this gradient, ultimately. Oh, the Primogen made a video about it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, I would expect. I mean, if you're a streamer who is interested in doing news stuff, then I would think a new ChatGPT would be foolish not to talk about, you know? So then this is doing the same thing, except with this is going to ultimately be for the other gradient, which is not what I just opened. That's this gradient. So it's looking for the UV on here. And then we have a noise value. That's what sets up the noise stuff. Again, Pierogigon did most of this, could explain it much more detail than I'm explaining it. This is for getting the noise controls set up and working correctly and applying things well. Here's the gradient stuff being set up to be associated with the UV factor related to how the noise is distributed. And then, which actually, now that I think about it, this might also help with getting some of that green away that's around here. This would probably be good for addressing for that. And then we've got final color equals a mix between albedo B, albedo A, which I gotta be honest, doesn't seem to be doing anything right now. To the power of the mask noise combo and the dirtiness. This made a lot more sense before we had the gradients. I have a feeling we don't really need this anymore. Okay, and then finally we say if mask value 1 is greater than or equal to mask value 2, then set the albedo to gradient color 1, which means if it sees it, final color isn't used now. It isn't. It isn't. That's what I thought. Like, it's like completely, because it's not in this mix. Yeah. That makes sense. Because basically this, when we say albedo equals, this is our output, essentially. Right? So I mean, if I just make this something kind of random here, it's just going to make it white, right? Because it doesn't know what to assign it to. So this is like where we get our final output is, I don't know if that really proves it, but it's something. So yeah, so this is saying that if the mask value 1 is greater than or equal to mask value, so it's basically, I think, and I'm trying my best to explain it, it's looking for if it's red or if it's black, and if it's blue. I think it's trying to determine the difference between red and blue. So if it is red, it's going to apply gradient color 1. If it is blue, it's going to apply gradient color 2. Now, what Thoughty has given to us has us obliterate this if statement, because this if statement, Thoughty says, which makes a lot of sense, is creating this pixelated edges. Because when it's applying mask value 1, or rather, when it's applying gradient color 1 to the red sections, and or it's applying gradient color 2 to the blue section, the sort of edge between those is if or else, right? And so it's not mixing them. It's not saying do both. It's saying do this or that. And therefore, you're right, it's not mixing them. It's just like creating that hard edge. All right, so let's do what Thoughty said. It's a yes, no, not a gradient. Yeah, exactly. Even though it's confusing because they both are there. It's not like one is which kind of is interesting to me, that it's not like absent. You know, it's not saying, well, mask value 1 is greater, therefore we're never going to show any mask value 2. It's like they're both the if and the else are happening simultaneously. They're just not mixing. So Thoughty gave us this code, which apparently will work if I set it up correctly. So let's see if I can. Let's see if I can implement it as it needs to be implemented. Whoa. Whoa! Oh, shoot! Wait. Wow. Wait. Oh, wow. So, okay, interesting. Wow. 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 Oh, it looks so much better. Oh my gosh. Wow. So I might even, so what we do still have the situation where the green is around the dirty parts. But that's not a big deal, honestly. And wow, look at that. You can see the darker, oh my gosh, the degree to which this looks better cannot be overstated. Holy crap. Wow. Let me just even adjust the darkness here a bit. Whoop, I think we can get away with making it. Or was I doing it in a different way? I don't know. We'll just adjust this way. Make it a little darker, a little dirtier. Right. So, well, and so this is actually the best case scenario, because the problem is when I adjust this gradient, the positions of the colors. No, this looks awesome. Oh, you mean you just want to, dude, look at this. Look at how awesome what you've done is. You have done amazing things. Look at this. Watch. Look at that. Look how it's blended in. It's beautiful. Whereas before, let me just copy this out, put it back to the way it was. It was doing this. This is what it was. Which is it's an interesting way to see how those splotches are manifesting, right? Look at that. And then if we put Thonty's change, check it out. Oh, yeah, just oh, it looks so good. Oh my gosh. What the frickin' what? Thonty, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, gotta give you a boost on the texture shading. I can't believe that's only 1 credit. How is that not multiple credits? That's amazing. Interesting, but not what we want? What do you mean? It's exactly what we want. It's exactly what we want. It could not be more what we want. I mean, there is the issue of the green around the edges, but that's a separate problem, right? That's a different problem. And yeah, so I did tweak the gradients a little bit yesterday. The pixel, oh yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, okay, yeah. I was like, but this is perfect. Yeah. It's interesting, but not what we want. Exactly. Correct. And it's nice to see the comparison. How does the shader code get each pixel's location? I don't know. But I don't know. But I do know how it gets the gradient textures pixel locations. And that's via the UV. And so it's actually looking for at the 1.0 position minus mask noise combo plus 0.01. That's telling it to look at different X positions on this, and it's both X and Y, on this gradient. So if it's, if it's 1, it's all the way over here on green. If it's 0, it's all the way over here on brown. Or I think, or it's the other way around, but it's something like that. But I don't think that's what you mean. I don't know how it gets on here. I have no idea. I need to take the shader course to learn that. But of course, we also don't want it to be that color. We want it to be that color, so it looks like dirt. And then, so the other problem with the green being kind of around these, which you can actually see a lot better with the if statement. So you see how there's some, you can especially see it. It's kind of hard, actually, because I've kind of pushed it out a bit. But I'll adjust this and you'll see more what it's supposed to be. Or what it's, well, anyway. So if I move this out like this, which is a bit more desirable, so this way we can get more blend out here. But if I do this, what we end up with is these little brown spots get green around them, which is not what we want per se, right? I would want this to be blending dark brown into light brown, right? I'd want those to be blending into each other, not going from dark brown to green to light brown, in theory. So, you know, I can adjust this to kind of make that less of an issue. So if I make this smaller, you see the green is going away around the dark browns. But, you know, the consequence of that is then we lose some of the fine-tuning on the outside here. So, you know, I have a feeling that we need to adjust this line of code somehow. And that's going to make it just be a little more, less applying to that. Yeah, it's cool, right? It's super cool. Shaders are awesome. If you need harder edges on the ground, need a harder color transformation at gradient 2. Harder edges on the ground, a harder color transformation at gradient 2. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. That sounds cool. Sounds clever. Let me put this back in here so it can look the way it's supposed to look. It's beautiful. It's great. It's got more green in there than is desired, but it's a huge, huge improvement. And that's really, really exciting. Thank you so much, Thoughty. Oh my gosh. Let me just adjust this a little more so we get some of that green pushed out of there. As much as I'm willing to push out before we start losing it in places. See how like these edges get a lot less blended? There's a way to fix it. We just gotta figure it out. I think Pierogigon is gonna work on it though. But this is a really great step forward. I'm gonna make this, it's, you know, it's, yeah, if I just kind of lighten it up a bit, it's not too bad. It looks great. It's so awesome. Thank you so much, Thoughty. That was an unexpected little bonus today. So this should affect the other one too, since they're using the same shader. So and they're using the same textures too. So we should see, again, that's the advantage, Jjorn, of why I do it this way instead of baking the textures in, is because I can make adjustments to the gradient. Let's say I want to change those color patterns on all of them. Well, now that's going to carry over to this one. I am seeing that it doesn't look very blended. It looks more blended. No, it looks more blended. But let me just see if, like, why that... I guess this something weird is that this particular one I've noticed. Yeah, it's definitely more blended. It just it tends to look more pixelated for some reason. I think that's part of the noise. This looks great. This looks fabulous. I wonder if if I'm not actually using the same gradient, which I would like to do. So I'm gonna copy this. Come over here. Make sure I paste that on here. No, it looks like the same one. Paste this on here. Yeah, it's the same one. So yeah, so it's updating across all of them, which I guess if I came over here and I modified this, we could really see it. Yeah, there you go. So it is affecting both of them at the same time. So there's that. Because I'm actually modifying the texture on one of these that's different than this one. but you can see it affects them both. So this is the advantage of doing it with the mask as opposed to baking all of the images, because now I can have flexibility across all of them simultaneously, which I think is really nice. If the color transition is sharper at gradient color 2 texture, the gradient will be harder on the ground too, I think. Right, so it seems like everything is adjustable, which is what I also love about shaders, is that we can always tweak the values to be more or less what is desired. If the color transition is sharper at gradient color 2, yeah, and that's, you know, that's just something like it's over my head a little because I'm still pretty new to shaders, and but I'm super sure what you're saying is true. And if Rogi pops in later, which I don't know if they will, it's just a tweak, yeah, then I will pass that information on for sure. It's really cool when so much gets put into something that the player might run over in a split second. Yeah, right? Powerful game design. It is. It is. I mean, I've spent weeks on this. Because to me, it's important because, like I said, there's going to be hundreds of level chunks that are designed with some kind of like texture painting on here, and I want to make it as procedural and quick a process and easy to change across all of them as possible, so I don't have to go into each one and modify things. And yeah, so it's, to me, it's powerful not only because it's doing so much on something that the player, yeah, we'll see for a second, but it's something that will reach across the entire project. So it's powerful in that sense as well, I think. But you're saying it's sharp on that? I don't know. I don't know. I might need a lot of guidance, but I know that I don't expect any of that guidance from you. So you're saying here with gradient color 2, this could be softer somehow. Yeah. We can get there eventually. I'll be back. I'll be streaming. I'm looking at this profiler. Awesome help though. Thank you so much, Thati. I can't believe that's only worth 1 credit. I don't even know how could I even give you an extra credit? Godot consultant? Like, it feels like 2 credits, even though I guess it is just 1, but it was so nice of you to come and do that. I just really appreciate it. See you later, S. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Oh, wait, a song for S. S is here. Oh, yes. S got gifted a membership, and so S gets a song. Yes, S, goodbye. Oh, yes, S, goodbye. Oh, yes, S, goodbye, yes. S, goodbye, yes. Oh, S, yes, goodbye for now. Oh, S, yes, goodbye for now. Oh, S, yes, goodbye for now. Thank you for being so engaged that you would get gifted a membership. Yes, S. Okay, there's your song. I'm sorry for that one, but you're welcome. You're also welcome. Okay, so what is this? What's the deal here? Is the profiler? Is the profiler done with me? Are they like, yeah, you waited too long to check up on this, so we're not gonna give you any info? Seriously? Rude. Oh, maybe because I like played the game. All right, we gotta do it again. We're gonna do it again. I don't really want to worry about this profiler too much, but the little frame drops really bother me. Something else I could try is like compiling it. Oh, look at that one. Oh, and I wasn't profiling. Okay, let's add the breakpoint. I've had enough of not adding a breakpoint in there. No, the breakpoint needs to happen. I don't know, right there. Just pop it in. Yeah, get some sleep. Get some sleep. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for your awesome help. Oh my gosh, that was so helpful. What the frick? I feel like that's 2 credits. Because you know what? Then you also suggested, you gave some advice on how we can do other stuff that we want to do. So I gotta add an extra credit on there. I have to. That was super helpful. Thank you so much. And yeah, take care. Sleep well, Thoughty. Love this community. For lots of reasons. Especially that the community is so helpful. And they help each other. The Discord link is in the description box, by the way. Y'all be helping each other. It's amazing. Okay, so the breakpoint. I guess you can't put a breakpoint up there. Maybe we got to put it somewhere else. Bye-bye. I'll put it in. Can you put it in a ready function? Is putting it in a ready function a breakpoint time? Is that allowed? Is that okay? Nope. Okay, cool. So I'll put it in the physics process. Then it should happen right away. But then isn't it gonna happen every frame? I feel like I need to be a little bit wiser about this breakpoint. Okay. Why is, okay, you know what? Why don't I code it in? How about that? How about I code it in? I'm gonna put it in can I put it in an auto load? What if I put it in the globals script? It seems like a nice, lovely place to put something like that. I know I can do it in a ready function. I've done it before. We're just gonna do the word breakpoint. I feel like that's going to work. Thank you. Okay, great. So we've stopped it. Now, hopefully, I watch it won't let me start the Oh, it won't! It won't let me start it if we're stopped at a breakpoint. No! Yeah, I really do need a boot screen. I really do. The other option is I can, like, pause the terrain. Since the terrain is probably what's causing it anyway, I could just, like, start it and pause it right away. Because it doesn't pause the game, but it stops the terrain from moving. And so maybe that's a good thing for now. So the other option is to set up, like, a boot screen. I could do that, too. All right, there we go. Start the profiler. Now let's start moving. There. Oh, that's what I want to see. Yeah, right there. What was that? What in the world was that? Pierogigon just got here. Pierogigon was gone a second ago, but Pierogigon's not gone right now. Pierogigon was gone a second ago, but Pierogigon's not gone right now. Welcome, Pierogigon. Thank you for not being gone. What's up, Pierogigon? Thank you for not being gone. What's up, Pierogigon? Thank you for not being gone. I don't know why I'm moving the mic like I am. It doesn't serve me being louder or quieter. It just adds some variation. Welcome, Pierogigon. You're not gone. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. You aren't gifted nothing. You just go out of your way to support this channel. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. You just got home from university with all your papers you had to print. Oh, that's a lot of papers. I bet that was worth it. So it sounded like it worked out because you said you wanted to try to be an alumni and go back and get some research. You did it. By the way, Rogie, I don't know if you saw. You did see. Oh, Rogie has some thoughts. I'm worried about the gradient color 2 mixing black into the green grass. If the gradient 2 has 0 alpha on the lower end, it might work, but I don't know how alpha affects albedo and gradients. I'm gonna try some things. Nice. Well, for now, like, this has improved the appearance considerably. I'm actually really glad we started with the if-else statement because it provided an awesome, like, learning opportunity. Also, dear God, I hope I don't mess up the profiler again. You're cooking right now. Oh, nice. You are cooking. Wait, do you mean, like, literally? Wait, oh, because you've got your pot, like, on your desk, right? That's awesome. Yeah, doesn't this look awesome? Doesn't it look so good? So, like, we still have the problem of the green being in the dirt. You know, it's still, like, around the dark brown dirt, but yeah, it looks awesome. So that is the dirt right there. So if I, like, come in here and adjust this, isn't that just awesome? Tati just dropped in and just blessed us. So there, that's and Dragonblade drag themselves on in. Dragonblade drag themselves on in. Oh, Dragonblade drag themselves on in. Thank you, Dragonblade, for being so engaged that you would get gifted a membership. You dragged yourself on in, and I'm so glad, Dragonblade. Welcome. Okay, there's the song. Yeah, so this is super awesome. And by the way, Dragon Blade, we got the blue channel, red channel thing set up, which is awesome. So indeed, this dirt, Dragon Blade helped make this possible. This dirt here, that I'm right now is coincidentally blue, is being read from the blue channel versus this light brown dirt, which is being read from the red channel. And then the black is the green part. And so that worked marvelously. Thank you for showing me how to do that in GIMP. And then let me put this dirt back to normal or whatever. What was normal? What even is normal? It looks to me like I don't need to do anything. Yeah, maybe not. Well, I mean, that's possible. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. But if you want to improve something, I got something for you to improve. If you want to, I got something, and I'll show you what it is. So here is the code that we used to have that had the if-else statement, right? Just to like punctuate this again. So you can see how it's hard pixelated edges because it's saying if and else, right? And if I put the new one, you can see what it looks like when it spreads it out. So this is the difference between what it was before ThoughtT blessed us with a suggestion and what it's like after. So we were like almost there, and then ThoughtT pushed us all the way to the edge. And now, so what is still the issue, if there is one to work on? It's the green that's creeping in here, right? So this gradient has this light green color in the middle, right? And it's, instead of blending from the dark brown over here into light brown, it's going dark brown, light green, right? You remember that issue. Yeah. That's the only thing that's left. And because you know, I'm lowering the detail of how the blend happens between the brown and the green elsewhere in order to reduce that which is coming around these splotches. So that's literally the only thing that I can think of, I'm pretty sure. ThoughtT did say some things. I don't know if you missed them, but ThoughtT said, if you need harder edges on the ground, need a harder color transformation on gradient 2. Oh, so hold on. Wait, that's not the only thing. This is actually addressing a different situation. So then the other thing, so that's one thing, right? That's one thing, is that green that's around there. The other thing, let me put the code back to the improved version. Take your time, Godot, take your time. There we go. So you can see it is quite a bit pixelated here. It almost looks like pixel art, right? And so I think that's what ThoughtT is addressing here, are these pixels that kind of show up. And it's actually quite visible, especially on the dark brown for whatever reason. But yeah, a harder color transformation at gradient 2. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what that all means, but that is one other thing that I could, honestly, I could let go of it, but it is something that, especially when you're playing, you can really notice it. Okay, but then besides that, there was a thought about how to do the wraparound thing, I think. Do. I'm not sure. Maybe that was all the thought. That might have actually been the only thing. If the color transition is sharper at gradient color 2 texture, the gradient will be harder on the ground too. Yeah, I think that's still just addressing this. I could have sworn there was something else. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, Rogi says, literally just got home, so I'll take a good look at shaders soon. Okay, take your time. It's all good. I came home so hungry. Oh my gosh, you must eat. You must eat. You have to cook. You have to. I'm really feeling good today. Talking to my friends at the university made me feel really good about leaving. Like, they're like, you're so lucky you got out. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so terrible here. But you still get to enjoy it in a way. Nice. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I like to imagine. I think the pixelation is just a small resolution of the gradient. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's fixable. Shoot. I mean, the gradient is right here. It's 64 by 64. I'm a little afraid to increase. Oh, it won't even let me increase it. Why? Why not? Why can't I increase it? What? 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 That's interesting. Well, I'm a little surprised that I can't. Is it because... Oh, well, this one I can. Is it because I copied and pasted it? It's not like the source or something? Oh, because it's linked elsewhere. Oh, okay. I see. I meant to save this. Okay, well, whatever. That's not ideal. Let me save these real fast. I think this one already is saved. It is. Let's just save it as an update to the old one. And then this one is not saved. Oh, it isn't. I really thought we did save it. Really thought it was. Is it in terrain textures? Okay, we'll say this is dirt top layer 2. How about that? It looks like there is one, but that's fine. Okay, so then I should be able to come over here and make sure I quick load that in, so that way I can actually modify it anywhere and it still affect them all. Okay, cool. So if I make this bigger now, 100 by 100. I can't say that that helped much. 10,000! Oh, it won't even let me make the height that big. Oh, will. Oh, Godot's angry. Godot's like, why would you do this? Okay, yeah, nope. If that was the way to make the resolution bigger, I wish that that was the solution, but it didn't help. Unless I also have to make this one bigger, too. 1,000 by 1,000. Rest in peace. I know, I was scared for a second there. Adding in big numbers unexpectedly has often been has often yielded terrible results. Let me make sure it's... Like, it's weird because this one doesn't look quite as... Well, maybe it does. Let me make sure it's not just happening to a different one. It's not that. Okay. It was worth a try. I'm so glad we did it. But it's not the thing. No, it's not the thing. Oh. Interesting that it's not updating them all. Let me make sure I load these in correctly. Quick load. This, I think we call pierogi gradient. Is that what this is? What is this saved as? This is saved as, yeah, pierogi gradient. Okay. Save it. Make sure this is loaded in with the same one. It probably is. What have I done? Did you start singing I'm Still Alive from Portal? Probably not. Incidentally. Let's say incidentally. I don't even know that song. I don't even remember what I just sang. I don't even remember what it was. I already forgot it. It's already been forgotten by me. Alright, anyhow. Enough with shaders. I need to get into this profiler. I gotta figure out what's going on with this profiler right now. Now, I probably lost my perfect profile capture, but that's okay. We'll get it again. I didn't lose it. Thank goodness. Okay, so right here, approximately, give or take. it goes up to 62. Okay. The chances that it isn't progress terrain are almost impossible. Yeah, so it's terrain controller. Well, interestingly, it's not even saying the progress terrain function. Whoa. Wait, what? What is this one? Where did this one come from? That wasn't there. Okay. Interesting. Terrain controller in scene in the physics process. Oh, there's progress terrain. Oh yeah, it is progress terrain. Stream time, fun time. What's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Welcome. Good to see you. I really want to do some coding. I'm very interested in coding, just freaking something. But now I'm distracted by a lag spike. Okay, so that's not the most illustrative point. It's super unhelpful because it's almost always related to progress terrain. And the reason why that isn't very helpful is because 762 is because it just could mean anything that happens to be moved by the terrain, which happens to be almost everything that's in the game. So it doesn't narrow it down as much as I would like. Whoa. Hit points, am I grabbed, is being called 546 times. Not at that much of a time cost, but it is being called a lot. That's interesting. Like, to be called a lot in such a short amount of time seems troubling. And then with the physics process, again, what we would expect, or on the progress terrain, the terrain controller, that's very interesting. Hit points, am I grabbed? And if I move this, I mean, that's actually true everywhere. That's actually true everywhere. Same lag spike from yesterday? Yes, delayed response, and I was checking something. I don't think so, because yesterday I was able to narrow it down to the MIP maps that were being generated on the noise texture. And because the lag spike was happening every time our terrain chunk that had the noise on it, that was, every time that chunk loaded in, then we would get the lag. And so once I got rid of the MIP map generation on that noise texture, those generating in stopped causing lag. So this is actually something else, unfortunately. And this, yeah, it's probably that. Yeah, you're right. It's probably that. That would make a lot of sense. But, you know, it's on all of these. If I go anywhere, 546 of them are calling. So I don't think that's a big deal. Why does HP have grab logic? I don't remember. So whatever this is doing is not that significant for whatever it's worth. So I'm not really worried about it, but I will certainly indulge your curiosity. At first I was like, oh, that's a lot. But then when I think about it, it's not that much because it's everywhere. What is exceptional is this crazy moment right here. But let's see. Let me pull up a hit pointed thing. I'm sure I could just go to script. That would also be an option. Oh, the text got so tiny, and Godot takes so long to zoom back in. I like can't click anything. It's just like it all just freezes while it does it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's like a pet peeve. And my computer CPU isn't great, so that's part of it too. Come on. Thank you. So this is saying that it sets a flag. Oh, I'm not entirely sure why the HP has this. The obstacle script. I guess, or it would be the health, not obstacle. It'd be health. that would have it. I think it's just badly named. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. So the health is the same as... What, that's the thing, is the hit points don't get... The health objects don't have hit points. Oh, so I think by grabbed, I think by grabbed, I know what it means. This is why. It's not it is. It's badly named. It's badly named. Yeah, it is a little annoying. What's up, Joe? It's just not I haven't refactored that, I think, is the real thing. Because basically when the hand of the player hits something that has hit points, it takes damage. And at one time I was calling this grab. And so it's basically, it's really, am I hit is what it actually is. It's not am I grabbed, it's am I hit. I just haven't renamed it nicely. So I mean, if I even check here, let's just search everything for grabbed. In the messenger, we have something grabbed. This is what it gets to. On the score dunk, this is checking. This is more what grab means, right? So if we abduct a human or a cow, we're grabbing it. That's what grabbed should mean, is when we grab those things. But initially, I had the smacking labeled as grabbing. And so health has been grabbed. This would make sense for it to be there, all in the health script, totally fine. And so it kind of comes from where I originally started setting this up, which was on the alien. So it's like anything that moves the arm has all of the grabs. So I could rename it. I just gonna have to rename all of this. I mean, I could do it. I could refactor this right now. We could say hit object here, something hit. We'll even do the commented out ones, change this hit. I can't really do a replace. I can, but I mean, I totally can. I can just skip the ones I don't want it to apply to. But I'm going to do it this way. I feel like typing in. I said I wanted to code today. This feels a little bit like coding. It's refactoring, but at least I get to type. At least I get to type. What is hit? And, you know, ultimately, this might be related to grabbing at some point, but I think it is just, it's confusing to keep it this way. Let's refactor. Let's refactor. Let's refactor Santa Claus. Okay. Wow. It's Christmas in May. All of these one by one, refactor. And then I need to make sure I change this. We want to change it over on the hit points. I'm a little, it might be, hopefully I don't have to parse out anything too much from the health. Probably not. Probably not. Definitely maybe. Nothing like the excitement of refactoring. And did it get refactored correctly, or did it not? Maybe not. Was hit something hit? All right, let's refresh it. So messenger. Okay, but I mean, like, really refresh it. Wait, why did both of these get refactored? Oh, there already is a something hit. Dang it. What? What the heck is that? All right, hold on. Control Shift F, something hit. This might be, not replace. This might be for if it's taken damage. Could be what it means. So there's in the messenger. In the helicopter, update hit point. No, not hit. Sorry. Something hit. What do we got here? We got... Oh, the body part. So if the body part bumps into something, it it does something hit. And the hit points, we already refactored that. The only place was right here. So we'll say something bumped. Something bumped body. Something bumped body. That's what that's going into now. Something bumped body. Okay. And then I can come in here and call this something hit. Okay. Let's see if I broke the game. Did I break the game? Did I not break the game? Game seems broken. Yep. The cornfield, and that's where the something bumped thing comes from. See how I can't run into these? So when I change something hit, I've broken running in, because that's what I set up this for. It might actually even need to be something hit. I'm a little confused. What if I comment out this? What happens? That's not gonna work. We're gonna get an error, probably, because it's still looking for something bumped. Ooh, refactoring. I kind of need to undo everything that I did. Because what's interesting is that this wasn't in another place. Let me see. The problem is something hit is going to be calling without arguments elsewhere. And so that's probably going to cause issues, would be my guess. Ooh, we messed it up. We messed it up. Oh, there's that lag spike. Okay, that's fixed. Okay, good. Wow. Okay, so that is good. Oh, good. We're fine. It's all better. All is good. All is well. Nice. Cool. So it looks like that something hit that I made wasn't even being used for some reason. And we can apparently call those extra arguments even though it's not called elsewhere, and everything is fine. Good. Great. Awesome. I don't see any problems. Everything is working as it should. Okay, good. As far as I can tell. So nice. I'm going to get rid of that then in the messenger, and we're going to call this a success. We're going to call this a success. It's on the bump body. Don't need it. Okay. There. So now it says that. Profiler-wise, still don't know what that issue is. I mean, it's something to do with something on the terrain, right? So it's a matter of just figuring out which terrain chunk is the one that's causing that. So it's like, it seems... because it's not the same lag spike. The one that we had last night was because this, with the noise texture, was loading in. But when this one loads in, it doesn't cause an issue. I don't think I can easily lower the number like I used to be able to. I used to be able to say only spawn a couple in at a time. But I think, is that going to break it? It might not, actually. But it also might. Okay, no, it's good. So this gives us a lot more clarity. Oh, it was totally that! Oh, shoot! It was definitely that one! Oh, okay, all right, okay. Excuse my loudness, but I was very excited to narrow down exactly what is causing it. It's that one! Okay, all right. Continuing on. Let's see. So let's get another one. Let's get another one here. I'm surprised. I thought that it wasn't that. So maybe not generating... so that one didn't. That one didn't. That one caused the lag spike. That one didn't. Confusing. Confusing. Basically, the lag spike coincided with when that... right there. Bam! See? Now, there is a couple things. Number one, I see that a particle effect is running as soon as this comes in. That's not right to begin with. So that's interesting. And it is that. Yeah, I know. And so then my question is, I mean, if I remove, so let me remove that. It's loading of the particle system. That seems hasty. It seems like a hasty assumption. Have that for the helicopter too? What? What are you talking about? There's so many. Wait, but there's so many things that have particle systems and don't do that. So that's why I'm not sure. I mean, it could be that one obstacle is for some reason set up weird. But let me try something. I'm gonna remove that particular one. I want to see if the other one causes it. The other cattle ranch block also triggers it because it also has that object in it. Let's see. We have Cattle Ranch 1. That's the one that's currently the offender. And then Cattle Ranch 2. I'm going to leave that in. I'm going to pull Cattle Ranch 1 out. Actually, I've had bad luck dropping it on top of folders. So I'm going to drag it into the unload folder. Right there. So now it is out of the loading pool. It is not going to load that block. So let me see if the other one causes it to occur. You know, then it'll just help narrow things down just a little bit. I gotta wait for it to actually load in. Otherwise, this isn't very helpful. Yeah. Oh, it did! And the particle effect was going. Yeah, I see why you would say that too, because the particle effect doesn't fire again when we come back a second time, but it does the first time. It's still very confusing because in so many ways it should already be loaded in. Okay, so definitely isn't just that one block. While we only have one in there, let me try removing the... I love getting to the bottom of these things. It's so satisfying. I'm just gonna try removing the power lines altogether. Because there's other things with particle effects on here. For example, the hay bales, this little tool shed. There's solar panels on the other one. Those have particles. So let's see if it is the particles on that power line. I did do the power line this week, and I was quite tired when I did it. So it's possible that I set them up badly. Definitely possible. All right, so I have removed the power lines. And let's see if we get the same lag spikes. It's amazing how just adding one new obstacle. Oh, no. That didn't fix it. Oh, that upsets me. Okay, cool. I'm fine. So let's get rid of, if we want to narrow out the particle effect thing, let's get rid of all of the objects that have particle effects. So get those out of there. I don't think the trees have particle effects yet. They're supposed to, but I don't think I've actually gotten around to it. But I've been meaning to. But let me just double check that I haven't. No, they don't have it yet. Okay, so we should have all of the... Let me triple check. We should have all the things that have particle effects off of here. No particle effects. And actually, I think I can set... View gizmos, particles. Oh, the fences. The fences have it. The fences are gone. Get them out of there. Where are they? Right here. Burn them all down. Throw them away. I don't care. This is actually just meshes, and these actually won't have any. Actually, I don't need to get rid of those. Those don't have particle effects on them. Only... these ones do. Okay, so no more particle effects are in here. We are particle effect free. The particle effects have left the building. Okay. Oh, wait, there's one more. What's this? What is that particle effect? What is that? What is that? Why is there a single particle effect in there? I think that's what that icon is. It's kind of hard to tell. It's not. What is that? What does that mean? I don't know what that icon means. I guess it's not a particle effect. Let me see. If I do view, gizmos, GPU particles. Okay, it's not a particle effect. Oh, that's the decal. I see. That's the decal. Got it. All right, not a particle effect. Particle effect is like a cloud. It almost looks like that. Okay, particle effects are removed. Let's see if that makes it load in better. It may not have anything to do with that. It may have everything to do with it. I'm gonna find out. Oh, it didn't. It wasn't it. It wasn't it. Put it all back. Put it all back. Put it all back. Give me my particle effects. Okay. So all those objects are back. It's not the issue. I have a feeling it's going to be the shader or something in the shader. One of these, possibly the noise texture. So let's get rid of the shader. No more shader. Let's see what happens. I just have a feeling it's actually the shader. And doing the mipmaps thing wasn't enough. Let's see, is it gonna spike? Is it gonna be... Oh, it was clean! No spike. It's the shader. That is not to say there isn't something wrong with the particles, but the particles aren't causing the lag spike. Now, I did actually just see a little lag. So that's something else. That's something else. But now it's not happening when that comes in. So there's something on the shader. Let's narrow it down more. Hey, what's up, Gecko? Welcome. Learning hype and hyper dev games. Learning hype and hyper dev games. Yes, learning hype. Yes, we're learning. We're hyped about learning. And we're hyped about hyper dev games. Let's go. Welcome, Gecko. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Hope you've been good. Thank you for being someone who comes to this community for so long. It means a lot. Okay, so this, I need to bring the shader back, and then I'm going to get rid of something on here. Let's get rid of the texture, because I just feel like the texture is the most offensive part of this. I could be wrong. If my mipmaps theory... Oh, it wasn't. It's not the noise texture! Oh my gosh. Is it the mask texture? I will say the mask texture is a massive file. Or at least it's a very large resolution. Let's see if it's the mask texture. It still might not be the mask texture. It could be like what's being done to the mask texture. I don't know if just removing it proves that it's like the PNG file itself. But it'll get us a little closer. Come on, come on, come on. Oh gosh, the RNG is killing me. Just do it. Just be it. Oh my gosh. This is why I need a way to control what comes next. And that's something I'm considering coding today. It wasn't the mask texture. It's not the mask texture. Okay. Oh dear. All right, let's get rid of the gradient textures. Both of them. What if it's just the shader? How is that? I thought shaders were supposed to be performant. Oh, it wasn't. It's not the gradients. Oh my gosh. I mean, at that point, what the heck is it? Wow. Huh. Looks like our shader is a bit, inefficient. Get rid of everything. Everything. I mean, these are just defaults. This doesn't really matter. Can I turn off the particles from the light post? What? But I deleted them entirely. I don't know if you caught that, but I already tried deleting the the light posts. It's also a power line. I did my idea and it worked exactly as I thought immediately. Yay, that's awesome. That's awesome. Rogi, we do have a problem. The shader seems to be causing lag. But yeah, so Dragon Blade, it's totally understandable that you didn't catch it, but I already tried that. All right, Rogi. Yeah, it's bad. I'm concerned. So I already tried removing. I literally removed everything that has a particle effect on this entire chunk, and it still had the lag issue. It's okay if I scrap it. When I want it, but I want it. I don't want to scrap it. I want to keep it. It's something that I want. But I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you saying that. Like, I can do it again. It's just I just did it and it fixed it. Or it didn't fix it. It fixed my suspicion that it has anything to do with the particles. So whereas, watch. If I come to the shader and I remove the shader, right? And I play this, no shader. Shader is gone. And the key moment to look for, and it sucks because you gotta wait, whenever that block loads in, will it lag or not? Did not lag. See? It was no lag. It loaded in just fine. Whereas if I put the shader back in there and hit play, now when that loads in, it's going to lag. So let's get that loaded in. Okay, that time it didn't because it had loaded in already. I don't know if you saw, but it was behind the player. It already loaded. That one didn't count because it would have dealt with that as the game was starting. Okay. So now it's going to lag when it comes in because the shader is back in. So we got to wait for it to come in. And when it does, bam. See? See? And I know it's very seductive to think it has to do with the particle effect, but just to punctuate my point, because unfortunately it was undermined by the fact that the 1 in 10 chance that it loads in came the one time I showed you. Yeah, it's super significant. I know, it's bad. It's real bad. All of these fences have, so you can see what has particle effects because the particle effect has the little rain cloud icon. So if I burn all of those down, burn down a rain cloud. So as long as all those are gone, and this one in the middle isn't a rain cloud, this is a decal icon. So there's the last rain clouds right there. Even if I just completely remove, oh wait, we're gonna remove the wrong thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even if I completely remove everything that has particle effects, no more particle effects, it's still gonna do the lag because it's not that, it's the shader. Yeah, maybe. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I commented it out, but that's a good idea to at least double check to make sure. So there you see, it still lagged when that happened. So it's not the particle effects. Although there's problems with the particle effects, those aren't it. Or this isn't it. As for what you're talking about, there is a couple things. Number one, we still have the UV. Why is this so tiny? I guess it has a different zoom than the normal editor. Random offset. This random offset was added in as a way to get that noise to be randomized. So I'll comment that out. So that isn't even a thing. And then I'll tell you what, I'll duplicate this and comment this out so I can keep it. Okay. No more random offset even in here to potentially bother with. That could be even a problem, that it's trying to add that in there. Who knows? And then where that code was at is up here. And I'm pretty sure I removed it. Yeah, so this is where that code was, right here, and it's commented out. This is commented out. So the only thing that was left in there was trying to add an empty random offset. So it's definitely not running that code anymore. And I could even double check just to make sure. Collaborator experiments, that's in the that's in the shader. That's in the shader. This is the commented out thing that we just did. If there was anywhere else that existed, I don't think so. I think that was the only place that got set up at. We could just search shader just to make sure nothing else is around. That's just on the shader itself. That's commented out, commented out, commented out, and that's just on the shader. So yeah, so that's with the random offset definitely commented out. I doubt that's gonna make a difference. So it's hard to know. Like, I'm not really sure what part is causing it, because I mean, I remove the mask, I remove the noise, I remove the gradients, and it still causes the lag. There it is. So like, why is it fundamentally, you know, so labor intensive or resource intensive? You know, is it like a line? Is it a certain thing that's being done in here? I don't know. I could also go back to the if statement, which I think I've lost on accident. And it seems silly. Like, why would that? I have no idea why that would even matter, if I'm being honest. Yeah. More pressing concerns. Thank you, Roogie. Thanks for letting me know. And I love that you made one. And we can try it and everything. It's just like, yeah, the concern is pressing. And it's not even pressing. It's just like exciting because we're getting it narrowed down to what it is. I'm sure this causes the same issue. I'm not sure, but it must, right? It must. Why would mixing it make any difference? I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Still same issue. Good, honestly. Good to know. Anyway. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Zooming. Stop it. Stop zooming. Paste that back in. All right. Well, I should at least play some music because this is going to be some thinking. This is going to be some thinking time. Gotta think about what this could be. I mean, you know, I could try putting like a simple... I mean, the thing is it's a shader one way or the other, right? It just happens to be a built-in shader or not. Like, if I just set the albedo to a single color, Godot is still making a shader under the hood, right? The only difference is that shader isn't customized. And in fact, it's got all kinds of bloat. It's got tons of bloat that's not being used. So if anything, it should be worse. Have we eliminated the possibility that the texture and the mask and noise are the cause? I believe that I've eliminated that, but let's just do it again. So the way that I tried to eliminate it was by clearing all of these. Clear the gradients, clear the noise texture, clear the mask, even clear the albedos. All those are gone, not on there, right? So this is what you mean, right? It's gone, it's out. The music is in. And I'm gonna play it. And even with all of those removed, as long as the shader itself is on there, it's still gonna lag. Bam. See? Surprising, right? So unless somehow this doesn't technically eliminate that possibility, I think that it's probably not that. That time it didn't do it. I don't know why. Literally the existence of a shader. Yeah. Or like that shader. Now that time it didn't happen. Why is it not happening now? I will say when I click on bear with me here. When I click on a cornfield, that was just a coincidence, right? Surely that was a coincidence. Okay, so I'm a little confused because it was just, you saw it lag. But now it isn't lagging as much. Why? What changed? That didn't cause a lag at all. In-engine lag? Maybe. You know, I was thinking that maybe I just try building the game and playing it. That was so doable. You mentioned a mass texture had a high resolution. What is its resolution? That's a good question. Good question. Its resolution is something that I'm gonna tell you momentarily. Okay, we're running with all the things loaded in. The lag is less right now, which kind of points to more what Rogi's saying, that it could be like an in-engine thing. Totally possible. Because now it's not lagging as much. Like, what, did just resetting these just like shake it a little bit out of its nonsense? It's still, I still do see a little bit when it comes in, but it's also slightly less bad. Oh my goodness. Really need to get some more control over when things load in. Now it's not lagging! All I did was clear them and add them back on. So I'm completely confused. And now I'm actually very confused. What? Unless it points to what Rogi's saying, that maybe it's in-engine lag. In terms of the... And so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only way to test that would be to build it, right? I think that's the only way to test that, unless I'm mistaken. But I don't know how else I would eliminate the in-editor lag. Alright, let's export it. And then the resolution is there a way to display the FPS lows? There is! I actually have built that into the game. So, you know, and I can check it in the editor. I think it's still going to display. If it's happening in the editor, it's still going to show it. But if I build it, we can check it there too. The resolution is 5,724 by 763. So it's actually not that much on the y-axis, the height. It just has to be so long that it ends up being a lot. Like more than 4K. Kind of. Not really, but, you know. Okay, so I built the game. Let's see what it's like. I hypothesize it's the engine, because it has to be able to change all those things live. So maybe it's harder for Godot to load those resources in such a way that you can change them while the game is running. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, the mask is like 6,000. Yeah, it is. But, you know, A, I arbitrarily chose that, and B, my theory was, you know, that it's only by 763. So like on the y-axis, it's not that big. But the actual terrain chunk is super wide, and so it essentially needs to be this wide. relative to, the X needs to be this wide relative to the Y. The ratio. This is what the ratio needs to be. And I didn't want to go too much smaller than 763 because I was worried it would be super pixelated. So the only way to keep that ratio was to have such a long width. But that's not to say we can't experiment with it being smaller and let it be a little pixelated. If that is part of what's causing the issue, which it may well be. Okay, so let's try running the build. See what happens. Wherever I'm building these, I think I'm building them in this folder. Yep. What's up, Super No Commentary? How you been? Thanks for stopping in. What I want to do is just be coding things and coming up with stuff, but, you know, debugging decided to take over. And these last couple weeks, few weeks, I would say, we've been working on shaders, specifically getting the terrain paint to be procedurally generated by a shader. And it would seem that our work on shaders has led to a issue with lag spikes. And it may or may not be related to the shader itself. It may be related to Godot trying, like, the engine. So I'm trying to build the game right now to see if outside of the engine we still get this lag spike issue. So I'm about to test that, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, it's loading in my other window. Here it is. We can look at frames per second. So I'm gonna start running, and we'll see if we get this. Oh, it still happened! It is not in the engine. Unless, I mean, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that is pretty definitive. Damn. 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 Damning. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if I keep going, it seems like it loads it once and then it's good. Oh, there was another lag spike. So that happened. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Dun 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 dun. Kind of a weird thing going on. So I'm not exactly sure what's happening here. It's definitely something that's happening. So here's something I'll try. I'm gonna try clearing all of these and then building it. Build it with all those cleared. And try to deal with this. Who else is watching all of the Artemis news? Something with NASA? NASA tests technology, practices Artemis moonwalks in Arizona desert. What is it? What is it doing? Peaceful and safe space exploration. Okay. It's not grabbing me. It's like, oh, space stuff. Oh yeah, they're doing space stuff. Going to the moon? Why are we going to the moon? What are they gonna do on the moon? Something bad. I don't trust it. I'm sure it's like cool and interesting, but I don't trust it. Be nice, G-Wiz. Be nice. So I'm gonna remove all of the mask texture, the noise texture, and the gradient texture from here. Yeah, that sounds a little concerning to me. Like, what? Why would you, like, we're gonna, like, obvious, to me, this is, like, dystopian, right? Colonizing in space? Dystopian. That's my personal take. Inevitable. inevitable and dystopian. I'm gonna say new build, and let's see this one without any of that stuff added in. I feel like it built a lot faster for whatever that's worth. Okay, so this is without any of the textures in there. Let's see if it loads better. And we did take a huge FPS hit as well. It was faster. There was still a little bit. Wait, but the textures were in there. Wait a minute. Now I'm confused. Maybe I didn't save it. Maybe I need to save it. See, that's confusing, because it like didn't... and then it didn't have a problem. Why are you so negative about progress? I think you're the only negative one here. But progress is actually a very complicated philosophical topic. You know, what is progress? The idea of progress is often leveraged by oppressive governments in order to push an agenda that doesn't actually serve everyday people. So I'm pretty... you could even research probably the myth of progress. That might be some good reading for you, Gwiz. It might be very interesting. But I am incredibly pessimistic about anything that anybody would label as progress. So I will say, I'm not... Dude, am I I like how I keep building it in the engine. I'm so used to just playing it in the engine, I forget. Oh yeah, we made a file for a purpose to use that. Okay, this is the actual build. No issues. But I'm confused. I'm a little confused. There's nothing to describe except the moon still bright against the worrying sky. Oh gosh, more Florence and the Machine lyrics. It's supposed to be the first manned mission on a new type of rocket. I mean, that's cool. It's definitely cool. Yeah, you do like depressing songs. Okay, so I'm gonna run the other builds here that had the textures and stuff loaded in. Let's see if we get that spike. If we don't, I don't even know what to think anymore. Like, is it similar to the editor where maybe like in my, you know, local app data, there, it didn't lag. In my like roaming local app data or something, I don't know. Godot is like preloading the files. It almost makes me wonder if somehow we could preload these. I don't even know what to think. I guess I could try building it again and see if right away, building it with all these in here, and see if right away it has those problems. This is actually very confusing. I'm finding myself very confused. Ugh. It's not letting me undo those things. Rude. It's okay. We'll just add them back in. I'll just add them back in. This was what? Ranch invert on the second one. And then the noise texture, I believe I saved. Didn't I? Oh, that's okay. I have it on the other one. Don't I? I do. What's up, Albeska? Albeska is the best, you betcha. Albeska is the best, you betcha. Albeska is the best, you betcha. Thank you, Elmaskin, for supporting HyperGameDev. I appreciate it. Things are going good. I am debugging a lag spike that honestly is becoming more and more elusive. It seems certainly related to a shader that we've been working on for like a month. On the other hand, it's weird. Trying to reproduce it is very weird. You're playing Valorant tonight and you think you can handle it? That's good. Be careful. Or it's just gonna knock you down. But either way, it's nice. It's nice to use your good feeling to potentially enjoy things that are stressful. I hope that that turns out okay. Okay, so I'm gonna export it with those in there. Make a new build. It's a very strange thing because it like happens once and then it doesn't happen again. And I don't fully understand what's going on. And I'm trying to build it because there was a theory that it was an in-editor situation. But now I'm trying it out of editor. And we're still getting the lag spike. And so the lag spike happens when a certain block comes in that has our shader on it. A certain chunk comes in. Why is there two versions of the game right now? Okay, I don't know, but please stop. Alright, there it is. So when that block comes in... Wait! Why did it not have the textures? Oh, because I gotta press Control S. Control S, excuse me. Export. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Export it, override it. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not really sure what to take away from these tests, if I'm being honest. Okay, so here we go. It didn't do it that time. I will say the FPS, I mean, it drops anyway. Oh my god, I'm so confused. It could be a shader caching issue that affects the engine preview but not a compiled build. Right, but it did affect the compiled build. Except now it isn't. It was affecting the compiled build. And then it stopped, which is why I have some idea that maybe it's caching stuff when we build it, like on my computer or something. I don't know. So running in engine. It's just gone. I mean, is it possible? Is it possible that like literally clearing and resetting those things somehow helps? Like, I don't know what else to, because that has been the most effective strategy so far, incidentally, is just removing all of these uniform export inspector things and then adding them back in there. This only happened the first time you play a new version of the game. It was, but now it isn't anyway. So it's like, honestly, every time I think I get a data point, it goes away. So I don't think so. Like, that was true, but now it's not. The only thing that I can say I notice is that when I remove these and add them back on, it seems to help. There's one block that I unloaded. I'm so lost, not even an idea. Yeah, right? Same. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe there's some way we could preload the, these different aspects, right? There's some way we could preload them. And that might avoid it happening in the first place. I don't know. It sounds potentially annoying to try to do. So this is the one, this is the other cattle ranch one that I removed to narrow down whether it was this cattle ranch or this cattle ranch. This one, I haven't replaced all of the things that are on it. So, whatever, let's see what happens. Does it lag when it loads in? So there's gonna be 2 cattle ranches that load in. Well, let's see if we get a lag. I can't believe we're just spending so much time doing this. I can, but dang. Dang. Nothing. Nothing. Oh wait, but that one did. It like did and it didn't. I'm wondering if some mistake was made when you built the game the first time, like not saving. Just doesn't make sense. Yeah, right? This is a self-serving idea. But what if you do my pull request and changing the shader magically fixes it? You funny. Yeah, it's just that's, you know, that either could go really easily and we just keep moving, or it doesn't and then we end up spending 2 hours doing that. So I kind of want to at least put a bow on this before doing that. For rolling that dice. I mean, so far, not bad. So far, not bad. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm confused. Let's build it. Oh, press Control S. Make sure everything's good and saved. Super confused. I mean, you know, it could be like a combination of it being suboptimal of the game. Like the game is somehow suboptimally designed. That could be one. And then 2 is that my computer might be suboptimal. And so those combined are leading to the issue. And sometimes my computer is performing better than others, and those times it does fine. It just might not, maybe the game isn't potato proof. Oh, I saw a little lag. I saw a little lag when that one came in. I saw it. It wasn't much, but it was a little. I guess I'll keep going. That time there was none. It just, it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. You know, especially because these things are supposed to already be loaded, which, you know, means that there's some kind of occlusion culling that's happening, because technically those are already in the scene when the game starts. It should already be loaded in as soon as the game begins. And so what somehow must be happening is something is only becoming true when it's in frustrum, whatever, when it's in front of the camera. That's when certain things are happening. Which to me points to some kind of occlusion culling or level of detail. Which is why I felt that turning off the bitmaps helped a little bit. It didn't help enough, apparently. As for anything else being a possibility, I just don't know. I just don't know. You know what would be a nice test too? Would be to just like have like blank blocks that either have a shader on it or don't. And seeing if that issue persists in some form. So I guess the other option is that somehow, you know, the what you call it, the array, moving it into, like, basically what's happening, by the way, is there's two nodes. The node that collects the terrain blocks that ultimately show up here, and the node that shows them up right here. And so there is an array that is code that is moving the blocks from one node to the other node. So I suppose it's also possible that that act of reparenting nodes somehow, or reparenting these blocks, these chunks to different nodes, that somehow that is causing it. I just don't know. Now the lag, when it happens, only seems to happen the first time the tile loads in, as far as I can tell. Yeah, right. So that was the actual built game there. If it does happen, it does seem to be that that's the case. From a general graphics rendering perspective, if a shader needs to be loaded to the GPU RAM to render the next frame, then that next frame will be delayed until the shader code is finished loading. That's interesting. That's interesting. My computer specs are in the description box. They're not great. They're not great. So, like, you know, I think there's a possibility that my computer power has something to do with this. Which, like, ideally, the game is potato-proof. I don't feel that I'm doing complex things, high-fidelity graphical things here. I have tons of RAM, plenty of RAM, too much RAM. But my GPU is not great. Well, I mean, to me, the only thing I can do is just not care. You know, just like say, well, it is what it is. You know, I could try it on I have a faster computer elsewhere in the house. You know, I could run some tests on that computer and see if it still has the issue. We do have there's some particle effect problems. But that's kind of a separate issue that I need to deal with. So I don't know. I think I just let it go, I think is the way. But that particle effect issue, the reason why you see particle effects happen later is because their emission is being cut short. So like whenever I run into like that fence piece, it's getting like, which is interesting because it kind of comes back to the question of what's happening when these are loading in, if they're already loaded in. Because you could even see those solar panels, all those blocks were in the air, right? So now when that comes back, we're gonna see those blocks finish emitting. And that's because when it's moved into the other node, it like freezes. You know what I wonder? I feel like we did, I don't know if I changed it, but I do remember we were messing with, yeah, so the terrain collector, that actually, ooh, it kind of makes some sense. So the terrain collector, you'll see this node is grayed out. So the reason why that node is grayed out is because we have turned off physics on it. So whenever a block goes to the terrain collector, stuff on it, its process is disabled. Its mode is turned off. Which in theory is supposed to keep things on it from happening while things are in there. Which actually would explain the particle effect problem. So normally, this is set to inherit. That's what this normally is. And maybe it's related to the other issue as well. The internet just cut out for a second. Everything is okay. We're back. You probably didn't even notice it. It was like a blip. Stream is back. I'll just put a message to let you know. Refresh if it isn't for you. I don't know why it does that. Okay, but we're not gonna debug that right now. Okay, so curious if that fixes the I don't think it does fix the particle effect problem. Well, that was something. That was something to try. So that's still something I'm confused about then, is why the particle effects stop while they're in the terrain collector and then continue once that block comes back. I don't fully understand why that's happening. To be honest, I'm not sure that I have tested that. So there you go. See how they disappeared? See how they vanished? That's because they moved behind the player at that moment. And then the problem that I'm having is that they continue once that block comes back. And so I want to see if this fixed that. I don't know that it did, but it's possible that it did. And then to be clear, turning off that collector node, making that mode disabled, that didn't actually resolve a problem we were hoping it would. So I ended up just leaving it on as an experiment. And so it's not really necessary that it's on, as far as we know. Oh no, you see the particles? You saw how they continued? So that had nothing to do with that. Is the particle effect driven by anime? It is! Yes, it is! That's correct. It is driven by an animation player. That's exactly correct. Yes. Yes, it is. Whoa, that was wild, since it spawned it like twice in a row. I wonder if making them appear way off in the distance in front of the player instead of behind would avoid some of these issues, because even behind the fog, it's still in the viewport. Oh, that's interesting. That is a fascinating idea. Wow. I am super into trying that. That's funny. That is it's such an annoying workaround to just think that everything is right there in the distance. And like maybe depending on someone's GPU or like certain settings that could just become visible. But Joe, is it just you're just asking, or like are you asking because you know something? Because I'm in my mind, even though the particle effect is driven by the animation, actually it does make sense, because the animation player in the first like frame of the animation player, the emission gets turned off. The particle emission gets turned off. In the last frame, the particle emission gets turned on. So if it goes to the collector and the particle emission gets turned off, it would be mid-emission. And then when it comes back, technically, it should still be off. It's not playing it again when it comes back. Which kind of stops making sense to me. But maybe on some level, it still is continuing it. You've had some odd effects using particle effects with animation players. Really? Oh, that's not something I considered. Also, I don't even know how to test for this lag spike anymore. Since like it went away, since I reset a few things, I don't even know if I can tell if that collector change had any bearing on that lag spike. I don't know. I don't know. Because now the lag spike isn't happening. So how am I supposed to test it? I guess we just say, well, it's good for now. We'll wait till it comes back. So that's interesting. That makes me want to do a couple things. Number one, it makes me want to search up Godot particle effects animation player, and just see if anyone else has reported issues with those. And if not, that's okay. Resetting a GPU particle effect by invoking its restart function from an animation call track doesn't seem to work. That's different. That's different. Does anyone here know if I have to / how I can update my pull request? I just improved my shader even more and want that to be what's in the pull request I made. Do I have to make a whole new one? All right. I'll look into your pull request. That's a good thing to try, Joe, is just try, because I can set it up in code. It's you know, it's going to be considerably less convenient to set up, but I could do it. So I'm also not using the restart function at all. Set emitting to true, this works. Call restart. In this case, the effect is still emitting when the animation starts, but the call to restart doesn't seem to have any effect. This is interesting. Oh wow, and they're able to just show it right here in the editor. So there's a restart right there on top of it, and when it loops around again, it doesn't ping. Literally a restart, so it's literally calling a function that's in code. Clicking on it has the intended effect. Oh, this is interesting. I remember someone saying something earlier about the necessity of a track type for particles. Seems what's happening here is that call method tracks will only actually call methods when the scene or game is being run, but not within the editor. Uh-oh. The issue remains that it's extremely difficult to work on animations that orchestrate a number of one-shot particle effects. Absolutely. Being able to restart particle effects through animations would improve things significantly. For new findings, here's a quick and dirty workaround. Create a custom class that extends GPU particles and add a new virtual property. What the hell is a virtual property? Use this for your GPU particle effects, or change the types of existing GPU particle nodes to it. Instead of using a call method track, use a normal property track. Oh, and set that property to true. Oh, that's interesting. Seems like every time I try to use an animation player where visibility is turned off on the first frame and then it turns on, I get all kinds of odd glitches. But then sometimes it works. Interesting. I think I've been okay with that with like meshes, but I don't know. Yeah. This is interesting. Variable hacked emitting. I like how they called it hacked emitting. Boolean get. What is this? I don't even know what this is. We can use get and set this way. Get return emitting. So this is an what? This is how you make a custom property? Wow, I didn't know you could do this. So this is just creating an export tick box, right? It's just an annotation in the inspector. And then there's not even an equals sign. It's just a colon. And then we're saying get return emitting. Which I guess, I don't even understand what this is. What is emitting defined as? Is it defined here, and then it's able to set it up here? Set V, emitting equals V, restart. So this is running the restart function. I guess because it's extending from GPU particles 3D. And it's setting this emitting. I don't really understand why there's this V. I'm a little confused, but it's interesting. And so it's saying on GPU particle, run the restart function that it has if this boolean is checked. And so then this person is animating this. Now I will say, this is very similar to what I'm already doing. Because why would I need to create a custom property? So if I come to, do I have an electric pool? We have a solar panel here. If I come to my animation track over here, it's already a property, and that property is emitting. There's already an emission property, and that's what I'm animating, is this. Maybe the custom property forces it to preload. It's interesting. I mean, you know, at this point, I would just be creating what already exists. There already is an emitting property. So I would just be creating another property. But maybe what you're saying is true, because we'd be putting it in the script or something, as opposed to it being built in somehow. Are we still talking about the lag? It kind of evolved into this because it started out with the lag, and I have no idea what is fixing the lag, other than I reset some files that were already set, and it seems to have gone away for now. I also changed a node that those blocks would go into. I changed it from having a disabled process to having an inherited process. And the reason why I did that is because I thought it might affect the lag issue, but more so I thought it would affect the particle effect issue. And it did not affect the particle effect issue. And then someone brought up a reason why the particle effect issue might be an issue. And that led me down this path of trying to ascertain how to improve the particle effect issue. And now I'm just like not even sure what to think about that either. So overall, I'm basically just confused and I don't know what to do. It might be similar to that particle effect glitch, which I had before. Yeah, I wonder if it won't matter. And then the only way to do it is to run it in code. Which, I mean, if I run it in code, you know, then we're coming back to the same problem this person had potentially, where they're using the restart function in code to try and do it. I mean, basically, I would just need to not use an animation player at all to interface with the particle effect, which is doable. It's just going to be a lot of extra effort because I need to... It's going to be really tricky because I'm going to need to somehow fetch... It's not that tricky, it's just a lot of extra effort. Basically, the way that the degrade animation works, so this has 2 hit points, right? So it tracks how much damage that it has taken. And if it has taken 1 damage, it's going to jump to the end of the animation player. Some things have more than 1 damage that they take. So like the helicopter, for example, has several hit points. And so if it takes 1 damage, it's going to play partway through the animation player. Until it gets to the end, then it will play a different animation. This one, the helicopter isn't a great example. It's kind of it has a unique setup. So let me try something else. The house is a good example. It's a better example. So the house has multiple stages to it. So it takes 1 damage, it'll get rid of like the doors and the windows. If it takes another damage, it'll get rid of the walls, and so on and so forth until it all is gone. So that's every step of the way. So basically in code, I would need to say if it's at, you know, in this case, this is 0.15. When it's at 0.15, or I guess this is actually 0.2. When the damage equals 0.2, then run the particle effect. When the damage equals 0.3, run the particle effect. When it equals 0.6, run the particle effect. So I'll have to do like match statements or something which is just like gonna be a lot of effort, but I can do it if it makes it work properly. If it helps, I've been getting a weird jitter with my 2D prototype, and it ended up being a thing with Vulkan. Ooh. When I switched from forward plus to compatibility, aka OpenGL, the jitters go away. What? I don't know if that is related or if it would help, as that would get rid of some features you might need. Yeah, that's horrifying. But that's really interesting. And so what Zombie is talking about, let's open a new Godot instance. What Zombie is talking about is like when you create a new project in Godot, it asks you what renderer to use, forward plus, mobile, or compatibility. And there are, I'm sure, probably something that I've used that requires forward plus. I'm not exactly sure what, but you know, it is a 3D game. You were making a 2D game, and so that makes it, you know, more possible. Since I'm making a 3D game, that kind of could be an issue. Compatibility, they're saying it's got work in progress, 3D graphics, but it uses OpenGL instead of Vulkan, which means it might skip that issue. It's really interesting. It might also help that I have a GTX 1060, which might not support newer features. Yeah, I have like a 1050 Ti GeForce. It's terrible. It's not a good graphics card. So mine's pretty low end, which could be part of the problem, right? Is that the game, for whatever reason, just is only gonna work on a powerful computer, which isn't something I want to be true, but if it is, it is. On the ready function of the power line, maybe try setting the frame of the player to 0. It should already be that, but it can't hurt. It's an interesting thing to try. So I can actually do that. You said the function of the power line, but I could just do any obstacle, which is true for all of them. So what should I just, first of all, I don't even know how to set frames in code in the animation player. There's no new feature that Godot would have that a GTX 1060 would not support. That's interesting. I know I could just tell it to stop the animation player. Oh, I think it's actually in the hit points, not the obstacle. Where is the animation? Oh, I see. We're just calling it animation degrade. Okay, that's fine. So we'll just say stop it right up there. Why you need to put frames in code? Not even sure. I don't think it is possible. I don't know if stopping resets it to 0. It might. I hope it does. I would like it to. Can't hurt to try. Dragon Blade, it's just trying to, it kind of pivoted from being the topic, pivoted from being about the lag spike, since that is just confounding and yet seems to have resolved itself, to being about the particle effects being buggy. You can set the frame of an animation player in code. You can? I didn't even know. So when I hit these, you see that it disappears before they vanish. Or let me rephrase that. There. Oh, so that didn't fix it. Hopefully you can see the issue though. If I mean, oh, I see. And then with right. So then there also is that. I don't know why those. Look at all these particle effects that are just like playing. I don't know why. I do not know why all these particle effects are playing. Oh, you were thinking of creating a frame. Yeah. No. Doesn't seem to help much though. These particle effects just have minds of their own. And it's weird because that particle effect, I mean, I guess I should, first of all, let me just make sure there's not some other problem with that particular one that is set up. It's all very confusing. See, that one just fired. I honestly, this one, I probably just forgot to take off of one shot, if I'm being honest. I feel like that one, right, is probably that. So this is one shot. This one isn't supposed to be one shot, but it's not the one that's playing. This one is set to one shot. This one isn't supposed to be one shot. Isn't supposed to be one shot. This one is one shot. This is the one I think that keeps playing. Yeah, so they are set to one shot, which is confusing. But I think this is the one that we're seeing for some reason. And I don't know why. All of the particle emissions should be set to off. I think it should be stop. Oh, thank you. Oh, dude, I forget that so often. That is some noob coder crap. Okay, thank you. Gosh, I always forget to just say, no arguments here. I'm a function. I forget that all the time. All the time. All right. Thank you, Albeska. Oh my gosh. I gotta give you an eagle eyes credit for that. That's an eagle eyes credit. Also, a lot of you have been giving me some thoughts. I appreciate that. There's also maybe a setting for particles like autoplay on load. Can't remember. That's interesting. You have to enable emitter on frame 0. What? Why did the music stop? Oh, it's a loop, I see. So, who was that who just said that? That was Albeska. Albeska just gave me an eagle eyes moment. Appreciate it. And then, is Zombie even on here? Zombie's been sharing some thoughts that I appreciate. I'm gonna get a Zombie on here. Zombie bow tie. And then I gotta make sure your formula is up to date. We're gonna say Godot consultant on that one. Joe Schmo has been helping me puzzle this one out. You could say like particle effects stuff. Particle effects. Okay. Oh, and then Gecko was giving us some cool thoughts about things. I don't even have like a tech support. We're gonna say that was tech support. Gecko's not even on here? Oh my gosh. Today, that changes. Update the formula. Tech support. Okay. Phew. You have an enable emitter on frame 0. I have an enable emitter on frame 0? What do you mean? I do? That's probably it then. I do! Hey! Good catch. Okay, so that's that. Now that doesn't solve the whole problem. That's just one little issue. And that's on the reset. That's why. Because on the... That often gets me, is I mess up the reset track. And that becomes a whole entire thing. Nice. Good catch. But on here, it's fine. And it's set to not emit. That often happens. Okay, so that fixes the electric pole problem. Great. However, that doesn't resolve the solar panel, which, by the way, it's not exclusive to the solar panels. The solar panel is just high up in the air, so you see that particle effect get cut off. I did update to make sure that on frame 0, up here, or in the ready function anyway, we try to stop it and set the animation player back to the beginning. Maybe that'll do something. Maybe it won't. Wait, oh, I'll tell you what, that's not gonna fix it. Do you know why? Because this ready function isn't running every time that block comes in. That ready function only happens at the beginning of the game, because we're not actually instantiating those blocks. So, this doesn't make sense. What would make sense is to say before, or rather, when we reset the block. Oh, it's already got it. So it's already supposed to be doing it, in theory. So this is what runs when the chunk goes into the terrain collector before it goes back out into the terrain belt. It runs this function, which is what allows it to replenish. So it's already doing that. We could try the frame control thing, and I don't really know how to do that. Will we do seek? We just like do seek and we make it 0, probably. So right now we have it seeking to the position that it's supposed to be. You know, I don't. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So we do have this. This is what jumps it forward. So like if we are taking a certain number of damage, it's gonna move the animation player to that point of how much damage is lost. So it's possible that it's leaving it there, because we also do pause it at that point. Maybe it's picking up from where it left off somehow, which somehow doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because why wouldn't the, you know, the visibility, because we also are controlling the visibility of the mesh, and so in theory we should see the mesh disappear too or something. But like you were saying, Joe, the particle effects behave differently with the animation player, in which case either I want to start experimenting with using code to change the particle effect state, or this, which is see if we can ensure that we can also say that turn off the particle emission or something. It almost feels like we need to reset the particle emission, or just like reinforce the animation be at 0. Or I could also run the reset animation as well. I think stop might just freeze the current frame until played again. Interesting. Alright, so let's do a seek, because that I assume that's what you mean when we're playing it at a certain frame. So let's do that. I'm gonna pull up the reset damage. And we'll say seek 0.0. And that true, by the way, is for update only. If update only is true, the method audio animation playback tracks will not be processed. I don't really understand what that means, if I'm being honest. If update is true, the animation, there's two. Oh, we're not doing update only, we're doing update, because there's two things here. So we're actually skipping update only, which is defaulting to false. We're saying update true. If update is true, the animation updates too. Otherwise, it updates at process time. I don't know what that means. If update is true, the animation updates to. Okay, I see, I see. So instead of just moving the playhead to the seek position, it's also making the animation appear at that moment, which we definitely want for the general purpose. We definitely want that. And I would think we also want that for this other instance. Okay, so this should be fine. Probably. Something. Let's see if it helps. And basically what reset damage does is when the block goes into the terrain collector, it should be resetting everything, including putting that at 0.0. Oh, I missed the solar panel. And the reason why that's the best one to test is because it's so high up in the air that it gets cut off before it gets a chance to finish. All right, let's see. My hopes aren't high because it's way more fun to find out that it worked. I didn't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay, no, didn't work. So you can see those particle effects, even though we've already you know, left behind that moment. Oops, I got too much damage. I can't reach it anymore. It keeps playing. I hope that makes sense. It's like it should be reset, but it isn't reset. To me, the like most viable, I mean, first of all, no idea if it's gonna help. So I just broke those in the air. They got cut off. When we come back, we'll see them finishing. There they are, see? There definitely are some fences that are still playing. I hate, dude, the particle effects are such a mess. They look like a mess because they're just a bunch of pieces flying around, and like trying to make them work right is a mess. It's just like all messy. All right, well, this is an outstanding issue that I still want to look at. Apparently we're just deep in debug land and there's nothing more to do. I'm still interested in this issue, but I know Pierogigon is eagerly awaiting, which I appreciate, some investigation into their pull request. So it looks like Pierogi closed. Nice. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it, Rogi, is just to like make the pull request and then close it and then make a new one. That probably is the best way to handle it. So that's interesting. Okay, back to a GitHub problem. Like, I've obviously made changes and I haven't pushed them yet, right? Do I bring in this and stash my changes? Or rather, stash my changes, bring in this, apply this, and then resolve the conflicts? Or do I push my changes that I'm currently working on? Do I push them, let Pierogigon know, have Pierogigon get that updated one, or the pull requester get that updated version of the project, set that all up, and then send it back? Which obviously means I have to make sure I don't make any changes, so that way it's up to date. But and it's important because I've been doing stuff to the stuff that Rogi is updating. So like I could push the changes that I've made to the relevant stuff here, and then have Rogi update it, and I can keep working on other things, and then merging those won't be as challenging. I don't really know what the best way to handle that is, actually. Where you set the frame to 0, is there an easy way to get a reference to the solar panel's particle effect and reset it as well? Get a reference to the solar panel's particle effect. The easiest way would be to do a for loop and iterate through all of the particle effect, GPU particle effects. I think the easiest way would be to do that and iterate through all, because right now, I guess I didn't need to make that smaller. Right now, the script that I put the reset function on is right here, and there are all the particle effects. So I think the easiest way would be to iterate through everything that's a GPU particle and tell them all to like reset. Not that I'm exactly sure how to reset it anyway. Like, I mean, I could just say stop emitting, even though I'm not sure that's necessarily going to, you know, I mean, it doesn't seem to work from the animation player. We're multitasking here. Although I'm not sure if anyone who can answer my GitHub question is around. So right now it says that it has no conflicts, but I haven't pushed it. You can just try with the panels first to test. I mean, the thing is I don't think I can. I have to do it with everything, because this scene is instanced everywhere. So like telephone pole, fences, houses, barns, hay bales, trees, all of those things share this same scene. The only difference is locally on each one, they have particle effects added in. So, and if I'm gonna update this script, it has to deal with all of them. So if I try to tell it to only affect the panel, I could, you know, I'd have to say if it has particles 1 damage wood, then only iterate through that one. But at that point, why not just do them all anyway? You know. Right now, do you just have them spawning and despawning completely? No, they are not. So the way that the game works, do we forget this lag thing? I was away for a bit. The lag thing somehow has resolved itself, and I don't know how. I have tried, there's 2 things that potentially could have impacted it. Number 1, I unset all of the textures in the inspector and I put them back. And that seemed to have some kind of positive effect. It didn't totally fix it, but it seemed to make it better. Who knows if it was a coincidence. The other thing that I did is on the main scene. Yeah, exactly. On the main scene, the terrain collector was set to, its process was set to disabled. So what that means is over here in the process, it has a mode. The reason why I did this is because I thought it would improve the particle effect situation. It didn't. It may have had an effect on this other thing, I don't know. So what, and to your question, Zombie, the terrain collector collects terrain chunks. So the terrain chunks aren't despawning and then spawning back in. Instead, what happens is they all begin in this node. That is to say, there's a list of all of the chunks. They're children of this node. And then as the level goes on, those nodes that are children of the terrain collector get reparented to the terrain controller in scene. And then this terrain collector is off screen. So the idea is that instead of despawning and spawning things, we're just moving them between these 2 nodes. So nothing is spawning and despawning. Now in this node, we had to your question, Rogi, we had an experiment where we changed the process mode. So if I change this to disabled, you'll see that this grays out. And this was to resolve some other issue where collisions were happening on the terrain collector that we didn't want to happen. And this didn't actually end up resolving the issue at all, but I left it like this just to like see what would happen. So I changed this. This was like this when we were getting those lag issues. It was like this, but I changed this to inherit, and I have no idea if it had an impact on those lag spikes. But technically, it is very related to the moment where we were getting the lag spikes, which is that something is moved between these two nodes. So that's all I got. And then the particle effect issue, it just all kind of feels a little not tangential, adjacent, if unrelated. So yeah, okay, so where are we at? Oh, Joe just said, yeah. Oh, and this for the pull request thing. It seems like something got better. It seems like something might have gotten better. I don't know. It could just also be like my GPU. Zombie came through and mentioned something about switching to compatibility mode made a similar issue go away. But I don't think, I'm thinking it's probably not an option for me to switch this project to compatibility mode. So, and what that would do is go between Vulkan and OpenGL. So perhaps, you know, there's something with the renderer and then my computer and something, I don't know. But, so that is to say, it could be a more powerful computer wouldn't experience those lag spikes. I don't know. But as far as your pull request goes, I just kind of put out like a general GitHub etiquette or like, you know, best practices question, which is, do I push my changes so that you, the pull requester, can catch this up? Because I've made changes to the things that you've modified. I just haven't pushed them yet because I'm literally in the middle of doing it. I could make that push, and you could sort this out so it's ready to merge. Or I could stash my changes, bring in your pull, and then sort it out so it works. And I'm not really sure what is the best thing. Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to, that would be the easiest for me. All right, so let me... And then I just have to make sure I either... And this is why it also comes up as a question for me, because, you know, if I'm in the middle of working on it, you know, it means I either just make sure I don't touch it, I don't update it until you're done, or I just make sure I don't mess with anything related to what you're doing, or I just keep going and it gets messed up and you have to do this all over again. Whichever is easiest for you is my request. Okay. Very well. So it shall be then. Is it time sensitive? Like, I have to sort it out right away? I'm technically free right now. I'm just asking. Yeah, it would be... I mean, to me, it is time sensitive because I ideally wouldn't make any other changes to the game right now. I will just, like, wait for you to finish. So that way you don't have to merge anything. But I don't know. You know, I'm still kind of figuring out the best ways to handle this. What did I do? Shader experiments. Lag experiments. Particle stuff. Ugh. Lag debug particle stuff. Set terrain collector node to node's process type to inherit the default instead of disabled. You don't mind rebasing. Instead disabled, and then it made miscellaneous updates to the ranch terrain block shaders. Added an ineffective animation stop function to the block reset function. All right, I think that's, oh, something in globals. I think I just didn't do anything here really. I tried to add like a breakpoint and then I took it out. Oh, refactored some grabbing language to be hitting. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, that's stuff. That's things. For a few hours. That's some stuff. All right, I'm pushing it. It has been pushed. Rogi, you're on. Wow, immediately. GitHub's like, we got issues. We got problems. Oh, at least this time it lets me resolve it in the editor. It's always nice. Always appreciate that. But thinking about the particle effect thing, I mean, if... I guess we're gonna try iterating through, and I guess all we're doing is we're just telling the particle effect to stop emitting as soon as it's supposed to be reset. You know, if it has something to do with the frustum, it might not work. And then there's also Rogi's very interesting idea of trying to put the terrain collector in the distance behind the fog. The fog isn't perfectly opaque, but it still might be interesting to see if that makes any difference. So the tiles aren't ever freed from the queue, right? How is all the damage reset again? So that's that that reset damage function that I was updating. That's how it's done. So let me pull that up. I must not make any changes. Well, I'm sure Godot will do something weird. So right here, every single time that a node goes from the terrain controller to the terrain collector, it runs this function. And this function resets the health, the current health, to the max health. And then it updates the hit points. And then it also runs this function, which adds the collision back on, since the collision was removed once it was destroyed. It also has been doing animation degrade stop, which in theory resets the animation. And then, you know, we tried adding in seek 0.0 true just to like further say, go back to the beginning, right? And that's not making any difference here. Now, it is bringing the animation to the beginning, like it is working. The only thing that isn't working right is the particle effects. But like, you know, the obstacle itself is becoming visible again, and the visibility is only controlled on the animation. So the animation is technically working and resetting. What we're not sure of is why the particle effect doesn't behave just like things like the meshes and whatnot. If I'm understanding your setup right, I don't think there would be any way to get around resetting the particle effects. It's interesting because I don't even personally understand why it's an issue to begin with. Cause like, why wouldn't the particle effect just keep happening? Or reset itself? I mean, it sounds like you must understand some. I mean, I can't really change anything. I'm still not sure if Rogi has sorted out this. I don't think so, because I think GitHub would just immediately be like, conflicts resolved. But Rogi, let me know if you're there. Are you there? But yeah, so let me show you at least like what happens, just so it's all clear. There's like a lot of conflicts, and it's making me erase them in the text editor. No! Oh, I'm so sorry. And the app isn't showing any options. Dang. Okay, well, as long as you're on top of it, do what you gotta do. So here's the terrain collector, currently behind the camera. So nothing is freed. Nothing is freed. Nothing is instantiated. Everything is already here. This is that terrain collector where chunks go or wait to be added in to the terrain controller, which is the belt or the movement. And so when a particle effect happens and it ends up here, that particle effect gets cut short. When it comes back into the terrain controller, in theory, it's not supposed to be emitting anymore. But for some reason, we see it finish where it left off when it came here. Maybe that if the particles aren't visible, they stop playing, I'm guessing. Right. And also, at the same time, they're actually being set to not emit at the same time. They're being told to stop it because that animation player is being reset, and at the frame 0, emitting that particle is set to 0, or is set to false. But yeah, right. So that could also be true. It's just weird that, like, so there's also the restart function, which is something that someone was talking about in that GitHub issue, or that other issue. So, like, while it may be that we have to call that in some funky way based on what that person was saying, the thing is I feel like restart sounds like it's gonna play it. But I wonder if it could somehow halt it from happening, or if there isn't some other function, you know, that might be worth looking into. I think I was in the middle of doing that, and then I went into the other thing. So let me see the GitHub thing. So let me get back into the GPU particle documentation. Amount ratio, these are just properties. So there is no restart property. We have the emitting property. These are all things that we normally see when we're in the inspector and we can change or whatever. Oh, and so, by the way, something else that I have experimented with is changing the lifetime of the emission. And that has worked, except that I can't put the lifetime to 0. And this is actually kind of interesting in terms of, like, explaining what might be happening. But let's see. So on, let's say, the solar panel, wherever it is. Oh, the animation must be at the end. So on the solar panel, there it is, that's a particle effect. Its lifetime is set to 2 seconds by default. I'm actually keyframing the lifetime here to be 0.01 at the beginning, as opposed to at the end I have it set to 2 seconds. That is to say, be 2 seconds later on, only be 0.01. Unfortunately, it won't actually let me make it less than this. But if I remove this and we don't even set that property at all, and we play it, if I remember correctly, it'll last longer when we loop around again. So there, cut it off. See how it lasted a while after it came back? So I only did one, but we'll see if one comes back here. So there they go. Now, if I set that back, I think it's going to be shorter. All right, so that's back, going to 0.01 there. And now if I play it, let's see what happens. I think it'll be noticeably different. Okay, so there they go. They got cut off. That actually wasn't that different. I thought it would be faster, but it wasn't. It does make me wonder if some of the other settings we did are like interfering with that. Let me see if like the reset, what its lifetime is at, 0.01. All right, well, I thought that would do something, because that was just like another theory. Like, well, maybe if we tell it to be really, really short. I mean, I guess I could also, you know, oh, maybe what the test I did was setting the lifetime in general to be very, very short. That could also be, I mean, obviously the particle effect will look bad. I'm just gonna get rid of that lifetime entirely there. I have an idea. Call method track on the animation where you call particles dot restart. I see. And that, so is that, are you saying to try what this other issue, Rogi says they've gotten these sorted out, nice. Joe says wait, don't worry, I have to wait, we need to do Progigon's thing anyway. Yeah. So this, by the way, is in at least 3.5.1 of Godot. Was reported as an issue. If you call GPU particles restart from animation player, it doesn't seem to work. Which, you know, whatever. So we can try it, but we should keep this in mind. And so what this person had to do was actually create a property based on this function, so that way they could more easily call this. So basically they were not able to get this function to work. Here they have like a looping animation, and then they have the restart function being called right here, and it's not restarting it. And then what they ended up doing was they created a custom property for restart via a script, and then they animated that via a property track. So we might have to do that just for some context. All right, so Rogi says, I think I just fixed the conflicts. If I did it right, all shader things I kept from my files and everything else I kept from your files. I made a new branch because it was scary. Their problem is not in-game. That's true. That's important. But are they saying, but I don't think they're saying that whether it is or isn't in-game at all. They're at least showing it in editor, but they don't really mention whether in-game has anything to do with it. But that's important. I'm a little confused what you mean. I think I just fixed the conflicts. All shader things I kept from my files, and everything else I kept from your files. I might understand that. So like, obviously I updated some things regarding the shaders. So like maybe the update, like for example, putting in ThoughtT's mix, for example, I adjusted the gradient. That was your original gradient. I adjusted that a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. So I don't know. But okay, I will merge this real quick. I have to use the loo. I've been chugging tea. I'll be right back. I promise it won't take me very long. I already have a snack. I'm not gonna go sneak a snack. I already got a snack. Less than 2 minutes. Whoa! BRB is stretched out. What happened to the BRB? Oh, what have we done to the BRB? Okay, I'll be right back. I think your changes to the gradient I had because I pulled before updating. Nice. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Less than 2 minutes. Enjoy the music. Stretch your legs. Get a snack. We'll do the pull request and keep playing with the particles. I guess that's what I'm doing. I mean, there's all kinds of things I want to do, but sometimes other things take precedent, and that's just what it is. That's just the way it is. It has to be okay. I'm gonna try to get some other coding. I am gonna try to do some other coding. I guess we are coding. Coding is what coding does. Coding is coding. Okay. All right. Let's get this pull request sorted out. Sort it out. Let me make sure I discard these changes that do not matter. Throw them in the garbage. They do not matter. And then we'll come over here. I don't know, I guess just merge it. I don't know, I feel like, so I'm still not sure like how I like test these things out. Like locally run it. This isn't pushing, right? This is just, but this is merging. Like I kind of wish I could just pull it without merging it. Just as like a matter of habit and experience. I don't really know how to do that. Like, would the best way to do that be to like download it manually? Like come to code, check out with GitHub desktop. What does that mean? Check it out? Just check it out? Oh, wow. That is how I would do that. Oh, so now I'm operating on Pierogigon's branch on the pull request 17. Whoops, I just opened the wrong one. Stop that. Stop this. Come to Pierogigon 17, or not Pierogigon. I keep thinking it says Pierogigon. That's pull request 17. So I fetched that, which means if I open up this, it's gonna be that new one, right? With Rogi's new stuff. And I haven't merged it yet. This is the way. This is not as bad as it looks, probably. It's probably fine. I'm just gonna reload the project. I'm sure it's just a visual glitch. Right? 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 Come on, Godot. I believe in you. Are we waiting on Godot? I've lost my book because it doesn't happen very often. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I think when I opened the merge thing, there was a random offset that was still on, and it glitched. I had to delete it. Really? But once I did that, it looked good. I was just, I commented it out so we could keep it. You got rid of it? So I'm actually not, if this is yours, I'm not even, I haven't even merged it yet. This is wild that it's putting the shader in the output. I'm experimenting with trying it locally before merging. I don't know if I'm doing it correctly. Still commented out, but it was in the shader code. So is this the updated one? Oh, it was in here. I see. Oh, yeah. Oh, so I actually had changed it. Basically what I did was I did this. Yeah. I had done that. I guess it didn't save. Maybe I don't know, that's weird. I did do that. So what I did was I commented out this line and then I changed it like this. That's what I had done. But maybe you know what might have happened? I might have Control-Z'd it and accidentally gotten rid of it. That's probably what happened, if anything. Or something. Okay, so albedo gives gradient color 1. Oh. Is this, and this is the new shader? Presumably? Oh yeah, because there's only one gradient texture instead of 2. Wait, so how does this work? Oh, you made the far end. Wow. So now the dirt is all the way over here. That's the idea that you had, and it immediately worked. Oh, and look at it, it's smooth. It's not pixelated. And there's not green wrapped around it. Oh, this looks awesome. What? I made a new float called blue value ratio, and that controls how much the dark brown is mixed in. Wow. Is that bug with the call method track just saying that it doesn't work in the editor, but that it should work when playing the game? I skimmed over it, but I'm not sure if I read it right. That's what Dragonblade says. Dragonblade says what you're saying. But if you skimmed it, I guess I don't need to put the link, but just in case, I'll put it in here. It's uniform, so you can play with it. Oh my gosh. I love this. I also really love managing all of these like different problems at once. Honestly, sometimes I feel like something that I want to explore more as a game developer is like managing a team, and moments like this remind me of that. It's obviously something that requires a lot of other skills still, but I enjoy the chaos of it. Yeah, so it's possible that you might be right. I just the thing is I didn't, right, it does say on up here on the editor. That's true. I wasn't sure if it was clarified anywhere that it wasn't working in the game. So, okay, so we should still do it then. I don't give a crap if it's not in the editor. I couldn't care less. Doesn't matter to me. Okay, so Roga created a blue value ratio over here. Mask texture is unchanged, I presume. Yeah, it looks like the same one. You didn't even have to do anything different there. Noise texture is the same. We just only have one gradient texture this time. And in the parameters, we have blue value ratio. Didn't change it? Impressive. Think it should work? Let's try it, Joe. Whoa. Seems to be affecting a lot more than the blue, unless it isn't. And I just like am confused. I love it. I love it. I averaged blue and red channels so that they wouldn't conflict with each other. Smart. So you're adding them together and then multiplying them by the mask value. You're adding together the mask value red, the blue value ratio, and then multiplying that. Blue ratio of 3 shows what it does. Blue ratio 3. I'm just playing around with it. I don't even know. So like if I were to, let's say I wanted to not have it be dirty at all, right? Also, I think it's funny that the albedos aren't doing anything anymore, but they're still there. So just suppose I wanted it to not be dirty. Basically, the highest blue ratio takes the dark brown and replaces regular browns with it more. Interesting. I guess if I wanted to do that, I would come to the gradient and push this over. Or change this color to match the other brown. Interesting. Huh. Where have you gone? Come back. I'm kind of confused by it. I like it. I'm just kind of confused by it. Kind of the same. Either way works. Oh, yeah. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I think I just need to adjust the size. Uh-oh. Nice. That's much less. And then if I bring the blue value down. Interesting. So it's almost like, I'm trying to imagine like if I wanted it to be like solid brown. Without it being green on the eye. I don't really care. I'm just like curious. Like it's like literally it's not necessary. I'm just curious. Like, this is awesome. This bar really be going fast. Well, look at that nice green patch. Lovely. Whoa. I mean, there's a lot of variety here that's possible. And interesting to play with. Yeah, you've done so good at blending the browns together. Whoa. That looks so cool. Seeing like, and it honestly, it makes so much sense with the gradient. Like you can literally see when you adjust the, not the noise strength, the blue value ratio, you can literally see it like going across the UV map, which is really cool. You know, here it's like right around here at the lowest, and at the furthest it's more around here. It's really cool. I think there are further improvements I could do. I could do an actual weighted average, and that would be a bit better. Oh my gosh. This is awesome. It looks so good. It looks so good. Dang. Just gotta make sure it doesn't reach to the edge here. But as far as I can get it. Oh, it looks so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh man, it looks awesome. Like I am in I am not in need of you making changes. But if you do make changes, I'm sure I'll enjoy them. But right now, I feel like this is completely, utterly, and absolutely enough. Amazing, amazing, amazing work. You know, I'll continue making more level chunks and see, like, if anything comes up. You know, this is just for the cattle ranch section. Like, who knows what I want for the small town or whatever. But this looks awesome. We've got some nice variance in the dirt. We've got variance between the dirt and the grass. It looks so good. And I can adjust what that variance looks like. Yeah, keep working on it. You got a talent for it. You have a talent for it. Honestly, you could put this on GodotShaders.com. Not that you, I mean, whatever. You don't have to, but you can make a profile and see how many people like your things. You know, if you wanted to share it or others with the world. I guess I'd have to, like, decide how I feel about that. Since for this project. I have to think about that, actually. I still haven't really decided on a license for the game or things in the game. And as soon as I do decide on a license, that's it. It has been licensed as that. But as long as I don't define a license, then it doesn't have one, and I can assert whatever I want at some point. But as soon as I do, everything before that point is always going to be true. Alright. Amazing, Rogi. Frick's sake. That's a whole other credit right there. Similar, yeah, make more! Make more! The world needs it. If I put it on Godot Shaders' website, I would make a brand new scene from scratch that's just a mesh with colors, for an example. Yes, yes. Do it! Do it! Right, you have the capacity to do that. The world needs your shaders. Alright. Look at all those shader points. It's for, I don't know why it does. The dark reader is so weird on Google Docs. I don't fully understand why it's so weird on Google Docs. But it is. It, like, doesn't appear. But it says 4. There's 4 credits for you on shaders. You've been pumping them out. Alright. So back to the other thing. I mean, I want you to know how much I love this. Let's look at it on the other one, too. I'm sure it also looks awesome. Oh my gosh. It's so creamy. It's so smooth. It just looks natural. It looks so good. Oh my gosh. No notes. Excellent work. Is all I can say. Thank you. And thank you. Better than I could have possibly imagined. As for the particle effect situation. So what we're going to try to do is on the hit point script, create a function. And this function is particle effect, or reset, we'll say reset particle effects. And on here, I'm gonna need to iterate through all of them on there. Hey, what's up, Jose? Now I can work with you in the background. Yes, welcome, coworkers. I appreciate that you want to hang out and co-work with me. Remember to take breaks and stuff like that. But yeah, welcome on in. Good luck with your project. Hope you're doing good, Jose. My partner literally goes to this website called Flown, and when they're doing work, it's like a website where people are just like working. And they're just like streaming themselves working. I think it's called, is it called Flown? Virtual co-working for focus. And it's just like a bunch of people who are just out here co-working. And you just literally watch the video. I don't know, I guess you gotta sign up. Did I see ADHD? I love it. It's just, you know, you don't know anything about these people. They're just like live streaming themselves on a computer. But it's like, it's legit a thing that helps. It's just being in the presence of other people who are working. Okay, reset particle effects. So I want to say I guess we need to establish what that means, right? For object in get children. So we want to get children. We can just get children from the hit points. And that'll be fine. Yeah, I think was it flown.com? Oh, I guess I should probably merge it. Now that I approve Rogi's update, I should probably merge it, right? I guess I should do so. Wait, I need to do more diligence before I continue. I got me some soda and Chef Boyardee spaghetti. I'm ready for a long stream. Let's go, Insane Alpha Beta. Yeah, we are not even halfway through. We're not even halfway through, man. So yeah, buckle up. Let's go. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You know, solving problems, doing my best. I feel like I'm mostly out here squashing bugs today, which is, it's fine. But generally, I do feel pretty good today. I got enough sleep. You're reinstalling Unreal Engine 5.3 because the recent version has bad performance. You know, I heard someone else say that, actually. But, I'm glad that there's a pathway for you to get the performance that you're looking for. I know that's gonna be a whole thing. Like, it's just like reinstalling Unreal Engine isn't like a quick hour task. It's like your day. Your day is reinstalling Unreal Engine. I hate that. I hate doing all that. Yeah. Oh, so let me make sure I get this. I need to merge this pull request properly. So the only thing I'd want to check is just like a couple things. Yeah, this is the same. Okay, so I think everything's fine. And then I'll just run it. Let me just look at it. I'm sure it's fine, but I didn't merge the pull request yet. I tried checking it out. Oh, is my breakpoint left in there? Oh, no, I just started a function and I didn't finish it. Kind of incorrect. Not supposed to do that. All right, now let's try it. Okay. Great, looks good. Oh, did you see all that lag? There's the laggy. Did I just see an invisible thing underneath? Oh, I know why that happened. I bet I know why that happened. We got some problems. Yeah, you saw it. It was kind of scary. Yeah. Oh, something else was scary? Wait, what? Definitely look just in case, because I've never done it in the text editor before. Oh yeah, that is scary. Yeah, that is scary. Okay, so real quick, I need to fix, so I think what happened, I think the reason why there was something invisible underneath is because I accidentally moved the terrain block. Which does, oh yeah, oh my god, this is all messed up. This is not what it's supposed to be. We'll just reset that. So that isn't off center. Let's double check this one too. Make sure we didn't move it. It's moved. It's moved a bit. Oh my god. How do these get moved so badly? What? I didn't even notice that. We are still getting that weird lag spike, but it's like, it comes and it goes. And I'm still not really sure why it goes. I barely understand why it comes in the first place. But different things, so I'll tell you one thing. Changing the terrain collector to be inherited on the process mode does not seem to be having a positive impact. So far, the best thing that I've noticed is literally resetting the materials and the textures on there. Although now it's not happening. So it's like, you know, there might be some issue where it's loaded in memory the first time, which I remember, I've seen that in some other people's things too. I know Dragon Blade had that with the game that they submitted to the 1 Hour Game Jam. I've seen it in different like Game Jam entries on itch.io. People will say the first time it loads really slow and then it doesn't. So I do wonder if it's not some kind of Godot Vulkan situation like Zombie was alluding to. And it's like a Godot-ism. And maybe there's some way around it, but who knows. Is there any kind of debug thing you can use to see what's happening once the lag spike happens? There is, the profiler. And I've used it, but the profiler will tell me what it usually tells me is the issue, which is the terrain moving forward. So I did that earlier. And it's almost always the terrain moving. Because anything that's on the terrain will conflict or will be related to what happens when the terrain moves. So if there's like a really bad collision issue happening on the terrain chunk, there's more profilers? Well, I'd be happy to try them. Is the terrain collector still inherited? It is. Yeah, I checked that. I actually just checked that. It is. And so I knew because this wasn't grayed out. So I don't think that had any positive effect. But you can see it's not happening anymore, right? Memory and graphics profiler. All right, let's try them. Yeah, so all that the profiler told me was that something that has to do with the terrain chunks moving forward. It's like, yeah, I know. This probably wouldn't do anything, but if it has to do with loading, then we can just load all the different terrains first before we start. Well, that's just it. They are all loaded before we start. That is already true. I also feel like I moved. This isn't supposed to be in the way. I think this might have been misaligned for a long time, and I just now realigned it, which is kind of funny that I didn't realize all this time it's been misaligned. By the way, let me just deal with this real quick. First of all, one of these boundaries is not visible, and I don't know why. There's a couple things I need to deal with here. Okay, so that's really interesting. I did not realize that this had its tree in the way. I do not want the tree to be in the way. I mean, I do. What I want is, well, I'll leave it. But what I want is something I've been meaning to do for a long time, which is have control over which blocks spawn when. But all these other little bugs keep taking up my time, and I can't work on what I want to work on, which makes me very irritated. But, oh well. So, because this tree, since it's in the center, it means that the player might spawn right on top of it. I want to fix that, but we can't do everything all the time. So, oh well. And this terrain chunk was moved over, which is why I didn't notice it, because this was incorrectly moved over, and I just fixed it so it's centered, and now this problem has brought itself back on. And sure, I could just move this out of the way, but now we have this weird treeless center, and I hate it. But I will let it go. I will let it go for this time. See how that happens so easily? Just accidentally move it? I wish I could lock the movement down. Like, I kinda can, but then it's gonna lock everything else down that I need. Okay. Got that out of the way. So that problem hasn't been an issue. But yeah, so in St. Alpha Beta, everything is already loaded in the scene. So if I pull this out... Oh gosh, what did I do? Nothing? Okay. If I pull the camera back so you can see what's happening. Yeah, you can lock it, but it locks too much because here's the problem, Rogi. Yeah, I don't know if I can lock transforms, but you can only lock the entire node, right? So up here in the top, you can lock the node itself, right? The only other option would be to encode, say, set its position in the ready function to something something, so that way whatever I do in the editor doesn't matter, because it'll just move it back anyway. That would probably be another way to deal with it. That feels a little weird to me, because then I wouldn't even notice if these are off, which maybe doesn't matter, but maybe it does. I don't know. But yeah, so if I lock this node, this is the parent node, which, like, then, I mean, maybe that's fine. You know, I don't know. Can I not change this stuff? I can. I mean, maybe I try locking it. I don't know. No, it's actually not affecting the children, which I'm a little surprised by. So there's that. That actually did only affect the transform. So you know what, Rogi? You were onto something. You were onto something. I wonder if I lock it in the instance, will that lock it? No, so I can't. Oh wait, maybe I can. So if I lock it here and I come to the block, it doesn't stay locked. So it doesn't update that. Let me make sure I save it. And we come back over here. Oh, it is! That did lock it. Nice. Oh, cool. You know what? Maybe that's the way to go. Maybe that's correct, Rogi. You know what? Nice. Nice. It's not affecting the children right now. We'll see if there's some problem later on that I'm like, oh, I wish I didn't do that. But for now, not bad. Good call. Good call. I gotta throw you a Godot consultant for that, solving that problem. Shoot. So, okay. What else was I doing? My dear God. Oh, I was showing Insane Alpha Beta how the terrain controller works and how it's already all loaded in anyway. And by the way, I feel like that lag issue is gone now, which is just like so irritating. Okay, so we're gonna take a little journey here. So you see back here, this is holding all of the terrain chunks right behind the camera. And then the terrain chunks are randomly getting chosen to be moved in front of the player. Can you tell me how you use the Excel page for translating the game? Oh, so you just mean, you're just saying in general how I do this? Yeah, the Excel page is just for credits. I just keep track of everybody who has contributed and what their contribution was to the game. Yeah. There's a link in the description box, I think. If there's not, it's on the repo. It might not be in the description box, but it is on the repo, which is in the description box. So if you go to the GitHub page for the project, scroll down, and then right at the bottom, in the authors section, there's other credits. And that'll take you to it, if you want to look at it and see like how it's set up or whatever. All my credits are disappearing. Just kidding. I thought it was funny that all the numbers disappearing. Yeah, I don't know why. It's something to do with the dark reader or not. I don't know. But it's not affecting the actual quality of the count. See how that's 26? If I get rid of it, it's 25. So, like, I don't know. Google Sheets is freaking weird. But yeah, so it's all already loaded in. And I would say that even though we saw that issue at first, it's now gone. It's now gone. Similar thing happens when I build the game. It seems like at first there will be an issue and then there won't. But then if I build it again, the issue is gone again. So, you know, that makes me, and I don't know if I know anything or if I'm correct about anything, but it makes me think that on some level, it's adding some data onto my computer that it then remembers. Wow, it's so different having it moved over, because I don't even see that it's that terrain block, right? Because look, this is the one that has the terrain on it, but it doesn't even look like, it just looks like nothing, and you have to walk all the way over here to even find it. I don't know from a level design perspective if that's a good idea, to hide that from the player. I actually think the way that it was designed was better before. But instead of moving the entire block over, what I should do is move everything on the block over. Which kind of sucks, because that means I have to redo a lot. Dang, I didn't design this one well. It's tough, because like, then it's asking the player to wander around and go find these cows that maybe they didn't know were there. Which, like, that's a game. But, I don't know, it's like, it feels like the player might not even notice that. Oh, you know what? It's probably also because I have it, you know what? I bet it's a lot easier to see if you see them coming. Because I have this currently set to 2, when normally it's at like 8. So you can see out in the distance. You can tell that they're coming towards you. So then you have a better chance to see the farm. Okay. That's fine. We're good. No problem. Yeah, and that was on purpose in St. Alpha Beta. The reason why I set that up was because we were debugging the lag spikes. And so if I have that draw distance very far, it makes it less clear what is causing the lag spikes. But if I make it really short, it's really obvious. Yeah, which one is causing it. Yeah, this is fine. So you can see it. So now you can see it from far away. And then it's, okay, we're fine. I have to remember to set these things back. I was like, man, the game doesn't look like I remember it. So there you can really clearly see it as a player and come over here and be like, ooh, I'm gonna get those cows. Give me those cows. Yeah, got those cows. Could probably put that tree back. Well, I can't, because the reason why I can, but not yet. The reason why I keep the tree is actually more for live streaming purposes. If I put the tree there, there's a chance the player spawns on top of that tree. And not only that, but let's say I gotta go take a bathroom break. I can't leave this running because we'll run into the tree. That is less important. But, you know, something that I've been meaning to work on, but I haven't gotten to because we keep having to solve other problems, is I want to code in a way to control what spawns when. So when the game starts, I want it to insert some benign chunks. So like some cornfields or something. Some ones that aren't going to hurt you. And then after it does those few, it'll start spawning in ones that might have a tree that you run into. So right now there's just this open area right here, which, like, whatever. But ultimately I'd like there to be a tree there so the player is forced to move around and not stay in the center. But for now, it causes some issues where we spawn into damage. And so one day I'll be able to deal with that. Imagine you're gonna invade Earth and you spawn in a tree and you're just screwed. You know, there's something very poetic about that, though. Okay, so resolving different problems, everything's fine. We're trying to get this pull request merged, and that's sorted out. I think it all seems fine. It all seems fine to me. I'm not, like, noticing any big issues, and if there is an issue, oops, I missed it. There are a lot of debugger errors. What's all that about? Error calling from signal, something hit. Oops. Oh, method expected 1 argument. Oh, yeah. Ah, I knew that refactoring would cause a problem. Yes, I knew it would cause a problem, but I was happy that it wasn't. It's just not crashing the game. Yeah, expected 1 argument, but call it 2. So this, oh god. So this is something I did earlier, where I refactored something hit. It was something grabbed, but now the actual something grabbed ones are causing an issue. These humans have built wooden obstacles on 90% of this planet. How'd you go about learning GDScript? Unfortunately, I can't like point you to a resource. I learned GDScript from you guys. I learned it by opening up the editor and messing around and live streaming that. And then people came through and helped me. That's how I learned. But, you know, based on a lot of that, I feel like, you know, the best advice I can give is like, experiment. Experiment and ask questions. Find the Godot Discord, ask questions there. Find community who you can check in with. Yeah, the Brackeys videos, you know, they're just getting started. So, like, it's possible that as time goes on, there will be a lot more Brackeys GDScript tutorials that can help you. But, you know, for me, there's tutorials. I don't super love tutorials. I think Brackeys does a good job of making sure that they're explaining like every little fundamental thing. But at the end of the day, a tutorial isn't going to be in tune with what you're trying to do. And it's going to leave out a lot of things that you need to know. Tutorials are made generally for clicks. They're made for views. They're entertainment. And so they're not going to be able to cover every possible use case. And so the more, you know, like, I mean, take the terrain controller example. So the terrain that moves forward, I got that code from a tutorial. It didn't have a lot of context about how it will work with a game. And I've had to make a lot of changes to it to fit the game that I'm making. But it made for a great little video where it's like, oh my gosh, look at this. I can get this up and running in no time. Of course, they actually gave you the code as opposed to teaching you how to do it. But regardless, I think in general, tutorials can not necessarily be the greatest way to learn. They can help. So yeah, I say just experiment, ask questions, try to get help that's related to your actual problem, and use the documentation. And that's, for me, it took months to feel like I can look at the documentation and understand what it's saying. And so that may take time, but the documentation is really helpful. And then other than that, really just experimentation. I wish I could point you to a ton of resources, and maybe someday I can. But right now, all I can say is you guys have taught me. So, did you have initial programming knowledge before Godot? Not really. I mean, a little bit. Like, I had done, like, HTML and stuff. And then I did a lot of visual scripting, so, like, Unreal Blueprints and other stuff. And I honestly don't feel like the visual scripting really helped me learn text code that much. It did, like, help me think of, like, general principles on how I should structure a project and, you know, go about pseudo-coding things, but it didn't really help me understand the fundamentals of how text code is put together. And so to me, I don't feel like I really had programming knowledge. I had like a general knowledge, but nothing specific. It feels like I only just started. I would say after you have a basic understanding of programming, whatever language you use, jump on a site like Code Wars that provide pseudo projects for you to solve. Help solidify the knowledge. That's an awesome tip. I've never used that. I miss text code, honestly, but I don't want to use raw C++. Yeah, C++ seems scary. I mean, look, the only language I know is GDScript, right? So I've kind of had my hand held a little bit. Oh yeah, this looks cool. This looks cool. Link your GitHub. Sharpen your coding skills. Yeah, this looks awesome. Yeah, and that's something, you know, I would love to like build a community resource that we can point to when people ask those questions. Because people ask those questions a lot when they come to these live streams, and I just kind of like don't have good answers. but I want to be able to help you guys. You know, I'd like for the Discord to be able to have that, but I think it's hard because the Discord is still young and it gets messy on Discord in terms of like finding things. So, you know, I'd almost need to really like vet certain things and compile the best things into like a special place. Someday I'd love for hypergame.dev to be more, but it's not. It's literally just a website with the last video on it. There's nothing to see here. But it'd be cool if like someday I could be like, go to hypergame.dev and you can get all the help that you need. But I don't really have time to deal with that right now. But if you guys help each other, that's the best thing. And that's what has helped me, is the community. Nothing has been more helpful than the community. But this is a really cool suggestion, and I feel like this would do well to go into like, if there was ever like a compiled list of ways to help, this website would belong in that list, would be my guess. Thanks for letting us know about it. Codewars.com. Comes recommended by Zombie, and I think it looks nice. Oh, I guess I could type it like an actual link, so it's useful. I think I typed that right. I know Acert said the knowledge carries over, so I do think it helped maybe at a basic level. Yeah. So my opinion is that yes, some things carry over, but like, for example, when I go back to visual scripting, which for reasons I currently am away when I'm not streaming, I find that it's teaching me bad coding habits and like text coding habits, because a visual scripting language is not, it's just so different. It's so different, and every visual scripting language is different from the other. There's no standardized aspect to visual scripting, and it doesn't reflect any of the standards about text coding. And so, like, very, very, very few. Like, yes, there are variables, but honestly, and or statements, like, you don't really need them that much in text code. Like, you do, but it's like not a big deal. It's like literally, at least in GDScript, you just type the word and it's like you move on. Whereas in visual scripting, it's a lot more complicated to set up if statements, to set up and statements, to set up or statements. It's way more complicated to set that up compared to how easy it is to set up in text code. And so that just doesn't even become an important thing anymore. And what becomes important is how you structure your code, and how the syntax that you use, and whether things are on a physics process or, you know, whatever. Like, there's just so much more. There's so much more to learn that visual scripting leaves out. You can use Rust if you want C++ comparability without going fully unprotected memory right away. Whoa. I certainly hear people like Rust a lot, but I am super ignorant to coding languages. I know some folks know a lot about different languages, but I am too new to understand. But Gecko has said that. I first started learning programming on Code Wars. It's an awesome resource. Nice. All right, so Code Wars. I'll try to remember to tell people about it. I'll say I've never used it, but I hear that it's quite useful. Years and years ago. It's insane. Yeah, it was just for it's for HypeHype. It's a platform that I have an opportunity to potentially make some money on, and I wish I could not use it. Honestly, it's got visual scripting. I do not like it, but I need money, and it's an opportunity to make money, so I'm doing it. There are things that you simply can't do in visual scripting, and you won't learn anything about coding if you don't rely on the functions that visual script systems use most. Logic operators / selector. That's true. Right. Right. Yes, there are some things that you learn in a very general sense, but there are super specific things that are much more common than the generalities that you'll learn in visual scripting. There's much more specific instances that come up in text coding that I just don't think visual scripting can really teach you. And this is coming from someone who was a visual scripting purist. I swore I'd never do text coding, and that visual scripting is as good as text coding. It's just different. But then I started doing text coding, and I love it. Like, so often I'm doing stuff in visual scripting, and I'm like, oh my god, if I had text code, I could do this in 10 seconds. But like in visual scripting, I have to play a freaking puzzle game to figure out how to make it work. It's so irritating. It's so irritating. I despise it. Managing data types in visual scripting is so much harder in my experience. Data types? That sounds like something. Free Code Camp is cool too, but it's pretty much all focused on web dev. Oh, okay. Okay, Free Code Camp. Thanks for the heads up. If you're interested in web dev, Free Code Camp is a way to go. Nice. Arrays and stuff. Yeah. They're all so different, and visual scripting needs this visually intuitive way to show it, and it just doesn't work. Yes, I agree. Yeah, moving data around is so freaking tedious. Like, for loops, man, they are not... If there's a for loop in visual scripting, it ain't as good as a text code for loop. Iterating through data, collecting data, storing it, and moving it around is incredibly difficult in visual scripting, and it's incredibly easy in text code. And organization, just organization, it's so hard to organize visual scripting, and the way that you would organize text code is completely different. If you're talking about Unreal Engine blueprints, I forgot the game, but someone made it. Yeah, you're thinking of Choo Choo Charles. Yeah, you can make big games with blueprints, of course. Of course. I don't think Gecko is saying that it isn't possible. I think Gecko is just saying that it's, that the transfer of skills is not very strong. But maybe I misread something. But yeah, it's possible, just harder. It's potentially harder. It depends, you know? I think some people might have an easier time with visual scripting, but at the same time, there's going to be a point where if you had learned text coding, in my opinion, it would be easier. It just gets really complicated. For Godot, learn Python, since GDScript is based off of it. It's also one of the easier ones. Yes. Yeah, dude, it's so similar. I'll be like, is that GDScript? And I see code somewhere, and it's like, no, it's Python. Okay. All right, looks like GDScript, but okay, I believe you. Ultimately, learning normal scripting is better. Yeah, I agree. Possible for who, I guess, is the question. Like, theoretically possible, but practically, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I probably phrased it poorly, but if you something from using and/or selectors in one programming system to if you go from using and/or selectors in one programming system to using while or for loops in another, there won't be any overlap or transfer learning opportunities. Yeah, exactly. They're so fundamentally different in visual scripting environments. The way that they work and the way that they come together is like, it's like whoever designs the visual scripting language is making creative decisions, like Rogi was saying, to make sure it visually communicates and it works with the system that they've already built. It's reinventing the wheel, basically. And it's doing it in an ultimately inferior way. But like the wheel is more accessible. It's a worse wheel, but more people can use it. Yeah. But it's not going to be, it's a wheel that isn't going to work on most cars. I don't like this analogy. I don't want to keep doing I remember making Survive Escape map. That's a game I was working on in visual scripting before I started doing Godot. And it was so hard with the visual script. I could much easier make the same thing now. It's just so much, right, exactly. When you know both a visual scripting language and a text coding language, for me, at least I won't speak for you, for me, but you're echoing what I feel. When I literally do something in visual scripting, do something in text coding, I'm like, oh my God, this would be so much easier in text code. And it's weird because like at first, the visual scripting seems a lot easier, you know? Because there are a lot of things that are convenient to set up and your project is small. Honestly, that's true with text coding too. Like it's always really easy to get started, but things will start to complexify. And I think the weaknesses of visual coding really start to show. But yeah, you can do a lot of little, like you can have pre-built things a lot of the times in visual scripting that in theory makes it easier to quickly stamp them down. But once you want to have more control over those things, it starts to fall apart and things get really bad really fast. But yeah, I have that same experience where, oh my God, it would just be so much easier if I was using text code. Great for prototyping, as long as the prototype is not initially complex. Yeah, I think there's something true about that, and you're right. It's easy for it to start getting complex fast. Like, you know, it depends what you're prototyping. Like if you're prototyping a general idea of, you know, the character, maybe you're trying out Vampire Survivors. I don't know. It hasn't been invented yet. I want to see what Vampire Survivors feels like. Let me make a game where it auto shoots and hordes come around you and you get collectibles that change your auto shooting. You might be able to set like a general thing like that up. But once you start getting a little bit more complex than that, you know, so like, you know, if you said, oh, this wasn't fun, it turns out auto shooting and things coming at you sucks, you know, you can move on. But you know, I almost even kind of question that sometimes, because is that prototype really valuable? Did you really make a version that optimized how fun it could or couldn't be? You know? Or did you just make a kind of like sloppy, half good version that didn't give you all the information you could have gotten if you just prototyped it in text code in the first place? You love it when we have these? Yeah, it's okay. No, I like it too. It's just sometimes, you know, we go around in circles. We haven't. But and honestly, Insane Alpha Beta, you know, at some point, I would like things like this to be what we stream more often than not. But for now, I gotta make a game. I need to make a game, like real bad. I really need to make a game. Oh, I gotta fix this bug. Visual scripting will teach you equal parts of logic/circuit building, real-world skill, and algorithm design, abstract design applicable in any program language. I agree with that. Yeah, it sounds like what I experience. It's a worse wheel that is covered in glue so that people get stuck to the wheel and then rely on it when they don't need to. Oh, that's a hot take. Dang. Oh man, yeah. Wow. I don't think I could have done better. Yeah. I think it's something that I was liberated from. You know, I was liberated from that visual scripting. Although, like I said, I'm still doing it in my off-stream work, because there's a financial opportunity that has become available to me that is related to visual scripting, unfortunately. I wish I didn't even know how to do it, so I didn't have to waste my time with this. But I need money. Alright, so when I was refactoring earlier, I had a feeling this would be a problem. We have something hit calling here, or emitting, with two arguments. And then we have it connected to functions that are not, that do not have two arguments that it's looking for. So here's the one that this connects to, where it has two arguments. You two were liberated from the glue wheel. The glue wheel. That's an obscure emote no one will understand if I've ever heard it. Here we're emitting it with 2 as well. Connect. Where is it connected? Also, why is this connected twice? Oh, I see. It's right there. Where is this connected that it isn't with enough arguments? On the hit points. Expected 2 arguments, but called with 1. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I'm a little confused there. Pouring glue on a hyper game dev gear might be a good version of an F emote. Wow! And then it can have a little like secret meaning for us. I feel like it's gonna look a little gross. I don't want to talk about or go into detail about why I think it'll look gross, but maybe that's just me and I need to get my head out of the gutter. So never mind, I didn't say that. I think it's a great idea. Let's make it. I've covered my glue wheel in so much industrial lubricant that it will never be sticky again. Which is another way to say I was able to create something yesterday that really was ideal for dreams. Do I understand what you're saying? Do I understand what you're saying? You're saying you made something outside of Dreams, which is a platform on the PlayStation 4 that lets you make games. You're saying that you made something outside of Dreams that could be made in Dreams, but you didn't have to make it in Dreams, and that's why it's great. Nice indeed. Okay, so where is it? Oh, here? Here it's emitting with 1 instead of, oh, it's here. This is the problem. So it's emitting with the area, but not a delay value. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't need to have delay. Can I just say delay? I don't think so. It needs to be defined. So it needs to be like a number. I don't know, 0? Like, I guess I need to observe what delay means. Here, what is this? Okay, so this is if something gets attacked. This is on the hit points. Am I the thing that got attacked? It's checking to see what the thing that got attacked was. If the grab target is set to what I am, and grab is pressed, was hit is true. And so I don't think I want any delay on this. I think I do want a delay. Delay is for the arm to reach it. I think you do want a delay. What are we saying elsewise for the delay number? Anywhere. Why is it not anywhere? Well, here we're emitting it. What do we say delay is here? Oh, it's true or false. Oh. Wow, that's confusing. I guess I should rename this to like is delay or something like that. Has delay. Because that's very confusing. And oh, this is supposed to be if... Is this if the body runs into it? I think that's what this is. I think. So I might want to say false. Delayed. Oh, that's a good idea. Ooh, I like that. Nice. I'm a little confused what I need to set this as. Yeah, is delayed. I like delayed, but I feel like the syntax is better if we say is, or yeah, is delayed, or has delay. Really, it's more should it be delayed, but I don't really know. I prefer Boolean to be prepended is. Okay, then we'll do is. That's 2 votes on is. Okay, I wanted to replace it, yeah, in all those places. Delay, delay, delay. If is delayed, variable is delayed, true. Yeah, yes, replace. Replace them. Okay, and then this one, I don't know, say false? I'm still trying to do the merge request, and I just wasn't sure if that error was part of the merge request. I'm sure I should have just waited to fix this. What debugger? What is it? Still? To be clear, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but is delayed equals true or false does sound better in my brain. Nice. It sounds like you oh, look. It's, oh wait, it's not smacking now. Okay, false was a mistake. Say true. I'm surprised that the smacking stopped happening. If I'm being honest. Oh shoot, this broke it, because the hand isn't moving to attack things anymore. I've broken it. Really? Why? How? Certainly not because I added anything onto that. Maybe because I added anything onto that. Nah. Oh, that is! Oh man, I think these are supposed to be 2 different functions. I think I brought together 2 functions. Okay, so here's what needs to happen. This needs to emit something else. This needs to be something attacked. I think that's what we have to do. It's not broken, it's just playtime. What? I was just reflecting on what you said about really it is if it should be delayed, and came to the conclusion there is no should in programming. There only is or isn't. Should is a goal. Whoa. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Not a result of code. Right, because the code should already know what's going to happen. Or something. So I need to change this to something attacked. But where does this has to be over on the alien. Where we connect something hit. We need to change that to something attacked. It's all still a bit confusing. And then over on the messenger, I need to rename it. I think that was the problem. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. Note to self. That's what I'm working on. And I'm still not very happy with it. Okay, let's see if that fixed it. Thor level advice. Make it into a short and make millions. Okay. Oh. What was that? Oh, that was it being slow because it's loading that in. There was that lag spike. That lovely, lovely lag spike. And we adore it so much. And that cannot seem to be resolved. The elusive lag spike. Okay, so the hitting is working. We can run into things with no delay. hit and attacked have been parsed. Okay, this error is fine. On something hit, animation not found to grade. Yeah. That's just because I have an obstacle set up incorrectly. That's why that error would come up. I think on Monday, you should draw/model a character named Lag to get your frustrations out. Why would that make me feel better? Wouldn't that just build up my frustrations and give me a punching bag to just like rage at? See, now it's like not happening. It's such a weird lag. I hate it. I despise it. Oh, we were gonna look at the other profilers. I forgot about that. We're still trying to do the particle effect thing. It's just been this. I'm gonna have to title this stream to debugging. That's all we've been doing. Okay, one hasn't loaded in. Oh, I saw a little bit of lag. And then there it is. I just don't know. Watch the lag spike is just something super easily fixable, and we are just missing it. Ugh. Man. Sometimes it is. Which can be very nice. It'll make me feel better to make a goofy looking character that was inspired by annoyance. Well, if it works for you, it probably works for me. I'm just kidding. The same reason I like depressing songs. Negative emotions manifested into art is comforting. To me, that's only been true if I'm experiencing trauma. If I'm dealing with, like, trauma in my life, that has been helpful. Like, actively enduring trauma. That has been helpful. But I would not much consider lag spikes to be traumatizing. That would have to be one hell of a lag spike. But I'm glad that you found ways to deal with what may be trauma for you. Negative emotions turned into art is how Isolith from TV was born. And I feel like that's a trauma thing too. I'm currently not being traumatized, which I think is nice. I enjoy not being traumatized. Alright, so I think I can finally merge this pull request, and we can say that you didn't introduce anything that makes everything considerably worse. So I will merge it, which means I also need to check all the other things that I did. Now here's the thing. I'm a little terrified because I'm currently operating on the pull request branch. I don't want to commit to the pull request. I want to commit to my main one. Uh-oh. So okay. So if I've been working on the pull, look, this is why I wanted this experience, and this is why I'm so grateful to Rogi for helping me figure out GitHub pull requests. If I want to locally experiment with a pull request before pushing it, I probably should make sure I'm not changing other things. So that way I'm not complexifying the pull request. What I should do is, it's just, don't fetch it, stop. Don't you update. Okay. Anyway. Like, it's complex because if I'm in the middle of working on something that isn't finished and doesn't work, and then someone makes a pull request, it's kind of hard to test that pull request if other bugs are still there. Because I was in the middle of working on something. So it's almost like I have to learn how to, like, wait on a pull request and be like, well, I have to finish this thing to make sure the game is in a working state again. So that way I can properly test your pull request against what it was, so I know that if there's problems, it was because of your thing and not because of my thing. and then check the pull request locally. It's called a pull request. Maybe someone in the chat can help Insane Alpha Beta out. Basically, it's related to GitHub specifically, and it means, let's say, so if you go into the description box below, you'll find the Git repo for this project. And that is a web page that contains all of the data for this game. So the code, the images, the meshes, everything is right there. You can download it and stuff like that. And a pull request is when somebody forks a branch of that repository. So that is to say, the game that I have up there and the code that I have up there on GitHub can be cloned by someone else. And that's a branch or a fork made into a branch. And if that person who cloned it wants to make changes that get merged into my main version of the game or the repository, they would do that via a pull request. And that's what Rogi has done. Rogi has made a pull request by cloning my version of the game, making changes to it, and then requesting that that be merged into the main game. And so I'm experimenting with how to best handle pull requests, just as like a matter of game dev experience. And something I want to try to do is not just merge it right away. I could do that, and that would be easier in some ways, but then if there was something in there that was bad, right, I pretty much trust Rogi. But if it was someone who was less known as Rogi, even if it's Rogi, but regardless, I'd want to make sure I download that pull request locally and experiment with it to make sure it doesn't break things or cause other problems. And so that's what I did this time. But when I did that, I started making changes to the game on that pull request instead of just making sure that pull request was good, merging it or not, and then moving on with my version. And so now I think what I'm gonna have to do is commit to the pull request and then merge that pull request with my commits added in, which is fine, I think. It's just like a little sloppier than if I hadn't done it that way. You know, just like some random pull request and I just like did some updates too. It's kind of strange, but yeah. Rogi describes it as collaborators without permission can download the project to their systems and work on it in a fork. Yes. 2, if the collaborator likes the changes they made, they can request to merge their work into the main project. Nice. Step 2 is called a pull request. Well said. Yes, 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 yes. And you don't have to be a collaborator. Anyone can do step 1. That's right. A collaborator would actually be able to just update the main branch. And I could just make Pierogigon a collaborator. It would make everything so much easier. But then we wouldn't get to learn about pull requests and GitHub and stuff. So, you know, Rogi is doing us a great favor by enduring the pull requestitude of it all. I guess maybe you have a separate branch with all the features you're 100% sure you want. Then Rogi would be working on that. Right, that's the ideal. But it's weird because I was in the middle of working on it and Rogi had something to do, to add to it. So it's like I would have to finish what I'm doing, push it, Rogi get that, merge theirs with mine, and then pull request it, and then I could merge that. I guess it just feels complicated when multiple people are working on the same project at the same time, which is something that is gonna come up, but you know, it's like it's complicated if I'm in the middle of working on those features and someone wants to do a pull request, and it's tough because we're in this live stream situation. Rogi is anxious for me to check it out. To me, I'm like, okay, Rogi, I'll do it later when I'm done with this, but you know, Rogi's here now. Rogi wants it dealt with now. I understand that. We're doing this live stream now. Let's get it out of the way now. It's part of this experience of doing this all together. So, you know, it's like it gets a little complicated, and I'm kind of not lackadaisical. I can be a little ADHD. I can be a little spontaneous, and sometimes I'm not quite finished with what I was doing and forgot that I wasn't finished, and then have to, like, you know, whatever. Anyway, I think this would be ideal. This would be ideal. Unfortunately, it's not always ideal. But I agree that that would be ideal. I think if we understand the other modes, merge, etc., we might be able to avoid the problems we're having that are time-based. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And this is why this is good, right? Because we're one step closer to experimenting with all of those different modes and seeing what happens, which is nice. We understand rebase, but maybe other merges would work better. Yeah, totally. And this is why I'm so grateful that you're doing this with me, because now we're getting that experience, which is awesome. Pepe paid us a visit. Oh yeah, I said Pepe paid us a visit. Oh yeah, Pepe paid us a visit today, and now Pepe is here. Oh yeah, Pepe paid us a visit today. Welcome, Pepe. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, for being a patron and a YouTube member. What the monkey? Thank you so much. How you doing, Pepe? I'm doing pretty good. I'm hanging out with my friends, doing some coding. You know how it is. How you doing? How you doing, Pepe? All right, so if I'm going to merge this, I am going to say, you are not, well, I mean, no, I don't think you are a monkey. I don't think you're a monkey. I said, what the monkey? It's kind of like saying, what the F, without saying F. Like, what the fudge? What the frick? What the heck? What the monkey? You see? It makes sense. So I'm gonna say evaluated, pull, and made other changes. Perugigon's pull seems good. Had to fix some other bugs and refactor some things to make sure the problem wasn't due to the pull request. This is not entirely true, but it's fine. Not a monkey, sad monkey noises. But I'm not a monkey. Refactored something hit to sometimes be something attacked. Adjusted terrain block positions on the ranch chunks, or we're saying chunks now. Terrain chunk positions to be on the ranch chunks. Or adjusted terrain block chunk positions on the ranch chunks. Locked down all terrain chunks instanced from the blank grass chunk. What else? Terrain controller. Oh, increased terrain controller chunks to 8 from 2. This is something you're not gonna get with visual scripting. Maybe I have seen some blueprints ways to use Git, but it's not gonna look as nice as this comparing your code side by side. All right, this feels like enough. We get it. All right, so we're committing to the pull request, and then we're gonna merge the pull request. So we're pushing Pierogi's pull request, and then I'm gonna come back to Alien Meets World, And then I gotta go to GitHub. Find Pierogigon's original pull request, which I just updated. Here. And then merge it. Review changes. It's fine. Looks good. I had to make some changes. I ended up making some changes. I don't know that I had to, but I certainly did. Okay. Rude. Okay. Approve it. Submit review. Great, great, great. It's checking for compatibility. Compatibility is approved. I will now merge pull request. Confirm merge. And so you can see like that's in there. Now I'm gonna come back here. Now we gotta fetch it. Pull 5 commits. Yeah, please give me those. I would like those. And that's gonna be these 5. Well, this says 4, but I think this is the 5th one, would be my guess. Probably. Okay, now let's see if this looks correct. Insane Beta says, when I'm finally somewhat decent at Godot, I feel like my pull requests would almost all be visual based. Interesting. I think Elise wants to try to do a lot of the art herself. I could be wrong. That's true. With that said, you know, if you think about it, Pierogigon, the shader thing that you did was visual. But that's true. When it comes to like Blender, I'm very particular about it. But you know, if you make the thing about making a pull request is we can have a dialogue. You know, I think it's one thing when people are just like, you know, hey, I want to make some art. You know, I sent it to you. It's like, okay, but you know, it's sometimes it doesn't feel like a conversation. It feels like people are like telling me they're gonna make art for the game. So like if you're doing pull requests, at least then it's a conversation and I can give a response. But it's true, especially with the meshes and the modeling. I'm definitely a little particular about it. All right, let me make sure that this worked all right. As long as attacked is in here. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Where's something attacked? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, it's still in there. Why didn't it find it? I mean, I'm just confused. It's right there. All right, let me just restart it. We're just gonna reload it. That's enough monkey business, but I wanted to let you know I'm about a week away from publishing my first Unreal game. I didn't know you were doing things in Unreal Engine. I've enjoyed Unreal Engine. I'm glad I finally hopped off of Unity. It's been great. Yay! That's awesome. Let's go. Yeah, something attacked is still in there. Well, why wouldn't it find it when I search? Oh, there it is. That's so weird. Okay, everything's fine. Looks good. Yeah, Unreal Engine is a lot of fun. I do enjoy Unreal Engine. I will probably not use it to make games anymore. This is an interesting little issue there. But it's a really fun engine for sure. And I'm glad that you're doing it. That's really exciting. Pepe, I want to try it. I want to try it during the Secret Friday community creation stream, at least. Congrats. You did it. That's awesome. Pepe, I didn't no idea you were working. Are you working on a team? Are you by yourself? I have so many questions. I'm just being silly since I'm a very visuals making sort of person. Heck, one of the first things I made is the main menu. Right. That makes sense. Yeah, Pepe, that's huge. Thanks for letting us know. Dang. When we get to play it. It's been a fight for a pretty poorly made game. Ain't about that. You know, it's about getting from the beginning to the end. If you don't make crappy games, you can't make nice games. You gotta suck to get good. It's the only way. You don't just start making things well. Nonsense. Don't think of it as a poorly made game. Think of it as the start of an amazing career. Oh, I like that. Oh, Zombie, that's nice. Be positive. Sometimes positivity can be too much. But generally, I agree with you here, Zombie. True shader is entirely visual. Definitely some differences, like the problem was clearly stated and understood, and getting to the solution was through code. That's true. That's true. That's true. I'd certainly be interested to know what Insane is interested in contributing. It's a team. I've done like 90% of the work. Oh, okay. Nice then. Yeah. You're one of the people who was like, can I make art? Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I guess, you know, I really want a cohesive visual style, and I want to learn how to make... Basically, I want to learn Blender and 3D sculpting. I want to learn that. And so I'm using this as an opportunity to teach myself that and keeping the art consistent across all the assets. But, you know, for example, Insane Alpha Beta, you made this suggestion to add some dirt on top. That was your suggestion, and Rogi followed through with that by helping out to put the shader together that allows that to be done. So I know you've got visual suggestions that can definitely improve the project and don't have any conflict with my desire to do all the meshes. Did you do air quotes with your entire hand? That's so funny. That is, I have never even considered that. I enjoy that idea. All right, so I know we just did this, but I have been drinking a lot of tea, so I have to take another less than 2-minute loo break. Literally, I will be right back. I will be right back, like so fast. And then finally, let's try Joe Schmo's particle effect solution. I think we're finally back to that part of the stream. And yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Did I ever get to code anything today? I did not get to code, but I thought I get to code a little more, but it's not. It sometimes it does. It's okay. I'm still glad we did chat do things. That's all very important. And we still get to do it's all quite good. I'm here, we back. What's that? What you talking about? What's this chat about? Let me put up the long one. Time to break out the long one. I missed a few. I might have missed a few. I love these reggae songs so much. I would call it dub, personally. Music chill as frick. Shaders are such a cool mix of artistic creativity, Joe says, math and programming, which most people think never mix. Wow. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I agree with that. Sounds true. Insane Alpha Beta says, like I said, I was mainly being silly. I have no idea what I'd even do for pull requests, even if I had the skills. My realm of help is more in the moment sort of things. Yeah, totally. Rogi says, you might be surprised. Yesterday, Cheeky made a pull request that was just changing some variables to be export variables. It wasn't merged, but it demonstrates that simple things can be a help. Yes, 100%. Absolutely, yeah, I really liked that Cheeky did that. I'm not at that level quite yet. Yeah, I gotcha. I love artistic creativity in math, and I love when they mix, especially when you use the mix function to make it happen for the albedo or whatever. Okay, anyway. So let me make sure I got everything back in order. Yes. Alright, so the particle effect problem, to recap briefly. Particle effects are being cut off before they finish, and then they're continuing a bit later when they are not supposed to be. And I'd rather them cut themselves off and stay off and start again. One solution among many proposed is to try running the restart function on the particle effect when it resets. That is to say, when the chunk goes through the terrain collector and comes back onto the terrain controller or the belt, try to run a restart function via the animation player, calling a method on a script. In order to do that, I'm gonna need to set a for loop that iterates, or one way that I can do it is iterating through all of the particle effects on every obstacle when it goes into the terrain collector. So these solar panels up here illustrate the issue very well. Actually, other particle effects don't really illustrate it at all. And the reason why they don't is because they're low to the ground. And so you don't even see them when they come back around. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run into these. Since they're up in the air, we will definitely see them when they come back around. That is to say, when this chunk loads back in. Alright, so here I go. I'm gonna run through, I'm gonna break all of these. So you see how they disappeared in mid-air? So now when that chunk loads back in again, you're gonna see them. They load actually where they would have emitted, which is just wild. So there they disappeared. When that chunk loads back in, you'll see a bunch spray out where they would have finished. See how they just fell? So that's the issue essentially. Is trying to cut them off from doing that. So we'll see how it goes. See if I can show it off again. It should be right around here. And we see some random particles spraying out. There they are. They just dump out. And you know, it doesn't really show, it does a little bit, but it's you barely notice it with other ones because they're not floating in the air. So they don't get cut off before the chunk comes back. So that's why we haven't noticed this problem until now, because I just started putting stuff up on top. Insane says, export variables are so cool. Being able to make it a slider you can mess with in Inspector is so useful. I agree. Yeah, totally. It's helped me so much with the game jam template that I have for the 1 hour game jams I do every Friday. It's made it so much easier. Yeah, exactly. So I instance the stuff, like the UI, for example. So let's say I want score or time or something. I can just, or a timer, I can check a box that turns off the score. So if I'm making a game that doesn't have score, I can instance the UI and turn off the score. Or I can make sure the score is on or whatever. Yeah, it's so useful. Instances, very true. The mix function is all right. You don't like it? Why? Are you mad because it solved your code and you wanted to figure it out yourself? You're mad that Thoughty fixed your code. Why don't you like it? Insane feels like they're going to be using export variables a lot, yeah. I think there are uses for the mix function, but I am a more details-oriented person, so I want full control over my gradients most of the time beyond a simple linear factor. So you're saying you wish there was a version of mix that gave you more control over how the mix happens? That surely must exist, right? Because I'm just saying that's what it sounds like, Rogi, that it just so happened. You do sound pretentious. That's often true. But I don't think you mean to. I don't think you mean to. I love that about you. You just say it, and it's not coming from a terrible place usually. I won't lie. Sometimes you say things and it sticks with me a little bit, and I'm like, oh, okay, wow, all right, I see. All right, that's what you think, judgy. Judgy. It's okay to be judgy. It's something I like about you. I'm very impressed that you can recognize it. You're also like one of the nicest people that I've ever met. So, you know, and I feel like it's healthy for you to have a little pretentiousness to balance out your niceness. You know what I mean? You've earned it. Okay. So, particle effect stuff. So I'm gonna come to the hit point script, which has... Always be zooming me out. Of course. I'm so glad that ended in a thank you. I'm not pretentious. What are you talking about? How dare you? Waiting for Godot to zoom in. Okay, so down here in the reset blocks function. Oh, right. Oh, so we created this reset particle effects. Reset particle effects. So I need to make sure that this does run. I suppose I could just call it in reset damage. Wait, why did I make this a separate function? Oh, because we're calling it in the animation. I see. Okay, so I don't need to call it here. Gotcha. And so then for this, I want to say for particle effects in get children, because the particle effects on a hit points scene I pulled that up. On a hit points scene, so there's a hit points scene. While it is an instance, that the instance actually only has a damage label on it. But it also has the script. It's not really much. It's pretty much barely an instance. But it's a little bit of an instance. On here, locally, I add in an animation player that breaks or degrades the thing that it is, in this case a solar panel. So if I move the animation, it's going to destroy it. This is awesome. Like, goes with the music. It's like a music video. It's kind of dope. Okay, anyway, sorry, I was just having fun. That was actually very satisfying. I think the factor in the mix function doesn't have to be linear either, so I'm probably off base with my evaluation of it. Maybe. It has to be able to be modified, but you're saying it's not even linear to begin with. Understood. I won't hold you to thinking that it was linear. Or the music sound like Shaq? Oh, it does kind of sound like Shaq. Maybe it is. Maybe it is a Shaq sample. It sounds like somebody who has turned down, or turned down the pitch. It sounds like a pitch down. And voice. And Shaq has such a low-pitched voice. I would think that that's where that effect is coming from, in part. Maybe they share a similar accent, the person who's vocalizing here, as Shaq. Okay, so anyway, so I want to iterate over all the children of the node that the hit point script is on. These are all the children, and I wanted to check for if it's a particle effect. And if it is a particle effect, I then want it to run the restart function. Is my approach here, based on Joe's suggestion. Might want to comment that the function assumes all lower level nodes are particle effects, but up to you. Oh yeah, so what I was going to do was just say if it's a particle effect, right? So for particle effects in get children, I'll just say if, and then, wait, how would I word it? I'm just gonna look at where I've done this before. If particle effects, I guess I shouldn't say object. I should say for node in get children, if node is GPU particles 3D. No, but that was an important thing to keep in mind. If node is a GPU particles 3D, then node restart. Is that it? Is that all we gotta do? It might be. That might be enough. And then on the degrade animation, I have to make sure to tell it. Now, I guess I don't want to change anything else. Like, I suppose I'm still gonna leave the emitting going off and stuff like that. I guess so. I think all that would stay the same. So we're gonna create, I'm gonna get rid of the lifetime track. It doesn't do anything useful. I'm gonna add a property, not a property. I'm gonna add a call method. We go to hit points, create a key, and then choose the reset particle effects method that we just created. And at the beginning, we want to reset it. Whoa. Is it leaving the lifetime at 0.01? It's certainly very interesting. It is. I was like, that was short. Oh, probably because the reset track also is setting that still, so I need to delete this. Oh, it's not. It is deleted from the reset track. Okay, good. Alright, good. Yeah, it may not work in the editor. All right. All right, so we'll see. I think this is it. So this should, if I've done this right, restart the particle effect at the beginning. Don't know if it's gonna fix the problem, but it's worth a shot. Been meaning to try it. So there, they just got cut off. So around here is where they would reappear when that block loads in again. Somewhere around here. If it doesn't work. Oh, they appeared. Now I could also, we could try to like confirm that it is working. I assume that it is. If nothing else, this does begin to give us a way to try to deal with this. We have damage detected still showing. Please don't do that. I really, really like the idea. And I think that this is something we can still work with. Real quick, let me get rid of this print statement so I can print another one. I thought I commented this out already. And then let's instead I mean, I'm sure it is working. We didn't get any errors. So it's probably doing something. And this doesn't fully confirm that it's working, but at least we can just make sure that it is iterating correctly. So I'm gonna say if it is, print particle effect, reset, particle effect, node, probably reset. Okay. Just to, like, you know, make sure it's doing it. So I'm gonna keep an eye down here as well. You know, because if that message isn't printing at all, that would be very valuable information. If it is printing, it at least tells us that it probably is doing the thing. Now I just gotta wait for the 1 in 20 RNG. There it is. Break them, speed past, they're gone. Guess I'm keeping an eye all down here. Oh, it didn't print anything. So it might not actually be running that that method. This is very useful information. It's not printing anything. Nothing is being printed. So where did I go wrong here? I will say, we don't really ever run it on 0. Wait. If you think about it, it technically never runs on 0. I don't know. This might not be as... But then again, we are seeking to 0.0 and setting it to true. What if I comment out the stop? This is actually very confusing. I'm actually very confused what's going on here. Why wouldn't this run? What if I just do this? So let's say this, print animation ran method. So this is not the main thing that we want, but let me just make sure even that is happening. Just to debug down the line here. That was a surprising result. But it means we haven't actually tried your idea yet, technically. Alright, there's the solar panels. I'm gonna smash them, speed away. Sure they'll come back. But then what I'm curious about, I feel like it should already be there. It should already print it. It should be as soon as it goes by, it prints it, I think. So it's not even, so the animation isn't even calling that function to begin with. Why not? I have named it on the hit point script, function particle effects. Rig? Rig? What does that mean? Right, okay. Yeah, super weird. What is going on? Like, it just makes me wonder, like, is this... I mean, any of these are probably true. At least on reset, we're saying seek to 0.0 and play the animation. And I know this is working. Print hit points reset. I mean, it must be working because otherwise the solar panels wouldn't reappear. We wouldn't see them come back. Oh, sorry, you couldn't see any of that. I just added in here, I just added a print into, basically I added an extra true onto here for like, there's like a always thing. I don't know. I just added, it's another argument. It probably won't matter. And then I added print in here just to like prove out that has to be working. Is there any other call to seek than that one? There is. When it takes damage, whenever it takes damage, it moves to the position on the animation player equivalent to the damage that it took. So here we see hit points resets. So that one is running, right? We know that that's running for sure. What isn't running is the method. So this is running, meaning we're definitely seeking, and that is fine. Out of curiosity, oh no, it's not working. The true didn't do diddly squiddly, because otherwise, I mean, out of curiosity, I don't know why this would matter. It seems deeply arbitrary. But because I did add the true, I'm just gonna test to see if it's still happening. I almost guarantee you it is. There it is. Okay, great. So that was useless. So the other place where seek is happening, these two places, and this is when damage is taken. So for example, if you have, let's say you have 4 hit points, the obstacle has 4 hit points, and it takes 1 damage, the health percent lost is going to be 0.2, right? Whatever. It's, yeah, diddly squiddly. Or whatever it would be. What, I don't know. Someone with the math tell me what it would be. I just set it up to do it. I don't remember what it does. But that's essentially what it's doing. Is it's giving us a percentage or a decimal. 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. And then it's seeking to that point. Which is what plays the different things. For example, in this case, it's even simpler than that. It just goes from 0 to 1. So it just plays 1. And it seeks it to the last one and plays that. So that's the only other place that it's being controlled, unless it's not. I could seek the entire, yeah, those are the only 2 places. So why would it not even play that if I put the function in there? That is super strange. Very surprising that it's not even calling that method. I mean, it's an animation. I mean, the animation... I could try... It just doesn't make sense. Like, if the seek is working, it should be happening right here. It should be playing it as soon as this runs, but it's not. It's very confusing. I mean, putting in the ready function is not that valuable. But out of curiosity, if I do that, do we get those messages being printed that are mysteriously not being printed? No. It's very confusing. Well, I don't know what to think. I mean, I feel like it just remains an outstanding bug. And it doesn't get dealt with yet. I don't get how the animation appears to play in full, but won't call the method track. Try calling the method track at frame 1 or 2 when you get the chance. Yeah, absolutely. That crossed my mind. I don't know why I didn't bother trying it. Well, and so the thing is on this particular track, it's literally only going to seek between 0 and 1. It's never even gonna hit these. But let's try it anyway. But technically, the animation doesn't play. The animation just either is at 0 or it's at 1. It never, like, rolls through. So, like, I could try calling it at the end, maybe. As well. But it's basically just gonna skip that entirely. Yeah, nothing ran. But we know for sure that the last one is gonna run. We know the last one runs. So that would be interesting, actually. To see. Because this definitely runs. It's why the particle emits in the first place. So this would at least tell us that there's something wrong with trying to run this function if the messages don't print. And that's going to run when I destroy it, is when we should see the message printing. Oh, I saw a little bit of that lag. Okay, here we go. Nothing. So, like, fundamentally, it's just not calling that method. It just isn't doing it. I wonder if seeking can't call methods. Godot animation player seek call method. I don't know if I can even confirm that, really. It's kind of hard to search. Oh, I spelled seek wrong. That doesn't help. Animation player seek does not skip call method track. It doesn't sound like it. Seek is supposed to help skip the keys in between current timestamp. Well, this is the opposite almost. When playing an animation, the animation player, which has a call method track key somewhere in the middle section, and then the user tries to skip that middle section using seek, the call method track keys in the middle section are still handled. I wish ours was getting handled. But it's not, even though the animation has skipped the middle section and the update argument is false. It behaves like advance should behave. What is advance? Advance also does not behave as it should, since it advances further than it should. And when setting update in the seek method to true, the call method track key is actually called twice. I can't even get it to get called once. .2.1 still bugged. Reproducible. I mean, it makes me... You know what it makes me want to do? Is just like experiment a little bit here. I kind of want to just like open or like get like a blank something. Get like a blank project. I don't know why this would need to be done. Sorry about that. The internet glitched out again. Just a thought. Maybe too complicated. Script on particle with visibility notifier. Use the signal from notifier to reset the particle. Whoa. That's a very interesting idea. I like that idea. Yeah, I don't know why the stream dropped out. It do be happening though. Alright, well, I'll do that before piddling around over here. Yeah, because, right, so I would need the visibility. Script on the particle with visibility modifier. Use the signal from notifier to reset the particle. I mean, I feel like this is concerning that we can't call a method, right? Like this is worrying, right? Like why? What makes this animation player so special that it gets to just ignore any methods that it's supposed to be calling? Seems unacceptable. Sometimes I also, you know, I'm looking at like this play and pause. I mean, we do tell it to stop. Yeah, this should be a lot easier. Like, I like your idea as like a severe workaround. But it's raising other questions. Like, why can't we just call an animation? Or call a method via an animation? Why isn't that working? And I'm trying to think of a way to just contrive an example that lets me just test this out. And I find that a bit daunting to imagine myself. I don't like contriving examples. I suppose we could say, I could just create like a new animation player on here, so at least it's kind of like similar to what's already being done. And put some other animation. New animation. And then add a call method. We'll just call the same one. I almost should make like a new method for it. But I won't. But I could. Insert a key. Calling that. Yeah, sure, put it wherever you want. And then we could say that we could even just say whenever it gets hit, In fact, we could say that when it plays that, just play our new animation in animation player. Don't even stop it. Just play it. And see if it calls that. I mean, it's a little annoying, but if it works, it wouldn't even be that bad. Even on its own. Whoa. Ugh, I forgot, didn't I? To make it like a function? Wait, I didn't? Oh, I spelled animation. Animation. Oh, but you know what? It's because every single one doesn't have it. That's why. So we have to say if has node animation player, then do it. Because there's all the other hit points that I haven't added this onto. So it's going to run an error because none of them have it. That's why. The animation thing wasn't it. Okay. So now it's on just the solar panel. I knew it was coming because it lagged a little bit. Did not even print it. So even just creating that separate animation player that's supposed to run whenever it takes damage, it did not play that animation. Or playing that, I mean, that would be another thing to try, right? Like, see if something else on there. Is it literally just playing call methods? That's an issue. So what would I even animate here? I mean, the thing is destroying. I could add like a mesh. We're getting real silly. Add like a sphere in here. And say that it becomes visible. I don't know, you know, I'm curious. I'm curious to understand what's going on here. So it's not visible at the start. And then we'll say it becomes visible in this contrived animation that we're making. See if that works. Will we see the orb, but not have those messages get printed? Or will we neither see the orb, nor the messages get printed? There, it was coming, I saw the glitch. Well, for one thing, we went too fast. I couldn't see the orb. I don't think it's appearing. Now I'm just confused. I guess I should be printing my contrived example. My contrived example might be a waste of time. Print contrived example. This is all very strange. I feel like, I hate when like what I'm doing feels like it's not doing anything. Like, no feedback from Godot. It's not telling me there's an error. I can't get a confirmation that it's working. It's nothing. I wonder... I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Because if I were to like make this up and spell this wrong, animation player, would that give an error? It went by too quick. I don't think it would give an error because it's just checking to see if it has, so it may not. Okay, so we have to see if it's true. Oh my god. Dude, I feel crazy. like, am I being gaslit by this whole situation right now? I need a snack. What is going on? It's like nothing is happening. The only thing that I can tell is happening is that animation degrade is playing. I can't believe that I can't even get this to run. Oh, it needs a path, not a string. Node path can be a string, right? Yeah, it can be a string. I could be more specific. I can do that. Okay, it's not gonna like that. Do I need the $sign in there? But then it probably would have given me an error if it did, right? All right, let's see. Give me something, Godot. Tell me that something makes sense. Even just an error. I'll take it. I love errors. It's information. I need information. Can't believe all we've done is debugging. But like, what am I gonna do? Add more things? Still, contrived message not printing. Okay, so I just genuinely have no idea what's happening. That has been my day. How strange. I mean, surely you can at least give me this if I put this in the ready function. I would not be so sure. I refuse to be so sure. I'm gonna try it. UE 5.3 can't open your project because it was a newer version. Oh no. Oh no! Wait. There's no way you can roll back. Still not printing it. Does anything exist? Print I exist. Give me something. Okay, well, at least I exist. Thank you, Godot. Thank you. We're done here, just kidding. So it really just doesn't think it has this node. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Oh, hello. Thank you. I hope you can find some way to roll it back. Jose, that sucks. Dang. After all that, to find that out. So, putting the $sign was incorrect. Running in the ready function runs it. The particle effect gets probably reset. But that's in the wrong place. So now why can't... So that means the function is running in this contrived animation player. It would seem that where I'm trying to run it is causing an issue, which is strange. Because we know that this animation is playing. Otherwise, the particles wouldn't emit. The only reason the particles emit in the first place is because this animation runs. So we know that this animation is running. For sure. It's definitely running. It, however, refuses to run this method. This contrived animation player that I've added on here just for the sake of testing things. It runs that method with no problem. Now, I'm playing this animation player in the ready function. I'm not playing it at the same time that we play the one that runs this particle effect. You know, it crapped out on you. It crapped out for me too! Did Godot give any clues? So, here's what I figured out. The method that we created, that we're trying to call with the degrade animation, I am able to call it from another animation player that's playing normally. That's if I play that other animation player in the ready function. So I say, if it has the node animation player, print contrived example and play the animation. At which time it will do that. It will do the contrived example and it will play the messages that are unique to that method. So the method works. Running a method in animation player works, and checking if it has the node animation player and playing it works. It seems that where I'm putting this matters. So if I move this to the same place that we start playing the degrade animation, which is right here, same place. The only difference is we're just checking if it has the node. We know that this works. Because we just tested it in the ready function. It can find and play this animation player. So why can't it find and play this one? I don't know. Jose took out the content of that folder and made another one in this version. I just have to add the content back, and that would be ready. Nice. Nice. Okay, good. Fixable. Just a little annoying. I'm glad it's fixable. Okay. I know it started at first. I missed it. Okay, there it is. Doesn't run it. It did run the other one. Otherwise, it wouldn't have exploded. The particle effect wouldn't have emitted. But I put it here, it doesn't run it. So, okay. I don't really need it there anyway. Where I really need it... Well, I will say this. It almost explains why it's not running. I don't know if it explains it. I don't really understand. Because I tried to put something other than calling a method. I don't know if I did that with... So I put like an orb that appears. I don't see the orb appearing. But maybe I'm just... Maybe the timing is off, and that's why I don't see the orb appearing. I don't know. But it's not even printing this. So it doesn't matter. So it's not printing contrived example. The animation isn't even playing in the first place. So I don't know what that's all about. But it's very confusing. Because, like, how does this play? How does anything work in here? If this doesn't work. I mean, I could say print... I should be checking if I have an animation player. Print... I decided not to check if I have an animation player. I don't know, at this point, I'm trying whatever. What's up, Gab Games? Welcome. Gab Games. Gab Games is gabbing with us here. Thank you, Gab Games, for getting gifted a membership because you were so engaged and stuff like that. Welcome, Gab Games, to the stream. Welcome, Gab Games, to the stream. Oh, Gab Games, gabbing with us today. Thank you for coming through the stream. Oh, Gab Games, thank you for coming through. It's a pleasure to have you gabbing with us today. Hope you're doing good, Gab Games, today. I'm really sorry for that song, but you're also welcome. You're also welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. So that did... It is printing. This is supposed to be happening when it's destroyed. But it's just happening. I should be checking if I have an animation player. I decided not. And it's just like doing it. It's doing it when they load in. Which is not when I expected it to do it. That's surprising me. On something hit. That's what this function name is called. On something hit. Why would on something hit be running at all these other times? Oh, because anything is hit. I see. It's not checking. It's because I'm probably running into like the cornfields. So it's literally playing even if the cornfields are hit. It's literally if something is hit, even if it's not the thing we're trying to look at. Anything gets hit, it plays that. So every time a cornfield gets hit, that's gonna run that. Okay, that makes sense. I get it. So, with that in mind, does that help me? I mean, really, this should be playing all the time. Or anytime I run into anything. It's a little confusing, right? if what got hit is its parent, and its parent health is greater than 0, I mean, it shouldn't be doing this unless it's the thing that got hit. Dude, this is, oh my god. I'm gonna comment this back in. Okay, not that. I don't know what good this is supposed to do. Man, I feel so incompetent right now because of how confused I am. Like, I guess I have no idea what I'm doing. It feels like the most logical conclusion. Obstacle just got hit. Well, yes, of course it's an obstacle. So it's not telling me what the node is. But yes, these go up. Right here. I thought he showing you Graph Toy. Whoa, that's awesome! I love that. Rogi. I don't know what's going on. I'm losing it. I'm losing it a little here. If I'm being honest. Completely confused. Utterly don't understand anything. How many frames is the panel destruction animation? Or how long? The default. Which is what, like 1 second? I think it's the default. Should be. One second. Or whatever the value 1. It feels like longer than a second. I'm so confused. Why does nothing make sense? Use those ones. I mean, it's like... It seems to be much deeper than that, even. What's up, Gab Games? I'm trying to solve a problem. Restart Godot and test again? I could. So... I mean, this became about so many other things. It's very irritating. The initial problem is this. Particle effects, when they fire... So, I'm gonna run into these solar panels on top of this barn right here. When I hit it, you may notice they disappear in the air. And then they come back over there. Alright? Do you see that? I don't know if you see that. So if I hit this, they disappear in the air. When that terrain chunk that has that particle effect on it returns back, you'll see the effect plays again. This requires you to understand a lot about this project. And you may not understand that about this project. This project has a bunch of terrain chunks on it that are not spawned or despawned. They stay in the scene. They are behind the camera, building up, and just sitting there, right there. They're sitting right there, and then they're pulled from here and added into there, okay? That's just the way it is. So, what happens is that when they go into that collector behind the camera, their stats are reset, right? So here's this telephone pole. If I smack it a bunch of times, it disappears. When that chunk returns, which it just has, this telephone pole, has been replenished. The way that that gets replenished is an animation player restarts. The animation player right now is partially through. That allows this electric pole to be destroyed. Okay? Electric pole right here. Animation player right there. Here's degrade. And this is the animation degrade. When this animation is moved forward, it moves it to the broken state. And that goes all the way to the end until it destroys. And that's because when it takes damage, a percentage of that damage is calculated, and that percentage is fed into the position of the playhead on this animation player. So there you can see it's at 0.2 when it's on this state here. So that means it's taken 0.2 of its total damage, and therefore it's at this stage. When it takes 0.4 of its total damage, it goes here. So I come and I click on this. Well, it took more because I ran into it and I clicked on it, which means it took extra damage. But yeah, that's the idea. Okay, great. So we all get that. Now, a problem that has been happening, and this happens with all of them, but you don't notice it with some of them because they're on the ground. When they're in the air, you notice it. Because when they're on the ground, if I destroy this, particles go in the air and they get partially cut off, but not much, and so you don't even notice it. It being the problem that I'm having. And what is that problem? That when the particle effect is cut off, and it comes back around after being in the collector, the particle effect continues to play, even though it's supposed to be stopped, right? So I'm gonna run through here. You see how they disappeared before they all hit the ground? Now over here, when that block returns, they dump randomly. And it's not really that random. It's actually not random at all. It's happening because that block is returning. And so the issue that I'm trying to solve is to find a way to make sure that it doesn't finish playing that animation of the particle effect that gets, it's not really an animation. It's like the particle effect gets suspended and then it completes it later or something. Very weird, very annoying, do not like. And so one idea that Joe Schmo had for trying to fix this, and I don't know if it's gonna fix it. I doubt it's gonna fix it. Not because Joe Schmo doesn't have good ideas, but because I've lost some hope. But I can't even really test Joe Schmo's idea. Joe Schmo's idea was on that solar panel to add in a method call. So down here at the bottom, there's a method call that is going to reset the particle effect, and it's going to run a restart function on the particle effect. Now, what I can't seem to do is prove that this method is even running in the first place. So I can't even try Joe's idea because I can't tell if this is running at all. So if we come to the hit point script and we take a look at that, I said this before, but maybe it's a good idea to revisit it. Okay, so a timer would help, like so many milliseconds after block pass, it resets. Well, yeah, so, okay, maybe. So, we're not, so that's the problem, but we're not even there yet. I mean, we are, but like, I've gone way beyond that problem at this point, unfortunately. But this has led us to that. So, I have this if has node, so I created because, okay, so I couldn't get this method to run right? This method, I can't get it to run. It's not running, nothing is happening for some reason. Even though this is definitely happening. It's definitely happening. It must be happening. Because if it wasn't happening, we wouldn't be able to see the particle effect emit in the first place. So this is definitely running, right? Because if I do this, you see the particle effect happens? That particle effect that happens is right there on that same frame as that method we're trying to run. So the animation is definitely playing at that time. So we're not having an issue with playing the animation. However, I tried an experiment. I created an animation player that is separate from this one, where I tried to call that method. I created this animation player right here. And the only thing that that animation player does, I mean, it also makes an orb appear in theory. I guess I forgot to make the orb appear. But that doesn't work either, so it doesn't really matter. Here, we'll make it become visible. Alright, so this orb appears, it doesn't matter. I'll show you. You can't, it doesn't work anyway. But it's supposed to call this method, the same method that's on the other animation that I'm trying to call. Alright? So, try to understand what I'm dealing with here. So, this is a new animation player that's separate from the one that shows that this destroys. It's a separate animation player. It has this method on it. So now I'm trying to check if this will run on this animation player. Okay, we on the same page? I hope so. So this is where that initial animation plays. This is the one that emits the particle effect in the first place. It plays right here. So on this same indentation, we have to check if it has the node animation player, because this script is on multiple obstacles in this project. So I'm only adding this experiment animation player on this one obstacle. That is to say, the electric pole would also have this script. And if I say, you know, play animation player, it's gonna be like, there's no animation player on 50 objects, right? So I have to say, if it has the node animation player, then play it, right? And so, I also have a print here, so just in case I want to confirm whether it's even running this, we've got a print. Well, it doesn't run this, and it doesn't print anything. Now, you might think, well, maybe the if has node animation player is the problem. It's not. If I cut this out and I put it up into the ready function, that is to say, when the scene begins, it's going to run this. So it's going to see, does the hit points node have the node animation player? If so, print contrived example and play this animation player with the new animation. If I do that, we're gonna see right away a bunch of confirmations that worked. So we get all kinds of wonderful, beautiful output. Contrived example, it prints it. It even runs the method. That's what these messages are. These are messages from the method that I'm trying to run, that I'm just using to test Joe Schmo's example. It does it all. If I do this in the ready function, but I don't want to do this in the ready function. So it sees the node, has node works, it prints it, it runs the animation, and it does all the other things that we need. Heck, we might even see the orbs on here. There are the orbs. Okay, so I may have just realized that I put it on the wrong object. Do you guys see what I see? Do you see what I see? The thing that I've been testing are the ones that are on the roof. That's a different obstacle than the ones on the ground. So of course it's not gonna play the one on the ground if that's not the one that we're experimenting with. Okay. Well, I'm very glad that I went through all that and I explained that, because now I have discovered at least why it's not playing this, because we're destroying the wrong thing. Now, with that said, I still have some questions, and I think some things still aren't working right. So real quick, I'm gonna move this back where it was, which is down here. Okay, right down here. And I'm gonna see if does that method run on the ones on the ground. Yes, I called a contrived example. Also, hello, Tincho. I can't sing you a song yet. I would like to, but I must focus myself. Okay, so if I run through this, oh, it runs it. It would seem the crazy-making aspect is that I made two separate obstacles that look remarkably the same. And there's nothing I can do about that other than know that it's true. Okay, so, we're gonna go back to that solar panel there. And I'm just gonna get rid of the contrived example. The contrived example can just go in the garbage. I'll tell you what, I'll cut it. I'll keep it on the clipboard. And then we'll take the method that we're calling here out of the solar panel, because I don't care for it to be there. We need to come to the correct solar panel, which is the one that's mounted. In theory, I'd want this on every obstacle animation player anyway. But it's not what's going to help us test this problem. Okay, here's the mounted solar panel. A little bit different. It's a little bit different. Looks a lot the same though. Okay, wow. So in here, I am going to add a track that calls the method hit points, specifically, or calls on the node hit points, the method reset particle effects at the beginning. Okay, and now we can test probably Joe Schmo's idea. I believe that we finally can test Joe Schmo's idea. I'm gonna comment this out, because this doesn't exist and I don't know if I need to even bother with it. So we'll get a bunch of messages being printed if Joe Schmo's suggestion actually attempted to work. We still won't know if it works unless the particles don't appear when they're not supposed to. Okay, good. So this part worked. Now we just have to see if indeed the particles don't come back. So around here, we should not see particles appear if it worked. Now I'm not optimistic because I'm just feeling like nothing works anymore. But, okay, so we stopped them mid. I don't see any yet. Basically, we're just looking for blue and white particles to rain down randomly somewhere over here. And it's not random. They rain down when this one loads in. I gotta say, I haven't seen it yet. That didn't fix it. Did it really fix it? Hold on, we gotta do it multiple times. Gotta do it multiple times to make sure. It is looking good, but I refuse to accept that it's yet resolved. We have a 1 in 20 chance that that block appears. So, we have to be patient. We gotta be patient. Oh my god, it's killing me. Okay, I saw the lag, so I know this one's coming. Alright, here we go. I think it fixed it! Calling the method to restart it. Freaking fixed it! Not only am I glad I explained all of that so I could realize the error I was making, I am glad that I persisted on this potential fix, because it is the answer that I was looking for all this time. Oh my god. What a triumphant moment. Joe Schmo. You know, on some level, you knew this would work. I want to see it over and over again. I want to see so many times. Dude, it's not happening. It's fixed. You fixed it. How did you even know that that would fix it? Because to me, when I hear restarting a particle effect, to me that means it's going to play it again. But I guess it's similar to, I don't know, like restarting the animation player or something. It's like putting it back to the beginning. It's a little lag. It does have a little lag. Isn't it cute? One day, I would like the alien to have an animation where it walks lopsided because it has a small leg. Or at least hops and carries that leg with it. Dude, it's fixed! It all feels so worth it. All the frustration feels worth it. I should have been more patient. I should have trusted the process. And guess what? Part of the process is live streaming, hanging out with you guys, having you come through and say, what's going on here? Because you know what that makes you guys? Rubber duckies. Y'all are really my rubber duckies. If you don't know what I mean, I'm referring to something that I was taught here in this live stream, which is like an old coding metaphor or something. Rubber ducky coding. Some person said something about how you should, along the way, while you're coding, explain your code to a rubber duck. Tentatively for now, well, it seems to work. Yeah, I think we can be confident that it's gonna work. It should have appeared by now, if it wasn't working. So, like, you debug code by explaining the problem and your code to a rubber ducky that's sitting in front of you. And by doing that, it helps you to resolve it. If you guys hadn't come in here and asked me to explain it, I wouldn't have done that. And maybe I wouldn't have gotten to this end. So thank you, chat, for being rubber duckies. I don't feel confident in referring to you as duckies, but I've never wanted to more. I've never wanted to more call you duckies. We not only need a rubber ducky now, but a rubber ducky cam. That's funny. Like a separate cam that just looks at a rubber ducky. I got your rubber ducky cam. It's called a mirror. You are the rubber ducky. Alright. Wow. Anyway. Tincho's in the house. Tincho! Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it so much. Tincho! Tincho inched into the chat. Tincho! Oh. Tincho inchoed into the chat. Tincho, oh, inched into the chat. Tincho, oh, inched into the chat. Welcome, Tincho. That is that. Sorry about that. You're also welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev and for coming through. Rogi said, create a scene for the particles, instantiate the particles in place, repair the particles to the main node. What the monkey? Queue free the particles at the end of their emission, and if needed, make the particles move at ground speed, which I assume is a global variable? What? That's an interesting thing. I see. So instantiate them. That's an interesting idea. I'm glad we don't have to do it. I hate instantiating. It's messy. But it could be nice, because it could also resolve the issue of them disappearing in the first place. Which, while I don't love, I can live with. Rogi, hang on to that. You know, one day I might circle back to that still. Today's not that day. Mish, I'm explaining code to my rubber ducky. Them. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yeah. So that's a good point. That the whole rubber ducky thing is actually pretty weird. Like I talk to myself off stream. Last week, someone tried to do their 1-hour game jam. We do that every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Someone tried to do it while talking the entire time, because that's what I do. I talk the entire time that I do my 1-hour jam. But the reality is, even when I'm not streaming, I'm talking. Because of my ADHD, I can't focus on a single thought track unless I vocalize it, because there's too many other thoughts happening at the same time, and so I can't tell what I'm supposed to focus on. But if I say it out loud, it lets me concentrate on that one track. So me, I'm already that person at Wendy's talking to themselves. But somehow, I feel like it's worse to be talking to a rubber ducky. So, yeah, do be careful. Do be careful with where you're talking to yourself. You have to be careful. Basically, all to make them not have to move. Yeah. Right. And that would actually be good in other ways, potentially, right? Do they already move? I don't even remember. I don't remember. Do they? That's weird if they do, right? No, it's not. They should move. It would be weirder if they stayed in place. Because if you think about it, the alien is running past something. So it would be weird if they didn't move. Oh, they don't move? Oh, so it is already weird. They move with the alien. Oh, so actually, but I see what you're saying. You're saying so they don't have to move when the terrain controller, when they leave the terrain controller. But actually, that is a bit of a weird problem. That the fact that they move with the alien. I mean, it almost gives this effect that they're like blowing back, like they're going psh, like that. I mean, if I'm just sitting here, then they stay there. You know, actually, I kind of like it. It adds a weird effect that's actually kind of awesome. So never mind, I like it. Anyway, great. So we're gonna let me clean this up now that I know this works and everything is fine and everybody's happy. Let's clean up some of these messages that we don't need for the reset particle effects. And then technically, I need to do this on every single obstacle. Because while it's only most noticeable on the solar panels that are in the air, technically anything would be having that problem of the particle effect being left over. It's usually under the level because it's an object that's sitting on the ground, so you don't notice it. But technically, for some reason, it might be visible. And, you know, there's the electric pole, for example. The electric pole has a, what you call it? A particle effect that happens up in the air. So like if we hit it once, you can see the particle effect comes in the air. It's just, you know, not necessarily going to be the one. So if I hit it and run away really fast, we might get some particle effects left over in the sky. Because that doesn't have that method that restarts the particle effect. It doesn't have that method animated on. There it goes, see? There it was. So it's something that really we should future-proof. Which raises a few questions. Because that means every time I set up an obstacle, if I create a new obstacle, I have to remember to create a unique track on every single one that calls this method. And I can't forget that, or else it won't be the same as the others, and it could result in that issue again. So like, that sucks to have to remember that every time. So the alternative, I don't know if there is an alternative, but an idea that I have is I try to use this instance. I don't know if it's gonna work the way I want, but maybe, I don't think it will. But technically the hit points has an instance, and it's just has the label, which is like a debug label, so I can see how many hit points obstacles have if I need to for a debug purpose. I don't know if this is even gonna work, but maybe I could add, whoops, pressing the wrong debug buttons. Maybe I could add a, there we go. So there you can see all the hit points on there, and they go down when they get hit. Maybe I could add a instanced version of the animation player. The thing is, I would need to be able to edit it locally as well. And I don't know if that will work. So let's see, if I add an animation player in the instance, save that. We come into any old thing like the electric pole, and I come to the hit points node here. You're not going to see that animation player unless I right click it and I do editable children. Right down here, editable children. So if I do editable children, we now see the animation player, and it's yellow, which means that it's inherited. Now, if I want to do something different to it, let's say I create a new animation on it. This isn't going to be inherited. This is going to be local. You know, maybe I should do this. Okay, but wait, but that's not even fully what I want. I don't want to create a new animation on it. what I want to do, this actually might save me a lot of time. I should actually maybe have been doing this all along. If I had a degrade animation on here, and the only thing I do is add a call method, this could be for the betterment of the project overall, truth be told. We call the reset particle effects right on here and just have this on here by default, so I don't have to remember every time to add this on when I create a new obstacle. Come to the electric pole. The animation player is on there. I'm going to just try to reload this, make the children not editable, then make the children editable. Open up the animation player. Yikes. So I'm not seeing the degrade that I created appear. Boo. Let me try opening it again. Dang. That's disappointing. I figured there was some reason why I wasn't doing this, and I guess because I had already tried it, and it was no bueno. Editable children, click the— oh, it's there! Oh! Okay, it's there. That's good. There it is. Now if I want to add a track, there's no option to add tracks. Okay, so what if I right-click on it, though, and I make it local? Is that even an option here? Make scene reparent. Dang, it's not. I can make the entire hit points instantiated scene as local, but then it's not an instance anymore. And it loses the benefits of being an instance. I don't know that it needs to be an instance, if I'm being honest with you. Now I don't see add track appearing here. I'm actually a little confused. See how add track is there? On the one that isn't instanced? On the one that is, so I can't keyframe anything on here. Right? Like if I click on this mesh, and then I go to like visibility and I add a keyframe. What? Wait, okay. Let me make sure I understand this correctly. Okay, so I'm not allowed to add a track, but I can keyframe something and that adds a track? I mean, if I only need to add a track as an instance anyway, then maybe it's not a big deal. Yeah, it kind of makes me feel like it's a bug. Either that the add track isn't appearing, or that I can add a track. One of those two things is the bug. Or maybe for some reason, adding a track is fundamentally very different than adding a track or creating a track automatically versus manually. Welcome back, Pepe. I'm glad you're fed. Sounds like it's well-deserved. Not that eating is something that should be a reward for achieving things. I'm just saying, you certainly deserve a party for finishing the game. Yeah, that's very strange. But, I mean, if it solves my problems, who am I to complain? Now, I would like to not have to re-keyframe every single obstacle all over again. It will mean that future ones, assuming this works, will be easier. But this one, all the ones that have been made, will be quite a lot of effort to do this. Making stuff local and editing instances always confuses me. I wish there was like a long tutorial specifically around that and all its use cases. There better be. There better be a tutorial for that. Shoot. It is confusing. Oh, I can't even select all of these because there's too many in the window. I can't press Control A. It doesn't do anything. Okay. Well, I guess I can only do half of these. So we'll go up to Transformer of this one. I'm going to press Control C. I don't think, no, I don't think there is any Control C. You can't Control C keyframes. That's not how this works. I think you have to do each one over again for every single obstacle, which is horrifying. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. They need to do something with the keyframe selection. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's like its own system, completely separate from everything else in Godot. If you want to duplicate, you have to like select one, move this, right click. If I can even do it. Oh, wow. It's interesting because it's not even letting me do it because it's an inherited. The inherited thing is weird right now. Okay, so here, if you select one and you right click, you're gonna get duplicate keys as an option, and that's the way you copy and then paste them. But you can't actually copy and paste it. So it's like fundamentally different from like copying and pasting nodes or objects or whatever. Which is fine, but it's not, it doesn't have similar features. I can't. First of all, I can't copy them anyway, Joe, so it wouldn't even matter. But zooming, all zooming does is it makes it horizontally smaller, but not vertically. So vertically, we're not getting any more space by zooming. And then when I try to select with the mouse, if I drag up, the scroll bar doesn't go with it. So I'm just kind of SOL in terms of collecting all that. I like animating. I have to put more time into it. Yeah, animating is fun. Especially if you like it, if you feel that you like it, like go with that. Follow that. Follow that which you enjoy more than anything. You must. You must. It's calling you. Must be the way to do it. It's just terrible. There is no way to do it. The animation editor UI is a mess. Worst of everything you can do, in my opinion. It actually, yeah. Many of some of the most frustrating, unsolvable things have been related for me to animation players. Yeah. Yeah, the animation editor sucks. It's nice, though. It does a lot of cool things, but it also doesn't. This is wild that I'm able to keyframe things on here. It makes me wonder, will this actually work though? I'm kind of curious. Like if I rename this one to animation no. So I renamed the old degrade to no, and I'm gonna rename this one to degrade. I can't even rename it. It won't even let me rename it. Okay, so I'll have to come to the other one, the instance. That's fine. This is gonna create some issues though. This is actually gonna be potentially a problem. We'll see. It might cause a conflict with the other one that's on the rest of them. Who knows anymore? Looking for, did I close it? The electric pole? There's the electric pole. Come electric pole, it's called animation degrade. Good, that's the name it's supposed to have. That's the name that the code is looking for. We said that the pole is visible here, and then we want to say at point 2, we'll just say, just for the sake of experimentation, the pole should disappear. I'm going to keyframe it to disappear at point 2. So the pole will just disappear. I feel like I don't know what's gonna happen. It's wild if this works, that we can't add a track, but we can like automatically create a track. All right, hold on. Oh yeah, it worked. It works. I don't know what. I can't believe that worked. I mean, I kind of can, but I also kind of can't. Well, in terms of most easily, I don't know what's easiest. I don't know what's easiest because I could also make sure that I remember every single time I set up an obstacle. I have to remember to add a call method track. And if I haven't added a call method track, I better do that. Or I remake all the past obstacles and all of their animations, which, as you can see, with some things like the telephone pole, is a lot of keyframes. Or I manually redo all of them, hand by hand, and then in the future, I don't ever have to ask myself, oh, I need to remember to add that call method on there. Really, it's tedious. I don't think there's any way around the tedium. It's just which flavor of tedium do I want today? And who knows what problems down the line somehow get created by me setting it up this way, especially since it seems somehow it's not supposed. Am I not supposed to be able to create these keyframes? Why am I able to? Am I modifying the instance? I should probably confirm that I'm not modifying the instance. Oh, that's why it works. Look, on the instance, whoa. On the instance, that's the wrong zoom. It created these. So I wasn't actually updating. I wasn't adding this track locally. I was adding this track on the instance. Which means everywhere else, it's probably gonna run an error, being like, I don't know where this is. Or it won't be an error, and I could just literally put all of them on here. Just every single obstacle animation on that instance. Because actually, I'm not seeing any errors. It should already be running an animation degrade on the cornfields. Honestly, it's horrifying. It's a horrifying prospect. So it doesn't. Well, no, Lise, the reason why you're not seeing an error is because you're not actually running it on the other ones. This is ridiculous. There is no way this is an option. This is literally not an option. And I just want to like say that we're not gonna do this. This is a bad idea. But for funsies, oh wow, it already renamed this to animation degrade 2. Oh god, I was afraid of that. Oh no. How did it already rename it to animation degrade 2? So it should be giving an error then. Oh, we got some errors, all right. What the hell? If I try to attack that, it should say that it doesn't see something. Okay, we did get some errors. Yes, so that is broken. That is indeed broken. You can see that it's still playing the particle effect amazingly. Yeah, so there it's not seeing. So we would just be swimming in errors. Absolutely swimming in errors if I did this. So this is not an option. So the tedium that I have to do is every single time I set up an obstacle, I have to remember to add in that call method, period. I think that's my only option. What are all, oh my god, all these errors. I really hope every obstacle doesn't have animation degrade 2. Oh my god, that means I have to go through all of them and fix. Okay, well, thank goodness This just got, oh my god, it got renamed back, I think. Unless that's the ground one. No, Lees, you're mixing up the ground and the mount. So I think it was if I loaded the scene, so this is still true. If I loaded the scene in the editor, then it renamed it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what is that pop-up? That pop-up is devastating. I hate it. Oh god, the experiments have caused some issues. Oh, right, because I said it was animation. I said it was animation no on the electric pole. So I have to rename animation no back to animation degrade, because it's a no to not name it degrade. Ooh, it do get complicated. Making games do get complicated, don't it? Wow. 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 I don't know what that window that pops up is about. But everything should be back to normal at this point. But let's just make sure. I will definitely restart the project at this point. What, debugger? What? What is that? What you got for me? Hit me with it. Okay, I don't care about that. That's because I attacked something that isn't properly set up all the way. Fine, whatever. I don't care about that. Okay. What is that? What is that? I'm just saving repeatedly so I can read it. Yeah, it is famous last words. Stop running away, you coward. Let's see if I can screenshot it. That's a no. Control S command. Control S command. I don't think I can screenshot it. Control S command to desk. Oh, I missed it. I probably could have gotten it that time. Control S command to desk. Ugh. Control S command to desk. Control S command shift S. Control S command shift S. I'm asking to press the wrong hotkey right now. Control S command shift S. Control S command shift S. Oh, I got it! Yeah, restart might fix it. I'm just fascinated. I want to read it. I think you're right about that. All right, what you saying? What you out here saying? What you say? What did you say? An incoming node's name clashes with hit points animation degrade already in the scene, presumably from a more nested instance. You presume correct. The less nested node will be renamed. Please fix and resave scene. Oh, do I just need to save it? I did save it. Oh, thanks, Insane. I got it. I did get it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. How do I even credit that? An incoming node's name clashes with hit points optical animation degrade already in the scene, presumably more nested incidents. That's just all it's saying over and over again. It's just saying that over and over again. Well, it shouldn't clash anymore, Godot. So I'm gonna restart it. I'm gonna dump some snack dust into my hand. Add it to my mouth. And wait for it to reload. I really haven't needed... Oh, it's over here. I haven't needed my waiting for Godot book cover in so long, because Godot is always so fast. And then I try to go find it and I can't find it because it gets lost because I never use it, but I try to keep it around. All right. No more message? No more message? Why would you give me the message? It doesn't need to be made anymore. Right, Godot? Right. Okay. We are Gucci. Well, now that that has been dealt with, I get to decide if I'm ready to add that call method to everything or if I just want to stick it on a... It's victory! It is! It's victory! It's victory! Or I just want to stick it on a to-do list as something to do later. I feel like I should do it because the only other thing I would do is start something new. And if I start something new, I'm going to be here all night because I'm going to get into something that I shouldn't be getting into this late in the stream. Just been debugging, man. That's all the stream has been, is debugging. Sometimes that is what it is, though. We can't have those exploding particles. They must be resolved immediately. I'm actually kind of glad that I don't have to remake every single animation player. That was terribly more daunting. I think I now have my answer of what's more tedious. Well, and here's the thing, is you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to have some kind of check. So like, for example, if this arrow hover isn't present, so I've set up like a manual error system. So if I say arrow hover, no, okay, whatever. If I say that and I hit play, we're gonna get, the game is gonna crash because there's a code snippet. See, it crashes. And so what it does is it runs a breakpoint, and the breakpoint right here takes me to the error message, and this is my manual error message, and it says error somewhere, a hover arrow child is missing, and that's because I renamed this to no, and it's looking for it without no. And so it kind of would be nice to like set that up for myself. Also, in retrospect, I feel like these breakpoints should be before. No, because it has to be in the if statement, so that doesn't make sense. Oh, but no, you could still put it up here. Let's put it right there. I guess it wouldn't print the error in the output. Which is, actually I kind of prefer that to be printed. So you know what, we'll keep it there. But yeah, so if I was gonna try to set this up to look for that, I don't know how I would say it knows that this has been called, that this call method has been added to an animation. The best way I could think to do that, I don't even know. How the heck would I do that? How could it check to see if an animation was there? I mean, we do have, you know, this function, and maybe somehow I could say if it doesn't run, maybe have it print something if it does that. Well, but that's the thing, is it's kind of the opposite. It's like here's the thing. There's like no, how do I explain this? Like with the other thing, it's checking to see if a node exists or not. Trying to figure out if an animation player has a certain animation, correct? Yeah, exactly. Because I know I'm gonna forget this. And it would just, I want to remind myself, I want to build into the project a reminder for myself that I need to add this to every single obstacle that I create. And so I want to create an error that's going to be like, hey, you didn't set up the call method to call this in the animation player. And I feel like that's maybe difficult. You know, I could say if this doesn't run, how can I say that this didn't run? It should be running. Yeah, I don't even know how to do that. It's something like animplayer.getParameters playback. What? It's a thing? Holy moly. Animparam. Let me see if I can find it. I like how it looked for it in all caps. That's very nice of you. Param and oh, it is all caps. Let's just look up param in general. I don't even know what I'm looking for here. Something to do with the animation player. Maybe we want to just look at the animation player itself. See where that gets us. Parameters / playback is a string argument to a function. I mean, how do I search for that? Parameters / playback is a string argument to a function. So you're saying I would Google Godot animation player parameters playback. Also, I'll Google that. I'll Google it. I don't care. I got nothing against a little Google. Animation node state machine playback. Get out of here, AI animation answers. Is it possible to pass a variable into the animation player? Get parameter / playback on state machine. Only for state machines. Oh yeah, because we keep getting state machine, and I guess that like has a lot of similarities. The animation player. Godot animation player get parameters. I would go back to docs and check methods on animation players. Animation get next. Oh, it's so tiny. It's just so tiny. Does it have to be that tiny? I mean, really. Animation get next, set next, clear queue, get blend time, get method call mode, deprecated. I'm pretty sure there's a method that will list out all the animation names. Whoa. I mean, there's get next animation, but that's like that's the animation, and this is more the tracks. It's really the track that I want more than anything. And then what kind of track? And you know what I mean? I feel like this isn't gonna happen. I don't know. I'm just being pessimistic. Set blend time, set method call, set process callback. Also deprecated. Doesn't mean it won't work yet, but that doesn't seem it. I mean, that's pretty much all of them. Clear queue, get blend time, get method call mode, get playing speed, get process callback, get queue. I don't think we can do it. I wish we could, though. I badly wish we could. Need to get a specific track. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I feel like there's no way to alert me that it's missing. Unless I somehow say, like, hey... you know, this function never ran and it should have, but that doesn't really make sense. I think I just have to remember. And like, if I notice, like, oh, that particle effect is floating, well, at least I know how to fix it. I gotta go add this on here. I'll do it. I suppose I could. No, I guess not. I don't know. Like, maybe I could. Okay. I have another thought. It's not the best, but what I could do is try to remember every time I set up an obstacle animation, I load it with this little folder. I go find it and I add it. Oh, I'm gonna forget that. I know I'm gonna forget that. And I could just make sure that it loads in with one that has call method. It sucks because your solution fixes my problem. But I'm just not sure how I'm gonna implement that solution in a scalable way. Other than like, oh, me, the lead developer will just remember to always add it in every time till the end of time. And so it almost makes me want to find an alternative way to achieve the same thing in a way that is a bit more scalable. I mean, there's already issues like the fact that I even have that arrow hover. Is find track a method of the player? I don't know. It is, but it's on animation. Returns the index of a specific track. I'm just Googling stuff and that came up. Wait. Oh, this is for an animation. Oh, yeah. Wait. That might work. That might actually work. Find track, path, node path, type track type. Oh, we can even look for the track type. Oh, shoot. Dang. What is node path looking for? Find track node path? Like the path of the animation player? Like the animation player? Oh, okay. Well, dude, okay, hold on. This is promising. This is promising. Okay, so we go to hit points. We're gonna get tons of errors because there's a bunch of stuff I haven't added this for, but that's the point, so. I don't know, what is this, and what is this return, pray tell? Nice one, Joe. Nice one. Oh, there was still, didn't I want to... We're going to say it with that insane alpha beta with the screenshot. We're going to give you a tech support one for that. And then for Joe, I feel like I already gave you a credit for this suggestion, didn't I? I don't remember. I feel like you at least deserve one. And then for that, yeah, and then for that, we'll just say Godot consultant. I would assume anim player, but could be wrong. It might be the animation node that's sort of contained within the player, I guess. Right. We gonna find out. We gonna find out. So I'm about to try it. Music getting to the end of the list or not. Give me some tunes right now. Okay, so find track. So I'm gonna come back to hit points, and we want to. Oh, I wanted to see what it returned. An integer. An integer? If the track is not found, return -1? Why? Interesting. What if it is found? What does it return? I have to admit, that is one strange little method. Returns -1? Okay, so if find track on whatchamacallit, animation degrade, I don't even know how, what are track types? How do I even describe a track type? Godot animation track type. Check track type to see available types. Oh, it's a number. That's why it returns an integer. Now it makes sense. Not a weird function. This makes sense. I mean, it's very unreadable, but okay. So 1 is position 3D, 2 is rotation, 3 is scale, 4 is blend shape, 5 is method. Okay. So if it doesn't return a 5, this is obnoxious. So it's just looking to see if a track of a certain like, okay, all right, whatever. If it does not find on animation degrade track type 5, then we say error, add a, what is it called? Something, add a reset particle effects method call track to an obstacles hit points is animation degrade player. Add a reset particle effects method call track to an obstacles hit points animation degrade player. Okay. It's a mouthful. Function find track not found in base self. Oh shoot. So I think I have to say if, oh geez. If animation, so that's even, so we're not done yet. If animation degrade, oh geez. Find track, so then what's the node? I don't even know what the node is. I think you would need the animation node that contains the track, and then you also need the animation player, of course. I don't know, it's more complicated than I thought. Yeah, but it's worth it. Okay, so the animation is called degrade. Right? Is that the name of the node, I suppose? If animation degrade, find track degrade on the I mean, it is, I don't know, is that, I mean, it's just the name of the animation is degrade. I mean, we're gonna get this error. Like, we're gonna get the crap out of this error. Because there are a ton of obstacles that don't have this track. Find track is a method on animation nodes or players. Animation nodes, not players. Wait. Oh, shoot, you're right. Oh, no, it is. Okay, it is complicated. Okay, hold on. Hold up. So we're way off base. Non-existent function find track. Right. Animation players are different node types. Oh my god. So I have to say animation degrade. I don't even understand. How do I refer to it? How do I even get to find track to begin with? What do I try to run find track on? I guess I need to look up an example. Animations are just data containers and must be added to nodes, such as an animation player, to be played back. Animation tracks have different types. Okay. Godot find track animation. If someone could just show me an example of it being used in their code, that would be helpful. Get animation. Wow. So we want to say get animation dot find track, and it's stand collision shape. But this seems quite a bit different. This is very different because this is not calling with the same things, and I'm still confused. I'm confused. When was this post made? 7 months ago. Animation.type, because this isn't an integer. I guess it's not supposed to be an integer. Dude, this is complicated. This is actually complicated. But it's kind of interesting, and I'm kind of enjoying myself. Track type. So I see, I guess we don't put it in as the integer. We would want to say type, what the type is. Animation.type position. Okay, so this is correct. Stand collision. Oh, so the name of the track even? That's going to be hard because I need to kind of skip that. I need to say it doesn't matter what it is. What's the name of the animation that contains the track you need to find? The name of the animation is degrade. So I think what I have to say is at least animation player get animation. This is wild. Get animation degrade. Find track. I don't know what it's looking for here. In the first, I don't understand what node path it needs. That I'm a little confused by. In this person's example, they did stand collision shape, which to me sounds like what it is that's being animated. In Yeah, that's it. That's what I've got, Joe, exactly. I am pleased that we agree. With the mount, the animation track name, which I guess is a node. Hit points. It's hit points. Oh, it wants, that's what it wants? I guess because it's a call, I guess since it's a call method, it makes sense that it would be hit points is the node. Right, and so otherwise the node in this case is like the name. I see, because a track is always modifying a node. So it's looking for the name of the node. I get it. Okay, cool. So luckily it's just hit points, which makes this very easy. Yeah. So we're gonna say hit points, which actually would need to be the name. Actually, it's the same name as itself. It'd be kind of nice to even just say like self name. I don't know if it's gonna accept that, but then if I ever change the name of hit points, in theory it would update it, but this might not work. And then I'd want to say potentially animation dot type position. I don't know why this person added animation dot. You need to use the complete node path. Oh, so that was actually a mistake that they did. Try changing it to type value. Documentation says Using the dedicated track types instead of type value is recommended for performance reasons. All those are types of animation tracks optimized with some modifications, but in your animation you're using a normal track, a type value track, so you'll need to use the correct type of track. What? Might be hit point / method name, but try what you're doing first. Oh. Wow. Wow. This is wild. So this may well not work. I mean, it's probably not gonna work. We want type call method type method. Oh my goodness. So if this works correctly, we should just get the breakpoint, basically. Then we'll know we did it right, is if it says we hit a breakpoint. That's our confirmation. Invalid type in function find track in base animation. Cannot convert argument 1 from string name to node path. Okay, so that didn't work. That's okay. What if I just say self? It'd be nice if I didn't have to type in the name. So I'm willing to give it a try. I'm guessing it didn't work. Yeah, so it can't convert it from object to node path. Okay. Okay. There's not like a node path. You can't just like say node path. Okay, so what if we just say, what is a node path can be in, what would I even say here? Like hit points? Like literally drag this in here? I wonder if I can copy it from the animation player. I have to wait. It won't let me drag it yet. Okay, there we go. Can I convert argument 1 from object to node path? Okay. Method for retrieving node path. Right. Godot method for retrieving node path. Get node. Oh. Get node self? Seems silly. Oh, that's looking for a path. So that's ridiculous. Argument 1 should be node path, but as hit points. Thanks, AI. You're stupid. Get node returns a reference to the desired node. Yeah. Get name, get as property path. Returns a node path with a colon character prepended. I must be off. This is for properties. This cannot be the same thing. Reference sounds like an object. We need a string. Right. Like what string? It definitely doesn't probably like this. Unless it does, but it's not the right thing. I was trying to avoid doing that if I could, but if it's unavoidable, I'm fine with that. Attempt to call find track in base null instance on a null instance. Oh my goodness. I was trying to right click on this to see if it... Sometimes I can like rename these. It's just dot. If I double click on this, it'll give me like, you know, a path. But on this one, it's literally just dot, which I kind of already tried. I don't think that's gonna be right. If there's a method that will output the string, it should be safe. How do I get that? A method that outputs, so get name. Too many arguments for get name. Expected 0 but received 1. So it'll just run on itself anyway. Oh, I see. Sorry, I left it zoomed in. So I guess I need to do like, it'll just run on itself. Okay, get name. Get name. Get your name. Still might not be enough, but it'll be something. Can I convert argument 1 from string name to node path? Ooh. Get as property path. It's not a property. But whatever. Do it. Do it. Okay. Not found in base self. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I kind of figured you would say something like that. How to get the absolute path to a node. I don't know if it needs to be an absolute path. How to get a node in a path independent way. How to get a node from node path in another script. How do you get the node path from a function? Yeah, I guess. It's 2019, but... Make an export variable and drag the node into the slot. Why don't I like this? What is that title name? What is that title name? Yeah, I want a code. I want a code. And at least I'm getting that. I'm not exactly coding when I wanted to code, but I'm doing something. Hello, Edward. We're so glad you're here. Edward, 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 we're so glad that you're here. Edward, we're so glad that you're here. Welcome, Edward. There's your song. I very much tried not to put death in the song this time. And thank you for being an active Hyper Game Dever, which allowed you to get that gift membership. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is confusing. String or object, I know. Strings might be objects in Godot. It definitely doesn't like the object either, because it'll be like, object is not a node path. Object is not a node path. Like, okay, jeez. Rogi is sad because I tried to play Valorant, but the anti-cheat made me go into advanced boot to try and enable something, and then it got scary. So I gave up on playing? What? Dang. Haven't you used that anti-cheat before? I don't know much about anti-cheats. Why? But like, that seems frustrating. I would play Valorant and CSGO, but my computer has no space, so I just play the Roblox versions instead. Nice. Use it on Windows 10. Oh. Hey, what's up, Pressapire? Thanks for stopping in. Did you try and get path? You know, I don't think I did. But I'm trying it now. No error. Hey, no error. Let's see. I'm trying to set up a custom error message that checks to see if an animation track exists, because I know I'm going to forget if I don't do that. And it is quite interesting to try to reference a track. Attempting to call a function find track in base null instance on null instance. So look, I'm not saying get path isn't working. It just may be that the path isn't enough. I don't know. But then again, maybe that's not it, because we actually got this error before, the null instance on a null instance. Is it not seeing animation degrade and degrade on some of them? Because some of them, because this is going to run on tons of obstacle scripts, and some of the obstacle scripts might not have a degrade animation. And maybe that's why it's saying null instance. So Precipice, I have to say, hi. And also, I wonder if this worked. Yeah, get animation might be returning null. And if I think about it, there are definitely... There's at least an obstacle that doesn't have the degrade on it. And this is running on every single obstacle. So like, I guess if I wanted to test that, I would have to say something like, if has node, I don't even know how I would say that. I don't think I can say if has animation, unless I can. What's the bug again? Or like thing you can't code? I'm trying to set up a custom error message that's looking for if an animation track exists on an animation player. Ever got banned from Roblox CSGO once, and you had to play with Point for like a week. I don't know what these words mean. I don't know what these things mean. Having a craving for an expensive game, but being too broke to buy it. Yeah, that sucks. That's never fun. It told me to enable a PK key so that I'm in user mode or something. And then it told me I have to choose between adding a PK file from a USB or use factory setting. And then I was like, no thank you, and discarded my changes. Yeah, that is scary. Yeah, you should be careful about that. Yeah, you might have to do some research. You might be messing up something if you're getting messages like that. Thank you, Precipice. Precipire? I gotta say, that is a helpful little tidbit. And I'm just gonna at least take a note that you gave me that, because that was helpful. Oh, let me make sure the formula is up to date. Okay. There we go. So, let's see. I need to make sure, I need to go through every single obstacle that's in here. So that's what I'm about to do. This is kind of something I'd have to do anyway for this task. So let's freaking do it. So solar panel. This has a degrade animation node, and it has a degrade animation. So we can rule out the solar panel on the ground. This isn't a very systematic way to approach this, is it? I guess I should make like a list or something. That would probably be smart if I did that. I like being smart. So we'll say solar panel ground was, we checked it, it was good. It passed the test. Okay. What else? Why not if animation dot get animation degrade? Won't work. You're saying, so I was thinking that too, like some way to ask if it has it. Will that work? If animation degrade... If I'm understanding it, you need to check if you have animation degrade, then check if it can get the animation degrade, then check if it can get the track with error handling along the way. Kind of, yeah. So I actually already have a check here for if it has node animation degrade. That I have accounted for. If it has node animation degrade. Something I could do is also check to see if animation degrade has degrade on it. I already know that something doesn't have degrade on it. And so I was just going to go through every obstacle that's in that scene and see which one doesn't have degrade on it. And then we can proceed. Or I could do, I already know what it's going to say, but it would let us test to see if this is working sooner if I could check to see if it even has the animation degrade on it in the first place. So there's kind of a couple different ways to go about it. But ultimately, what I want is a custom error message here that says, hey, you didn't add an animation track, a method animation track to animation degrade. And this is going to be iterating over a bunch of different obstacles at a time, because this script is on every obstacle in the game. I don't know if that answered your question quite like you asked it. Sometimes I don't do that, but I try my best. Yeah, so actually, while I'm thinking about it, while I'm going through them all anyway, I might as well add the method too. Yay, thank you, Precipier! I like your energy. I appreciate it. So I want to say this is the ground solar panel. While I'm here, I'm just going to add that method. Note and animation naming here could be better in my opinion. I don't disagree with that. Can you be more specific? Because I'm always trying to improve my syntax, and you have helped me do that, Joe. You specifically have helped me do that. So I am all ears and super willing to evolve in that regard, especially since I'm going to be going through a bunch of obstacles and changing them now anyway. This wouldn't be a bad time to change it. It's going to add a lot of extra steps, but if there's any time to refactor, this would be the vicinity to consider doing it. Alright, so I'm going to add a call method track on hit points. Insert the key. Reset particle effects. Okay. Make sure that's the first one. Now that's on there, it's got animation degrade, it's super set up. Beautiful. Close this. What's next? There's all kinds of obstacles. This is an obstacle technically. It sometimes is in the scene, so what the heck, I'll do this one too. I'm just gonna, the copter, it's fine, we're doing it. Add a track, it definitely has degrade on it, but I need to do this, so we're gonna add this to all of them. Oh, so this is actually two different animations with two different possible reset particle effects methods to be called. There's this one. The explode is actually a secondary obstacle that's built onto this one. It's wild. It's wild. And so this one needs to check that different one. Insert this. I could get in the habit of doing this. Alright, so just for the sake of completionism, I have added this one on there. This is copter. It has been vetted. It has been vetted. I could be wrong, but from outsider perspective, I don't think naming a specific animation the same player would ever be a good idea. But once, I could be wrong. The same as the anim player. Well, I named them, they are different. the animation player is named animation degrade. Oh great, and it appended the 2 on it. Ugh. Oh man, I can't believe it appended 2s on these. The animation player is called animation degrade. So it is different. It's called animation underscore degrade. And then the animation itself is called just degrade. So to that point, they are different. But maybe that's still not following what you're seeing as. Sorry if the stream seemed like it dropped out. It is back. I apologize. The internet does that sometimes. I don't know why it's been doing that lately, but it has. I'm just gonna type a message. Okay. So, yeah, but this is actually only for degrade stuff. I don't know if I have a good example that has a different... Oh, yeah, this is a perfect example. So, we back. Yeah, I don't know why it's only been the last week. My internet has just been popping out for a second. So this is the helicopter animation situation. It's got the degrade animation, which sees its destruction happening. If I drag across that animation, you can see the windows break out. And then secondarily, it has its helicopter blade. So I've got animation copter blades. And on here, this basically spins the propellers. And then I've got another one. This gets a little confusing. We've got copter death, which is interesting. And this is what it does when it's spinning out and it's gonna hit the ground and die. So it is a bit, I wouldn't call it degradation though. It's not like actually it getting destroyed. It's like a little different. It getting destroyed is well, this one is when it literally disappears. And then wait, what is this? Oh, we do have a function on this one. Wow. So that's not even a great it's not even a great error, because it looks like on this animation player for the helicopter, it actually does have a method track, and it isn't for the reset particle effects, which well, it's something to keep in mind. But this is kind of a unique case. This is an NPC, and so it kind of behaves differently anyway, but not necessarily. Wow. So yeah, so I don't know if that still goes with what you guys are saying, but because like I said, I'm completely interested in and open to refactoring things, but so far it seems like I'm kind of in the clear, but I could be wrong with examples you guys are giving. Okay, this is on the secondary obstacle, and on this one I want to insert a key that resets the particle effects. There's no particle effects on this one, so why would you do that? There's no particle effects. It doesn't need that to be done. Interestingly, where are those particle effects, actually? I don't actually know where this particle effect plays on the helicopter, now that I think about it. Oh, I see. It's on the explode. Oh, wow. So it is on here. Oh, nice. So actually, we should be... Wait. No. Wait, I don't know where it is. I wonder if that's being played in the code. It might be in the code. This is kind of interesting. A little bit. It's a little bit interesting. It's not a lot of bit interesting. I saw a particle, yeah, Windows. Yeah. Pierogi, it's funny because you were here when you helped me set this up initially. But no, that's different. The windows are one thing. I was so here, okay, oh gosh. I can't show you because our game is currently intentionally broken. I guess I could try to fix it real quick. Oh god. Comment out this. 7 hours of 200 hours on Blender. Just recorded time on Steam. Are you saying that you've got 200 hours in Blender, but you just started recording it on Steam and it's only at 7 hours? In 7 hours, you hit 200 hours. What? I tried the boot thing again just to make sure I wasn't being dumb. Okay. Did it work? So actually, right now the helicopters aren't spawning. That might be a good thing. They might have... oh gosh. Oh, how things get complicated. The NPC spawner is right here. It really just was bad instructions on the Windows site, and you're not gonna mess with it. You have 193 hours on record, oh, thank you for helping me understand what the heck you're talking about. Explaining is hard. Explaining is hard. Okay. That's exciting. You've almost got 200 hours. You're gonna have to stay up all night, or day, or whatever it is for you, and grind that out. Okay, so there's that. Why are the helicopters spawning in the wrong way? I don't know. Oh god. Oh god. What have I done? Is it because I've moved? Oh my god. Is it because okay. Is it because this is playing? Please don't do that. 370 hours on Sprite, and because Unity died, I don't know if I'll use it again. Okay. Cool. Right. You would probably use Sprite again. I mean, if you want to make 2D games, won't you want to use Sprite? I mean, just because you're not using Unity doesn't mean you're not doing 2D anymore, you know? Is it flying in backwards? Anyway, so there's two particle effects, right? There's one. Oh. Messing with these has caused issues. I have caused issues by messing with these things. It should be set to degrade. So finicky. Yeah, they are. You didn't actually change the reset animation, did you? Maybe. I don't think I did, but yeah, it's possible. The helicopter definitely is facing the wrong way, look. Because the collision is angled as if it's facing the other way. Wait, if falling is... Has this just always been at the end of it? What? Nuh-uh. Was that just always at the end of it? That's silly. That can't be true. Oh my god, now they're forward. It also shouldn't be spraying. It's also spraying the black ones at the wrong time. The black ones are supposed to spray when it hits the ground, not constantly. They are so finicky. I mean, really, everything I've done here should not... There is no reset for this. Everything I've done here should not be causing this many problems. It's confusing, because if falling starts from this side, it's like the mesh itself has flipped around. Why is... Am I on the... Oh my god. And it never had a reset? Apparently not. Evidently it didn't. This is the type of moment one wishes they made a GitHub commit a few moments ago. I I don't want to hear anyone smart mouthing about it, Rogi, but it's very, very hard to remember to take a GitHub commit at every step of the way. It's very hard. I love you, Rogi. I do. But I'm just saying, there could have been a step here where I did it. I mean, I could just Control Z my life away, but I have a feeling that's gonna have other... that's gonna result in other things. And regardless, it's not helping me here at all anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, what have we really done here since I last made a commit? I mean, let's be honest. What has really changed? 17 files. Number one mistake I make, GitHub commits. Yeah. I mean, look, like, I try to commit when I feel like something big has been achieved, and at the end of every work session, I make a commit, period. But there's often those little moments in between a big thing happening and me finishing the work for the day. There's some stuff in between that I don't realize is bigger than it seems. And I will apparently really wish I made a commit. Oh, I might have just like adjusted some of the shader values and stuff. That would be nice to keep. I guess I could just discard everything related to the copter, right? That's the smart thing to do. Do I want to save the copter? Hell no, I don't want to save the copter. Absolutely not. You know your mouth is smart. Please do not save the copter. Kill the copter. Every bug fix, even small, equals GitHub commit, in my opinion, especially with a project as complex as this. You know, I think that is what I need to learn and what I'm working on. You know, it's like, it's hard because sometimes it feels like I'm still fixing the same bug and I don't realize, oh, I have fixed that bug and I'm now moving on to something else. Because what we did was we resolved the issue where that particle effect would continue when it's not supposed to. But I resolved that issue on one obstacle. And so I was like, well, to really finish the bug fix, I have to resolve it on every obstacle. But in a way, that led to like 18 other things, which by that time, it would have been nice if I had made a commit before then. And obviously I made changes to some other things here and there. I changed this, I changed that, I did this, I did that, you know? And like... it's hard. It's so hard to just, especially with my ADHD, to realize that I need to step back and like analyze where I'm at. I almost wish I had like this GitHub, these like just like change log, just like on the screen all the time. That would be awesome. Just like always on top, an overlay or something with every change that I make. So then in the corner of my eye, I'm literally seeing, oh wow, look, I've made 17 changes. I should probably make a commit. That would be so helpful. That would be such an accessibility feature for me. If I could just see a constantly on top running tab of changes that I'm making as I'm making them. That would be dope. Like, I could. It's going to be a little broken. But the best idea that I would have would be to, like, capture it on my live stream here. But it's just someone will build it into Godot editor someday. Dude, that would be dope. I could put this up on the screen. Although, if it's a plugin, you might have to fight me. I might have to wrestle with myself to let me actually get to that. Like, I could put this up on the screen, but as soon as I click away from this, it's gonna stop live updating. And so then that becomes a bit of an issue. Truth be told. But like, in theory, I could leave this up here. Now we're into another thing. The ADHD is taking control. I'm not in control. The ADHD is... let's see. Whoa. I just want it to be like, yeah, and oh, look at that overlay. Beautiful. We getting into it. It's a little hideous. But just a little hideous. I've seen hideouser. But I don't think that's gonna live update. So if and I'm curious. Now I'm just curious, and I'm gonna boot Godot up again. What I am still gonna do, I swear, is discard all the copter changes, which kind of means I didn't need to make a GitHub commit. I'll just discard all the copter changes, right? I know it's all localized to there. Okay, but something I'm curious about real quick is to see if this will live update if it's not focused on my computer. Oh wow, the copter already fixed itself. Wow, okay. Alright, I'm gonna move this. Boop, boop, boop. It's probably not a different changed file. I need to do a different file. Scripts, alien test script. Yeah, change it. I changed this. Save it. Does it say 18 changed files? It doesn't. So I have to come over and highlight GitHub, then it updates. So that running tally definitely doesn't work. I kind of knew it wasn't gonna work. Oh well. Oh well. It was worth an experiment. Now wait, why is the copter... And that kind of goes back to what you were saying too, Joe. It's finicky. It's finicky. Like, look at it. It's fine now. What, did it fix itself? I didn't change anything. I didn't change anything. I just reloaded the project and now it's facing the right direction? That's silly. That's silly. Oh. I guess it being an auto load didn't get saved? That's concerning. What about the, It's not that concerning, but a little bit. What about on the solar panel? Was it on the one on the ground? Yeah. That I added it in on? Oh, but also the mounted one should have it. Animation degrade. Oh, it's still there. The reset particle effects still. So we didn't lose that whole save. Everything is confusing. Everything confuses me. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to GitHub. I want to yeet the changes that were made to the copter. Just absolutely yeet them. Please go away. I don't care. Just discard it. Please go away. I don't need you. And that should be everything that we need to worry about there. Okay, then I'm going to commit this. So what did I do? Apparently I made some adjustments to the shader. We did definitely the hit point stuff. And that's pretty much all of this. Oh, and this might have been locking down the terrain. Okay, so we're going to say particle effects fix attempt. Thanks to Joe Schmo, the particle effects on the mounted solar panels do not continue, no longer continue playing after they are unloaded. This entailed adding a method call animation track to animation degrade. I don't mess around with these notes. Yeah. This entailed adding a method call animation track to animation degrade, which restarts the particle effect at the beginning of the animation. I began adding a check for this track to exist, although technically not, because it's actually just looking for a method track, which isn't as specific as I want, but whatever. I began adding a check for this track to exist on every degrade animation, but didn't finish setting that up. Refactored the something hit in the case of actual grab attacks. It is now known as something attacked. Adjusted the cow ranch shader. What else do we got here? Locked down the terrain block instance, block blank grass. That looks like about it. That's probably it. That's so much. That's so much. Obviously, it would have been nice to have committed that sooner. Of course. So I just pushed that. Rogi says, Tincho helped me optimize the shader a bit more. Nice, but I don't want to pressure you to deal with that. So I'll pull request at a later date. Yeah, especially, I mean, you could pull request when I'm not working on it. That way you don't have to worry about something interfering. Potentially, maybe. I have to start remembering at the beginning of every stream to check for pull requests. If those are going to be coming in, then I better be ready to check for that. But that's awesome. Tincho, I didn't know you knew shaders. Let's go! Teamwork! Alright, so I committed that, and I've gotten rid of whatever we did to the copter. Why it's so finicky, I have to say, I'm a little curious. This was all, by the way, to set up that custom error message. And then, you know, we were talking about naming stuff, and I was just kind of looking through and showing you how the helicopter works, and then I borked it somehow. That makes very little sense. I'm gonna add, the first thing I'm gonna try is adding the NPC spawner back in. Reset animation is the culprit, my guess. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, Precipier, two things. Number one, at the end of the day, I'm in control of what I get sidetracked by. You know, I gotta give y'all some credit. You have some power here, of course, but the buck should stop with me. If y'all are distracting me, it's up to me to say, no, I must concentrate. That's up to me. So I don't expect you guys to behave a certain way to keep me from being sidetracked. Although I'm sure you're joking, I'm a little autistic, so I tend to take things literally. But with that said, I was also happy to go on that journey, and I like, especially when someone comes in and they're new, or you know, I haven't seen them in a while or whatever. I like to check in and explain things. Explaining things helps. Honestly, sidetracking, sometimes someone is like, what's going on here? And I'm like, okay, let me explain everything. And I go through and I explain it, and it helps me solve a problem. So like often, you know, those sidetracks can actually help me stay on track. Not always, but often. And so honestly, thank you for sidetracking me, or for contributing to the track that I allowed to take us to the side. Including this very explanation. Okay, NPC spawner. Yay! It's an adventure through the project! Yay, I'm so glad. I do this every Wednesday and Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Hyper Game Dev. Well, I've been doing 3 weeks where I do it Wednesday and Thursday, and then I take 1 week off where I don't do it on Wednesday and Thursday. But yeah, every Wednesday and Thursday I do 8 to 10 hour streams where I just adventure through the project, indeed. So yeah, Yeah, this is kind of my life. It feels like I have dreams about doing these streams. Like, I think I'm working on the game and chatting with people, like literally when I'm sleeping. What do you dream about? Something else. I dream about this. So, you know, it's an adventure that I'm glad that someone else likes to go on. Okay, so the helicopters are gonna spawn in. They're facing the right direction. They explode at the right times. Well, now it's perfect. Now it's functioning perfectly. So when I click on them, you see when they hit the ground, then the particle effect comes. That's how it's supposed to be, right? You hit it, it hits the ground, and then it explodes. Apparently, me just going in and clicking around at things led to chaos. Let's see if we can either replicate that chaos or carefully avoid it. I am fine with either since we have made a commit. And I gotta say, you know, instead of lamenting that I didn't make a commit, can I just take a moment to say how awesome it was to just come over here, right click, and discard the changes? Like, that was awesome. To just pick the specific thing that I wanted to discard. That's better than undo history, because undo history would take you through everything else. This just let me, like, surgically strike that one thing, and it worked marvelously. Like, I just wanted to give it up for GitHub in that moment, because that was quite satisfying. Okay, cool. So we're in here, possibly about to wreak havoc, maybe not. If I come to animation degrade, okay, here we are. We're in animation degrade. It's facing this way. I'm gonna come to degrade. I should be free to play this and nothing go wrong. This is where I want to add the call method track on hit points. Okay. I'm gonna insert a track or a key for the reset particle effects. Scooch this over. Everything seems fine right now. I don't see any problems. For funsies, let's give it a little run. See what happens. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it was going through the other ones that led to the issues. Okay, helicopters fly in. We knock them. Oh, look! It's exploding it too soon. Oh. Interesting. So maybe you're right, Joe. It was the reset animation. Because why? Why would that do that? I mean, it's playing at the beginning. So this could be a problem. Because technically, I would only want this to run. Wait, I'm confused. Reset animation or lack of one. So, but what? Well, why wouldn't it have been happening before? What do you mean? Because it only became an issue. So then let me try this. So the particle effect here, and that's the weird thing, because this is only, but it's iterating. It iterates through them all. That's what this function does, right? It iterates through every particle effect on here. And in this case, we have the explode particle effect on here. I think what needs to happen is the explode particle effect needs to be moved. I don't know what a reset does. Well, you mean the restart or the function that we created per your suggestion? Or both? So, oh, you mean the reset? Oh, when you say reset, I see what you mean. Oh, I see what you mean. It gets confusing because things are named similarly. Okay, I gotcha. Yes, and So the thing I was mentioning before is that this method that we're calling iterates through every particle effect on the hit points node, which includes the explode and the windows. So I think it's restarting the explode, even though the explode isn't actually relevant until down here. This is a bit of a confusing thing to explain, but the helicopter is actually a very unique object in the game because it has 2 sets of hit points. It has one set of hit points that represent it as an NPC. So when you're attacking it while it's in the air, it has 2 hit points. And then once you attack it while it's in the air, it then turns into an obstacle. So it goes from being an NPC and it becomes an obstacle. And the purpose of this is and it's pretty awesome. It's something you have to dodge in the game. So if I hit it twice, it actually will run into the player and hurt you. So in that second stage where it's flying through the air, it's now an obstacle, and that means it can hit you. And so when that obstacle hits the ground, it's supposed to play that explode particle effect. But since the method that we wrote is iterating through all of the particle effects on the helicopter while it's an NPC, there's a particle effect that's actually not relevant to it being an NPC, but it just happens to be there. And so it's restarting it even though it's not relevant. But this gives me some concerns. If it's gonna play a bunch, let's say we have something else like the house or the electric pole that have multiple different particle effects on them. So this one has a ton of particle effects on it. So many particle effects on it, right? But they play at different times. If we put that reset call method, is it going to iterate through all of them right away and then play all of them at once instead of at the intervals that they're supposed to be played? It seems like the fix is going to be more complicated than it seemed for a simple object like the solar panel. Great. As far as the reset animation theory goes, what would I even what would I even create for that? Oh wow, interesting. So actually there isn't a reset for the particles explode, which makes sense because the particles explode isn't actually relevant to this section. So then the question becomes, well, why not move particles explode down to this hit points list? Well, number one, I have a feeling there's a reason why I put it here. and I might find that out in due time. Secondly, where does this even get called? Where does that even get called at? I don't even know how this decides to run, honestly. So I'm kind of curious to figure that out. Let me search for explode everywhere. Here. It's on the hit point script. Wow. We have a special function that runs particles explode. So this must only be relevant. Get tree, create timer, hit particle lifetime. So this is only relevant on something that's like a sub obstacle. This is wild. If the parent has the signal is destroyed. Oh, this is terrible. If it has the signal is destroyed, then connect is destroyed to it. So this is supposed to be like, let's say we have a plane, an airplane or something, as opposed to a helicopter. We would make sure that the thing on top, which is in this case, the helicopter, right? So it's a unique, it's specifically for flying NPCs, is basically what this script is for. It's for flying NPCs. I could word this a lot better. I should put a note in here. if owner is a flying NPC, then it will be confirmed by the presence of is destroyed. Probably should refactor that to be more readable. Okay, wow. Wow, okay, cool. So that's where that plays. Now, why would that necessarily need to be in here? We should I mean, it's literally, oh, because it is looking for that in the parent, in the owner. I don't know. I'm gonna, This is so confusing. It's funny because it's, okay. I'm gonna move particles explode to the other hit points. I'm gonna put this over here. But that means this reference is gonna fail. If I drag this in here, will we get, yes, we'll get a more specific reference. Don't love, there's so many mistakes in the way I'm setting this up. I know it. I know it. Okay, let's see if that resolves the restart issue and even works at all. It might not. It might be in like a different, I didn't even check to see if this node is in a different place or something. Oh, I think that worked. So we're not getting the explosions in the wrong place. Oh, it's beautiful. It works great. Oh, it works great. Love it. You know, it's always nice when I have a hypothesis and I try it and it does the right thing. Just once in a while, I love when that happens. Okay, cool. So that's good. Now we can put that method on there. W. Absolute W. Now I can put that method on there and we don't have to worry about it causing chaos. Cool, cool, cool. I don't really want to go poking around in these other animations anymore. I could, maybe I will. Let me just finish this first. So I'm gonna, on the animation degrade, on the sub obstacle, I'm gonna check its degrade, and then I'm gonna add in the call method track to it, insert the key, that resets the, oh, that's the wrong one. That resets the particle effect, like that. All right. Let's see. Let's see. If really everything should be normal, ideally. I shouldn't notice anything happening weird. Looks good. Nothing weird. Nothing weird. Love it. It's pretty unnecessary in the helicopter. If you think about it, it really doesn't need its particles reset, but I don't care. We're doing it anyway. Who cares? Put it on everything. Okay, especially if there's going to be a check for it. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Let it try to reset it. Who cares? Good attitude. Good attitude. Okay, so that's all good. That's all up to date. Everything is beautiful. What the heck? Let's make a commit. Copter now has particle reset call on the animation degrade. I don't need to explain that. That's pretty easy. Well, I'll say this. Call is present on both the NPC hit points and the sub obstacle hit points. It's off screen, but I typed it. Okay. Good, good, good. Push that. Now I'm going to see, I'm gonna play with fire here. I'm gonna see what's going on with these copter blades and the death. I think the death is the one that caused the most danger. The copter blades, I mean, it's just copter blades spinning. Who cares if they get flipped around? Whatever. Nothing complicated here. The reset is fine. Now the copter death is missing a reset. So I'm actually just going to create that now. It's really just the position of what? I don't even know. I'm a little afraid to go look at it. Uh-oh, it flipped it. So that's what's surprising to me, is that it starts flipped backwards. Why would it be flipped backwards at first? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I mean, I could try switching them. And then it will start that way. And I could create the reset track. And what is it? It's literally the entire instance. I think maybe there's a built-in thing. There is, but like... There is. But how will I know it does the right thing? I'm clicking it, but it's not doing anything. I'm just gonna do it manually. So I'm gonna go to the rotation of this. So transform, rotation, keyframe it, right there. So there's the reset. I'm curious if I flipped that around, so the falling, spinning, starting from one way versus the other. Is that fine? I don't know why it was flipped in the first place. Maybe for a good reason? No, this looks great. No good reason. Everything is fine. Looks totally fine. I don't see any issues with this. We're good here. No problem. Excellent. Created a reset track for the copter death animation. Done. Now that can never go wrong again. Created a reset track for the copter death spin out. Also flipped the keyframes that spin the copter around. If it works with a reset animation, I would keep it. Yeah, I'm keeping it. Oh, I'm keeping it. I like it just the way it is. Okay. Great. Look at us squashing bugs. Or something. Alright. Good. So I can put the copter on my list of going through, manually iterating through all of these things and making sure it has a call method. Okay, great. Copter has it. What's next? Let me close this. Corn stalks. That is, yep, we got it. That has an animation degrade. The corn stalks have an animation degrade. So, let's come to degrade. They basically fall down on the ground. I do want to put a particle effect with it. Oh, there's no particle effects. It has an animation degrade, but it doesn't have a particle effect. And that was the other thing, is I was also iterating through these to try to find which ones have the degrade, which one is missing degrade. Because I think that's why we're getting a null instance on a null instance when trying to create that manual error. It would be nice to add in particle effects to the cornfields. I'm not gonna lie. I think that would be cool. It's not that necessary. But it's very silly. I mean, it's not silly to iterate. I don't know. Do I bother iterating through something that doesn't even need to be iterated through? But it might someday. Oh, geez. I mean, if I don't add it on here, then we're gonna get that manual error. I don't know. This is, wow. This is kind of complicated. I think because there may be things that don't need a particle effect. Like, everything doesn't need a particle effect. And then thinking about the copter isn't even relevant because it doesn't disappear before the animation ends. So it's like kind of not even relevant anyway. It does get complicated, doesn't it? Particle effect on cornfield would be harder in my opinion. Size of the cornfield in comparison to alien is different than the other. Don't you dare challenge me. That is to say, challenge me to try to make a particle effect. You're not, technically. You're technically not. But now I'm thinking about it. Now I'm thinking about it. And now I want to do it. Now I want to give it a particle effect. Well, it's happening. It's happening. Here we go. Actually, I could use the same one we used for the hay bales. It's probably pretty similar in its appearance. The hay bales one looks like that. It's a little, well, maybe not exactly the same. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're adding a particle effect. Paste it on there. I'm gonna have it emitting all the time so I can see. The whole cornfield degrades soon as you touch the edge, right? Yeah. Yup. Yes, it does. It sure does. It's just, well, it's like a section. It's like this section of like 15 stalks that do. So it's like a big area. I'm gonna say process material. We need to make this unique so we don't overwrite what we're doing for the hay bale. And then it might, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it actually might look cool. Just like spraying up a bunch of cornfield pieces. You can never have too many particle effects. You can never have too many. I, on many hands, I don't disagree. Performance issues might like to have a word, but I'm not going to fight you on that. These are not complicated effects. These are very simple effects. It's good feedback for the player. The player likes it. They deserve it. I'm always amazed how much talent you have. Gab, that's so nice. I'm sure I'd be impressed by your talent too. Okay, maybe somewhere like that. And then I think it could be a little higher. And then I would like... Thanks, Gab. That's nice of you. I would, really earning that moral support credit. I would like to update the material. So I want it to match the thing that it's coming from. So I actually do have this material here. It's actually just one color. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this as. This is just cornstalk color 1, we'll call it. And then I want to load that exact same color file as the material here. That's in objects, foliage, crops, cornstalk color, so that way it matches. There's a credit for that. If I know, I would have kissed, but a long time ago. I don't know what that means, but I'm very uncomfortable with the word kissed. I don't like that. But yeah, you already have that credit. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think you have it, Gab. I'm gonna make this look, I mean, I don't think I should do much more to the particle effect, because it'd be nice, obviously, if they were different, but we can't have everything. This is good enough. This is fine. Honestly, I'm happy with this particle effect. It looks awesome. In fact, maybe I'll do a little more. Let's increase the amount, because that'll be silly. Okay, so there's a particle effect, and this is particle effect corn, and we want it to not be emitting, and it to definitely be a one-shot. I'm gonna set it to not be emitting at first, and then on death, it emits. And keyframe that. And then, to really make it matter, we wanna add in our call method on hit points that resets it as it should be. Okay. Well, I might as well enjoy seeing what this particle effect looks like. Show me the particle effect. This could be very satisfying. It's not unsatisfying. It's nice. It's nice. It definitely adds more purpose to it. It makes it feel like I'm doing more. I don't love that we have the particle effects ending in midair. Like that tends to still bother me in a general sense. Now, Rogi earlier was suggesting setting up particle effects as separate instanced scenes, which horrifies me. But if they were a separate instance scene that got queue freed when they're done, we could actually have these particle effects continue beyond when they are moved elsewise. So I might want to emit it. YouTube compression, but crappy internet makes it invisible. Oh yeah, the YouTube compression sucks. I hate the YouTube compression. Yeah. It does disappear pretty quick anyway. Well, I guess you could always build the game from the repo. Whenever people do that, they're like, oh my gosh, it looks so much better than it does on stream. It's true, it does. Yeah, more and more I start to think about Rogi's idea of having the particle effects actually be instantiated, so that way they don't disappear all of a sudden. You can see, but just barely. Yeah. Pity. Well, it's been done. It honestly, it highlights the need for instantiating them more than any other particle effect, because there's so many of them that appear and then just suddenly vanish. The other idea I had was maybe moving the point that terrain blocks unload, so that the lifetime of the particles have enough time to fall and disappear. But I don't know if I really like that idea technically. And I don't even know really how I do that. I do kind of know how I do that, but it would be some effort. So we could say that as soon as it passes the player, it doesn't necessarily disappear. It waits a little bit to disappear. Which would, in theory, resolve the issue of even needing to set up this call method that restarts the particle effect anyway. Okay, so suppose I did instantiate every particle effect. I feel like what makes instantiating them, I mean, maybe it wouldn't be that bad, because every obstacle would need its own separate instance. I'm not fully sure how that would work. I mean, as long as the instance was named the same thing in every obstacle, it might not be too bad. It's just then I'd have to rename them. Or I would have to make sure I set the instance to the name of whatever it is every time. But an instance is like a path. So it would need to have a unique name anyway. And we'd have to set it manually for everything. Am I really gonna try this? I mean, I have to stop at some point here. I mean, if I were gonna experiment with this for just one thing, it would definitely be the corn stalks, since it's the most egregious of all of them. I would have to create, like, let's say, create a node 3D or something. Drop the particles in there. I'm just gonna copy them for now. And I'm actually going, can you just like turn off a track? Or you have to delete it? I'll just delete it, it's fine. Delete the track. I'm gonna paste a copy of the particle effect in there. And then I'll save this. We're just gonna say particles cornstalk 1. Save branch as a scene. Objects, foliage, crops. Save it. So we've got the instance scene. I actually wouldn't even need to leave it in here. I could just delete this. Right? And then I would want to create like a function in here. Function emit particles. If you deselect the check on the left in the animation editor, it might turn it off. Oh, you're right. Nice. Good call. I didn't even think about that. Thank you. I missed it this time, but next time I might not miss it. We want to emit the particles here. Sorry for leaving the zoom up. Emit the particles here. Yeah, so this is what Joe was talking about right there. Did not even think about that, of course. Emit particles. We would want to do the instantiate situation. I am just gonna copy it so I don't have to remember it, because remembering is boring. Grab me all of this. Grab me all of that. We want to do load. Specifically, I would need to find particles path. I'm trying it. We might as well try it once. This is particles. Now this is where it's tough, right? Is because this is on every this is difficult. This is on every single script, and we can't say a specific one. I would need this as like an export variable, basically. So I would need to say load particle effects or something like that, and then declare this somewhere. And then get tree, add particles. We'll just say particle path, particles path. So I have to like export variable particles path. GPU particles 3D. And then, oh, because there's an error, I can't drop it in. Stupid. Okay, pass. Argument 1 should be string, but is GPU particles 3D. Oh, okay. So then, but that's not gonna work. Would I have to do like string particles path like that? Hopefully that actually drops a path in there. Okay, so there's that. Great. Now I can assign a particles path. Drag this into there. Oh, that's a scene. I'm silly. I meant to say that needs to be what? A packed, whatever. Packed, what does it have to be? What's a scene? Pack scene? I don't remember what it's called. What is it called? Yes. Okay, there's the particles path. Okay, this might work. I don't know. So that would instantiate it. It would add the child to the scene. But we have to make sure this, yeah, pack scene. We have to also make sure it parents it to the main scene. Because if it parents it to this one is going to get moved, and it's going to defeat the purpose of doing this at all. If you are loading a path, the export should be a string. Right, and I guess it just, oh, well, so wait, what, I hear you saying those things, but what are the implications about what I should do? Or did I already do it? And then this is doing get tree, get current scene, add child. So this actually should go to the right place. When you use a pack scene, you don't need the load function. What? Should just be able to instantiate. Whoa. So I would just say equals particles path instantiate, and it won't yell at me. Oh, thanks. Oh, cool. Oh, that's very helpful. I did not know that. This I did not know. I must credit you for this instantly, immediately. Thank you for this. In theory, well, credit for the theory. Credit for the theory is where credit is due. Okay. Cool. So this should go to the main scene. If it's getting tree, get current scene, add child. Right? Or does that stay in here? I don't know. We're gonna find out. So I need to see if this even works anyway. So I'm gonna come to animation degrade. And at the end here, I want to call a method on hit points, specifically emit particles. Alright, let's see if that works. Something must go wrong. It would be too easy if something didn't go wrong. Well, I do see particles emitting. What I'm not sure of is where they're actually appearing. Particles cornstalk 1. Because it's disappearing. It's definitely not staying. It's still going away. My player just broke and I have to completely remake it. Oh no, that sucks. Yikes. But you were so close to being done. Yeah, sleep on it. Yes, that is such a sleep on it kind of situation, Pepe. I'm very confused about what's happening. Yeah, you enjoyed that sleep, all right? You need it, probably. I don't even know where to see where this is coming from. Precipier is making a multiplayer game right now, and you just have to do the same thing. Oh, dang. It sounds like some team drama stuff. Some working on a team drama is what it sounds like. Really what I need to find is the specific terrain, which it could be any of these. It's actually like almost impossible to track this down. F the team solo dev! Oh man. Yeah, I'm sorry that that's happening. And I know it's like for school too, so it's like you have to like do it. Alright, good night Pepe. Thanks for letting us know what you're up to. You take care. You take care now. I don't know what's going on, honestly. I don't even know what's happening. It's not this restart function, right? Because there's no particle effect on the corn stalks anymore. It's out of here. The only particle effect that should exist is from the scene. Oh, okay. No, it was the restart. Okay. So the scene isn't even emitting. Oh, the scene needs to have the particle effect playing automatically. That's what's going on. Okay. So that's actually very helpful. Yeah. Let me just say that it's emitting by default. And then once that scene, if it's really working. So I'm basically experimenting with instantiating a scene that has the particles on it. And it is definitely not working. Like maybe I need to set like a position. I don't even know how I would test if this is working. Like, I don't know, attach a script on here and have it say something if it emitted. Like I don't even know how to like test this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what I'm doing. What I was hoping is that this would either be easy or it would be so hard that, okay, fine, I won't do this right now. I think it might be the second one. Rogi did leave very, very detailed instructions about how to achieve this. Wasn't it working? What changed? Oh, so what was working was something else. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I did it so fast. I just yeeted the thing that was actually working so fast. I didn't even describe what was going on. What I yeeted was the reset method. So if I add a call method track on here, this is the function we set up earlier to restart the particle effects. And it's reset particle effects. Now this is kind of a problem in general to keep in mind, potentially. But this function, which restarts the particles at the beginning, I've noticed it also runs the particle effect. So this is unrelated to instantiating that scene. It's unrelated to instantiating that scene. It's like a separate thing. There's the scene instantiating, that's separate, and then there is this, which is the actual restart of the particle effect, which for some reason runs it, which is concerning because I didn't even add a property track on here that animates the particle effect to emit. I didn't even put that on here. That's not even on here. But this particle effect plays just by the fact that this reset particle effects is on here, which is a little concerning. And so to that end, and you know, so for now, I'm gonna set aside what I've started here. I'm gonna set aside what I've started, I'll leave some of this mess on here to come back and explore at a later time. So I've started setting that up. It's fine. It's there. We can look into it another day. The reset particle effects is somehow making the particles emit instead of just resetting it. Yes, correct. Correct. And what that is it's restarting the particle effect. I'm a little nervous, and this was our fix. This was Joe Schmo's fix for the fact that the particle effects would continue after they had resolved, or not resolved, but been cut off early. They would continue when that chunk returned at the end of the terrain controller. And this was a way to keep that from happening. But I'm a little nervous that it setting it off is actually causing us another problem. So let me just mark down that the cornfield has been caught up, and let me go to one that might illustrate why this is a big issue. So corn stalks have been updated to have that method and have a degrade and everything. Okay, so the electric pole. This is where I'm worried. The electric pole has many animations on it. It has it has so many particle effects. Look at all these particle effects. And these don't all play at the same time. So what I'm afraid of is that it's gonna play all of them at the same time. So they play at different stages of the animation, right? There's many particle effects here that play at different stages. And what I'm afraid of is that when that restart hits, it's going to actually play them all at once. It might not, but this will be quick to find out. So let's find out. I'm gonna add a call method track to here. We wanna point at hit points. I'm gonna insert a key. Might be some method like freeze particles before you restart them that would fix it. Oh, interesting. I don't know, particles are complicated. Yeah, I guess they are. I guess they are. And I know they're getting a big update in the, not a big update, but there are some changes that I've learned that are happening in the next version of Godot. So maybe some of those things will be better. Okay, so reset particle effects method is being called right here. Let's see if the electric pole behaves. So my fear is that when I hit it, all of them are gonna play at once. Oh, they did! Oh, they all have played at once. Oh, every time. Every single time that I hit it. That's wild. And they stay there. They don't even turn off because there's the sparks. Oh gosh, look at that. And they're just continuing. The sparks aren't one shot. And so they keep going even after the fact. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So whereas if I turn off that track, we can hopefully see what it's supposed to look like. Man, why are particle effects so complicated? I feel like they shouldn't be so complicated. But what do I know about making a game engine? Diddly squiddly. Okay. So here's what it's supposed to look like. If I hit it once, it only does some of those, right? And there it's spraying. Hit it again, it does that, and then it's spraying. Hit it again, the spraying goes away, and then it does that one. So it's supposed to do those at those different times. I didn't realize particles needed to be reset. What does resetting actually do? Yeah, it's kind of a special situation in my case that they need to be reset. Starts a particle simulation from time 0, I believe. Right. So, the reason why I needed to do this at all, to tie everything together, let me just, for the sake of instruction or illustration, I'm just going to recreate our original problem. So, and again, I'll explain how the project is set up in general, and why we even have this problem, and why instantiating the particle effect, in theory, could be better, if I can figure out how to set that up right. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom out a little bit here. The blocks, or the chunks that load in as the level, are actually stored behind the player. And so if a chunk is unloaded, it goes over here. When it's ready to be added back in to move forward towards the player, it leaves here and it goes back in there. Okay, so that's important context. Now, the particle effects that are on things get cut off. They get cut short when... So if I run through this, you see how it disappears? And see how it came back? That's the bug. That's the problem, right? So I run through it, it gets cut off, and then you're gonna see down here that blue and white stuff reappear semi-randomly. It's not randomly. It reappears when that chunk is, see it disappeared? When it returns back in here. And so what I've deduced that this is that particle effect that began and got cut off is finishing its emission after the chunk returns. So you need each chunk to be completely reset before it gets loaded back in, or else the particles come back. Yes, exactly. And, you know, like, for example, the reason why it reappears anyway, so like this thing, you know, if I destroy this, the fence, you know, even the cows, all that stuff, it all has code on it to be reset manually. So that is to say, there's a for loop that checks every node on a chunk and says, do you need to be reset? Yes? Okay, I've reset you. And so it takes the animations, right? So like the electric pole, right? The animation is now partway through. Once that chunk comes back, it rewinds the animation to the first frame. In addition, what we just figured out today was a way to rewind the particle effect was by setting up this function, this hit point function, or this function on the hit point script. So it checks for all of the GPU particles on the node, and it restarts it. So we would either need to be more particular about which one it restarts, which sounds complicated, or something. I thought Joe maybe had an idea. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm not sure what it was. I forgot. But yeah, so now we're adding in this function to be called on the animation, so that way it sets it back to 0. But what it's doing is it's iterating through every particle effect on there, even if it's not one that's supposed to be playing, and it plays it as soon as I attack it, which is a little weird because we're putting it at the beginning. I don't know, I don't fully understand, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. There's nowhere on that track that I could put it that would make that make sense, really. You know, I mean, it might make sense to instead of putting this on here, to put this on the terrain collector, so it runs it on the terrain collector. Like, why not do that? There's a reason why not do that, right? Right? Like, if on the reset, like, what if I just slap this in here? Like, what if I just do that? That would, if that worked... Wait. Is that the solution? Is that gonna work? I mean, it means every particle effect is gonna be firing in the background all the time. Is that all that it needs to be fixed? All my arms are broken. We can still attack things because I haven't made that not happen. So I'm waiting to see if the blue and white comes in. We haven't loaded that chunk again yet. So, oh, there it is. Why aren't the cornfields? Oh, because I never added those back in. And then for this, wow, that actually seems to be working. You know, I think that works. I think the mistake was bothering to call it on the animation track. I think that was the mistake. I think if I just do it when everything else resets, which means if I zoom out, we'll probably see every... Yeah, the particle effects are running on there. I just saw one. That's kind of funny. Let me see if I can do this real quick. I'm gonna destroy that one. Switch over here. Look! They all run over here. It's a little hard to see. I gotta make sure I destroy one that we can actually see over here. In the view that I have. But the corn stalks were doing it. Okay, destroy that one. Zoom out. When that one comes in... Oh, I guess I just reloaded it, so it didn't spend any time in here. Which means it would probably play out here, which isn't ideal. I don't know, it seems fine. What's up, Kai Guy? Welcome, good to see you. Kai Guy says, would a workaround maybe be to have each block/chunk continue further back behind the camera before it gets recycled, giving the particles explosions time to finish? You know, Kai Guy, that is an idea that I've been toying with. I have been thinking about that as being something to try. And I'm not that's a little bit, it's not like ridiculous complicated, but I would probably not be able to figure it out on my own how to do that, but maybe I could. That is definitely a potential fix. But I think also this is a good solution for now. A good workaround for now. But it still gives us the issue of the particle effects ending too soon, which is annoying. But this resolves the issue of, wow, great. This is good. This is good. This is a good thing. Okay, cool. So because you know what this means? This means I don't need to have any kind of error, anything that's checking to see if a method is added. I never needed to do that. I don't need to do that. I can completely get rid of that entire endeavor. It's gone. I don't want it. I don't need it. I'm deleting it. It was a lot of fun to explore referencing a track on an animation. What a great journey that was. I never ever want to have to do that again. At least not in this context. So that means I'm gonna come back to the things I did add it to. So this list is now a list of things that I need to go back and remove stuff from. If they're out of view of the camera, maybe Godot will optimize on export to stop and avoid unnecessary calculation. I mean, probably not, but worth asking someone who knows. Oh, you mean, no, I mean, so it was still playing them. It was still playing them. I wasn't able to like prove it, but I'll show you how I could see that it was still doing it. The cornfields were the easiest to notice on. Hopefully the compression doesn't make it too hard to tell. Let me back up. Yeah, Kai Guy, that's definitely something I've thought about. Alright, so this is the most obvious on cornfields. I gotta do ones that are nearby. There, see? Oh, you can't, because I got the... I got this whole thing in the way. Alright. There. See them playing? They're playing. They're actually not playing in the game. They're only playing back here. Because I didn't actually set them to emit up here. They're only emitting as the reset. So they're... Well, but then again, you might still be right, Joe. You actually might still be right. Because... technically, I'm looking at it. So you know what? Maybe you're right, because they're loading it because I'm looking at it. I didn't think about that. Okay, so maybe you're right. It's possible. It's possible. And that would explain why we had to do this anyway, and it paused it in the first place. Yeah. So, you know what? You totally could be right. Sorry for ever doubting you. Persephire says, as far as I know, when you do that whole load preload function, it stores them in memory, so you can delete old ones and spawn new ones with minimal impact. Then there's no need for resetting. Right. Wait. So you're saying if I was to I'm confused, what? Because I mean, I was am thinking about instantiating the particle effects. I think that's something to maybe do. But this doesn't even use load or preload. And then, so yeah, so what do you mean? So in what scenario is load and preload relevant to this? If you are referring to instantiating the chunks in general, that was something that was abandoned recently because it was causing severe performance issues to instantiate all these huge chunks all the time, constantly. So that's why we switched to a system where they move around instead of instantiating them. I would like to try instantiating the particle effects, but I think I'm gonna need to spend a little more time figuring out how to make that work. But yeah, I do like Kai Guy's suggestion. It's something that I've not quite been able to figure out yet. But I'll show you where this happens, and then maybe I probably could figure it out. It's actually the kind of thing I would have loved to have done today. So this is where it deletes the first chunk if it passes a certain spot. If getChild, if the thing in a certain position of the array, if its z is greater than or equal to this is some code. I didn't write this code. Someone else did that I don't know. So this is very hard for me to understand what it's saying. But I think what it's doing is it's checking to see if the chunk is, if the position of the chunk is at a similar position relative to its size, relative to the position. I don't know. This really confuses me. It's pretty simple, but it still confuses me. So this is what I have to update. And then what it runs is, I don't know. This code is, I've commented it extensively to try to teach myself what this is doing, because it's so unreadable. And actually, this is where we run the reset blocks stuff. So this is all the stuff that happens when it gets past that point. This is like when we see that stuff jump back before it starts moving forward. That's what all this is doing. And actually, this is where it picks a random, so this is actually, honestly, this entire function is something that I want to spend a lot more time working on in general. And it's just kind of something I'm gonna have to look into next week, unfortunately. It's actually kind of what I wanted to do today, was look at this and figure this out. But debugging just took over. It just totally took over. Only works when you're observing it and collapsing its wave function. Is it a particle effect or a wave? Is it corn or popcorn? Let's call in Neil deGrasse Tyson. It is kind of giving quantum physics. I thought that would be fine. Ignore that then. The particle effects can definitely be instantiated. They just need to not be a child of anything that gets moved around. Right, and so I think I would need to, when I instantiate it, make sure it gets parented to the main scene. So that's kind of just where I don't really know, and I would need either help or to do some serious research, have more time than I do now. So it just kind of goes to the to-do list at this point. But yeah, so, you know, right here where we instantiate it, I have get tree, get current scene, add child particles. And my assumption was that this would be the main scene. If we get tree, get current scene, that would be, yeah. And that isn't moving. So to me, this is the main scene, and it shouldn't be moving. But I couldn't get it to instantiate correctly, and I'm not sure why. Maybe the position was wrong. I don't know. I didn't really see where it was. And then nothing is queue freeing it, so that would get bad as well. Get tree, get root. See, that's the kind of thing I would need to either figure out or be told by someone like you. What the what? What the what? Get child 0. I have never seen that unless I have. Actually, oh wait, I have. Wait, I've just seen that in the terrain controller. That's right here, get child 0. So you know about get child 0. I don't know what get child 0 is. Get tree, get child 0, add particle. Now it's not queue freeing it. I could do that. We could say await hit particle lifetime right here. I actually already have. Oh, I've got this. Oh, wow. Oh, we're already doing that. Wait. Here. Oh, because this is for the NPC, so that behaves a little differently. But instead, what I'd want to queue free is particles. What exactly are the downsides to what you did? Is it not fixed? I didn't see any performance degradation, was there? Oh, I don't know. You mean like moving the reset from the animation to the collector? I'm not sure. It might have had a performance hit. I didn't really notice. I haven't had a lot of time to test it other than the last few minutes, but it seemed it worked. It worked. Putting this restart here in the normal reset definitely worked, which is good. Get root returns a node that your main scene node is attached to. So we get child 0 to get that main scene node. Really? Because so this is like an array. Like 0, like that's saying like a place in an array. Wow. I don't know. I don't really know. Get root returns a node that your main node is attached to. Right. Oh, I see. I get it. That actually makes sense. Yeah, that actually kind of makes some sense when you say it like that. Because if I come to remote root, right? So root is what we get, and then by saying get child 0, I assume that skips over these, and it knows to do this. It must, if it works elsewhere, I guess. I don't know. Still not seeing it. So for the corn, it should be happening. It's a little confusing. I don't even know if this is running. Let me make sure this is running. Print, emit. Let me make sure this is running. Hold on. Because also, we should be getting errors on ones where there isn't a path present. Yeah, okay, so it's not even running it. Okay, this function isn't even running. Okay, just kidding. Yeah, so it's just kind of like a whole thing. I hope it skips those as well. You can also swap get child 0 for get node main scene if it's not working. Nice. Nice. Oh, I turned it off. That would explain why that wouldn't work. Okay. I see, and that function isn't gonna run on the other obstacles because I haven't called that method on them. Okay. Oh yeah, and look, it's printing it. So it's definitely running that function. But I don't see the particle effects happening anywhere. And for clarity, this is the scene right here. It's a little confusing because I don't really know how to set emitting to on, because if I set it to on, it stops it because it's set to be a one-shot. So I feel like I need to actually tell it to emit it also, which I don't even know how to do that. I mean, I guess I would need to have a script on here that says this could be for every particle effect. So objects, oh. I know, I didn't set any position. I figured it would just be at least at the origin, but no, I set absolutely no position whatsoever. Not a single position. Particles, we're just gonna say object emit particles. What we're gonna call that script right there. And really in the ready function, when it's instantiated, I would want to say well, and this is where it gets complicated, because I guess I would need to create, it gets really confusing. Because I would need, this is, I feel like this is really hard. I don't know. Progigon left some thoughts on how to do this a long time ago. Because if it has multiple different particle effects to emit, I somehow have to set that up on each one. I don't even know how I would do that. Oh, nope, that's old. I'm looking on my other chat window. Actually, I could probably bring it on screen now that I think about it. Let me do that. It should spawn at origin, so if it's not spawning there, then it might be attached to one of those auto loads. Right. Well, I think the other thing is, so I need to set up a script that tells that particle effect to emit, because I don't think it knows to emit at all. Create a scene for the particles, instantiate the particles in place. Reparent the particles to the main node, queue free the particles at the end. Yeah, but so the problem is like if it has multiple stages, of particle emission, I need somehow to, that would mean, do I create a separate scene for every stage of particle emission for every obstacle that has multiple stages, like the electric pole? And then that would mean, what, a different function on every hit point script for every possible stage that could exist? And then I have to load those in as export variables. I mean, it's doable, but man, it's like kind of a devastating workflow. Like, I pretty much hate it. Like, we could like figure out the proof of concept here, but I really, really don't like this workflow at all. Whatsoever. I mean, I might just want to call this particles or whatever. How do I even do this? Do I say like emitting true? I just don't know. Particles emit. Is that it? It's just particles emit. GPU particles 3D. It's getting a little obnoxious, in my opinion. Sounds like that workflow is not scalable. Yeah, exactly. Like, it already was a little annoying to do. And this is like a whole other thing. Emitting, and it's a Boolean. And that's a method or a property? That's a property. Give me a method. Emit particle. I gotta say all that? Or can I do set emitting true? You know, I mean, I'll do it now for the sake of proof of concept, but I'm not that into it. Is that gonna work? I mean, I guess it would be nice to even just test this. Print particles should emit. Actually, I guess I've got another print over here I should deal with. Get rid of that. We could just say main scene. Swap getChild 0 for getNode main scene. Not ideal, but I'm gonna do it anyway. GetNode main, just so we can be absolutely sure. Because I feel like ultimately this is not a realistic thing to do. Anyway. Whoa. It didn't like that. Getter call method add child on a null value. Is it called main scene? Is it called something else? Maybe it's lowercase. It might be lowercase. It might even have a space instead of an underscore, but I feel like it'll swap on. Okay. It won't. It is an underscore. Oh yeah. Just a side thought, wouldn't it be great if the new Google Gemini updates included creating your own AI chatbot trained on the audio transcripts and chats of your live streams? That is definitely something that will happen. That will definitely happen. They will whether YouTube creators want them to or not. Yeah, exactly. 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 So I feel neither good nor bad about it. I feel interested by it at best. Intrigued by it at best. I'm honestly not interested in doing this. I think that this, like, the unscalability of it alone makes me not want to do it. So I'm just gonna, like, burn it down. I'm gonna burn it down. I have to draw a line here eventually. It's making me uneasy. And it's not to say that it can't be re-explored and we can't just try it someday, but I feel like right now this is more of a distraction than anything. But I could be wrong about that. But I would need some evidence. I would need some evidence to feel good about that. So I'm just going to not do that. I am going to undo all the call method stuff that I set up in here, and then plan on next week to try what Kai Guy is saying, because that's actually something that I want to look into anyway, actually. So let me go back into that. So for the cornstalks, copter, and solar panel on the ground, let me fix up the cornstalks first. Good stuff. I appreciate all of y'all. Pressapire, thank you so much. I appreciate, like, you are teaching me things. You are out here teaching me things. And that is so awesome. Sometimes everything can't be done, though. I'm going to get rid of that. Get rid of that. What I do need, for now, is to tell these particles not to emit at first, and then ultimately to emit. And then that will be back to a normal state. And now I can remove having updated this. I still need to go check which ones don't have it. Something still is missing a degrade that needs one. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I actually think I know which one it is, but that's okay. Hey, Bill, don't care about that. Electric pole. Oh, I started to set it up, but I turned it off. Let's delete it. Donate it. Save it. Solar panel mounted. Didn't add one on there. Looks like I closed solar panel ground. There it is. Reset particle effects. Delete that. Get rid of this. And then the copter. Well, and so this is why I'm so glad we did that, because, you know, we got to make the copter work a little better. There's always silver linings to all of these things. I'm getting more familiar with the project. It's amazing how just taking a week off just, like, disorients me so much. I disappeared for a bit. What did I miss? You missed not much. You missed me deciding to not worry about emitting the particle scene right now. I think like, I just kind of, like, was thinking about what the workflow would be like assuming it did work, because I have to somehow tell when the particle should emit, right? And the particle is supposed to emit. Let me pull this. The particle is supposed to emit at different times, depending on where the animation player is at. And so, you know, if I'm going to be instantiating a scene that needs to have a script that tells the particles on it when to emit, I would need to create a separate scene for every single one of these stages, for example, of this electric pole. Every single stage would need its own scene. Not only that, but then back on the hit point script, I would need to set a separate method. You know, as far as I know, I guess I already got rid of the method, but I would need to create a separate method for each single one. You know, like function, particle, stage 1, you know, and then that would have to instantiate one thing. And then if something happens to have a stage 2, you know, I'd have to do that one, etc. and so forth. And then not only that, but I would have to set the unique export variables for each scene that I had created on everything, right? So every packed scene, every packed particles path. So there'd have to be 1, and then there'd have to be 2, and I'd just set that on every single obstacle, each individual scene for each one. And like I could do that. I could do that. And like maybe there's a better way that I don't realize that somehow makes sense here. I don't know. But if for whatever reason it needs to be revisited, we can whip that up and put it back together again. So for now, I'm just gonna say not worry about the instantiating things, and put everything back. Take the W that we can restart the particle effects off camera, and it doesn't allow, or doesn't it doesn't result in unfinished particle effects playing later when their chunks come back in. Like, this is a huge W, massive W right here. And then look into moving the point that the chunks unload to be further back so the particle effects have time to finish. I think that that's actually not a bad idea. And because it goes along with things that I needed to do anyway. So for example, with the terrain chunks, I need more control over which terrain chunks load in when. This is the function that I need to understand better. This function, this is from some code I got from a YouTuber. I do not know what it all means. I've commented the crap out of much of it to help me understand what it does. This is actually where the reset block objects function even gets run at all. This is where that comes from, in part, or it begins, is here. And then this is the part that determines when the chunk gets added to the collector and moved forward. This isn't really delete first block. This is remove first block if it passes a certain spot. But like even this, like I don't even understand what this said. But like what you taught me, Precipier, get child 0. So this is actually looking at the main scene, I guess? This is a terrain controller node. I actually am not sure. Gets child, the first child? Oh, I see what I don't think this is from a YouTuber. I think actually Thoughty. I think one of you guys gave me this. Wow. So I see. I actually get it now. So this is looking okay, so let me try to illustrate what I'm understanding now that I understand what get child 0 is. So we're using the node as an array. So if I come to remote here and we look at the terrain controller where that is at, right here. So it's taking this. It's looking at this right here, and then it removes it. You can actually see it. Oh, wow, this is making some sense to me now. This is making some sense to me. So 11 is the first one, and then it's gonna go away. Whoa. 16 is the first one, and then it's gonna go away. 14 is the first one, and then it goes to 6. 6 is the first one, it goes away. So it's getting that, and that's what it's moving. And the place that it's moving it to is to the terrain collector. So we can even, if we somehow line this up just right, we might even see them jump. Yep. So you can see 11 jumps to here. 7 jumps to there. 20 jumps to there. So you can see that all happening right there. So that's what that's doing in part. It's saying if the chunk that is first, if its position Z is greater than or equal to its mesh size on the y-axis divided by 2. So I would just need to say something else here, right? If I said, if its z position is, I guess, like less than or equal to, I don't know, -10. Honestly, that might even do it. But I want to refamiliarize with myself with, I want to learn this, and I want to have more control over that. Okay, maybe that wasn't the right choice. I think you might want to say greater than. Oh, man. So, you know, it's a whole thing to toy around with. Might need to do a little more adjusting, maybe with less guessing to get that set up. Hey, what's up, Henry? Henry! Why do I rhyme with Henry? It's Henry, when we see you, it's such a wonderful thing. Henry, when we see you, it's such a wonderful thing. Henry, when we see you, it's such a wonderful thing. Oh, Henry, when we see you, it's not danger, it's a wonderful thing. Thanks for stopping in, Henry. And thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Hope you're doing well. I don't know diddly about Godot, nor too much in detail about your code. But if anything, I suggest can help. I'm glad. Well, you were considering it anyway. Yeah, for sure. No, yeah, it definitely helps, Kai Guy, for sure. 100%. Absolutely. I don't even know, like, if I wanted to credit that, what would I even say? I guess I would say terrain movement, terrain recycling, done. Credit given. Credit given. Let's go. Let's go. Let's move you up the ranks here, Kai Guy. You don't need to know nothing. Sometimes ideas are enough. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what to set this to. I'm sure there's a really obvious thing we could set it to. This is just going to be what I have to work on next week. You know, I want to work on that at some point, because I also want to control, instead of just saying pick random, I want it to be a little less random. I want it to say, you know, if certain things have been picked, make sure that you do or don't pick this or that. And I want to do that by setting up multiple arrays, and that's a whole thing. So anyway, so I'm thinking of dealing with that then. Back to getting all these. Isn't there just one more? Copter. Oh yeah, the copter. So let's get the copter uncall methoded, and then I can wrap this up. Try just removing that divided by 2 or setting it to times 2. Ooh, see, these are the kind of suggestions that I need. Or I just piddle around. And that's the thing. I will piddle. I will piddle all day. I love piddling. But you guys in the chat tend to save me from needing to piddle much. Okay, I'll try it. I'll see what happens. I'll do this. I'm happy to do this. Shoot. Let me see what that does. What's that gonna do right there? No problems. Oh, look at that particle effect. Nice. Nice. The particle effect lasts. I feel like there are some performance issues, but we were already having performance issues, so I think it just might be that existing performance issue. Dude. Well, that was easily resolved. That was easily resolved. I'm curious what it looks like. You know, I almost want to move the terrain collector back. Now you view, but yeah, you know it. Let's see what we got. No, but that actually that fixes a couple problems, Kai Guy. That there was another problem, not when like the player got shorter. You could see the edge of the world, which wasn't good. So, you know, we might want to move the terrain collector back just because it's a little weird to have it overlapping. But, yeah. Nice. 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 Thank you. Oh my gosh, Precipice. Such a simple change. Such a simple change, but something that I'm just, my brain is just like, I don't know, I'm not smart enough. And sometimes, you know, what I would have done is just come back next week and experiment it until it worked. And like thought about it and talked about it and then guessed around at what would have done it. But then sometimes there's folks like y'all who are just like, oh yeah, just do this. And then kablam. So people often ask me, how did you learn GDScript? This is how I learned GDScript. This is how I learned GDScript. Is by hanging out here and you guys come through and you tell me things and I remember those things and then I've learned them. So, okay, well that's obviously an entire credit. This might have been the quickest anybody has racked up credits. Precipire. I believe that goes into the same thing we got for Kai Guy, which is... What you call it? Terrain recycling? Or something. Where is it? Originally, it just deletes the tile after half of it goes off the screen. Kind of? Sorta. It's actually... It's I mean, maybe? I don't think so. I think it's actually if it goes off the screen. You would think that it's half of it? Maybe. I think so. I'm not sure. Math confuses me. Something like that. More or less. Something like that. It's supposed to auto-sort these. It doesn't. It like does it for a second and then it's like, huh? Oh, because I have to do sort sheet, not sort range. Gotcha. Oh, there, that worked. Beautiful. Nice. Sorted. Let's go. Just carry the one multiplied by 2. Precipire saves Lee's half a day of piddling. Yes. Precisely. Precisely. Yes. Correct. Nice. That's amazing. Yo, I mean... Then we kind of don't need to reset the particle effects at all, if you think about it. If you think about it, that removes the need to restart them in the first place. It's almost embarrassing. It would be embarrassing if I wasn't just super open and honest with you all that I'm a complete, utter, and absolute freaking noob. I'm still a noob at this, and that's A-okay. I'm a noob, you're a noob, we're all noobs. We go from not being noobs to being noobs again. Sometimes noobiness is just the way it is, and we spend hours and hours trying to solve a problem that was easily solved by just adding a ×2 to the end of something. We're like, okay, let's do this, we're gonna add this, we're gonna use this, and then we're gonna do that, and that's gonna make it like this, and then we can make sure it's like this, but then I gotta change this, I gotta add an error for that, so that way I make sure I don't do it wrong the next time, and then I gotta make sure I do it for all of this. Oh, but that way isn't gonna work, so I gotta make sure I do it the other way, so that way it's good for all the rest of them in the future. Oh, but that way doesn't work. I need to come up with a different way. Let's see. Oh, wait. Add ×2 at the end of this other line. Oh, yeah, that works too. Great, good, we're done here. Like, that's what the last, like, 4 hours feels like. And I loved every second of it. I've learned so much, I've grown so much. Nothing about it was a loss of time. I've had the help of these 49 people Stream just blipped a little bit. Everything is okay. Stream dropped. Refresh if it hasn't come back for you. But yeah, honestly, I couldn't have done it without these 49 people helping me out. Y'all have contributed to it and made all the difference. So thank you for that. I am not learning this alone. And the people who make the tutorials I watch, who wrote the guides that I read, whatever, other things, people who've answered questions on forums, all of that has contributed to it. You know, we're never here doing it alone. And, you know, we forget things. We have to relearn things. So, you know what? Yeah, I'm still a noob, despite what I've made. But yeah, I feel there's really nothing else to do today. Really, this just became a day of debugging. I guess I just want to fix the copter and make sure that the copter is nice and not worried about calling something we don't need anymore. It will be a nice celebration to get rid of it. Joe Schmo, you had an amazing contribution teaching us about that restarting. Always inspired and impressed. Me too! You know what? I'm inspired and impressed too, because things surprise me. And I just don't always expect how this is gonna go. And I hope that you're as enamored with the community as I am, because I feel like that is such a huge part of what makes what I'm able to do here possible. Such a huge part of it. So, you know, thank you guys. Obviously, this wouldn't be able to happen if I wasn't here. I'm still steering the ship. I still create the situations for these problems to be resolved. I'm the one doing all the typing. I'm doing all the work at the end of the day. But the help you guys give, it's absolutely inextricable from this process. And I really appreciate it. So I'm not trying to discredit myself, but I do want to at least acknowledge all the help I've had along the way. I would even say we could just literally get rid of this. Even though this beautiful thing saved us from a problem, the problem is kind of not a problem anymore. With the terrain collector, it needs to be moved back a little bit, but for the most part, I don't think it's a problem. I don't think we need to think about it, because now that isn't gonna delete. I don't know, I think I saw, oh no, look, it still does. We need to push it back further. ×2 wasn't enough. Wait, I think it's still doing it. Maybe not. Wait, maybe I'm just imagining it. Because it seemed like I was able to blast past it. So what I'm looking for is to make sure, see how it kind of deletes. Let me see if we get, oh, I saw them a little. We just gotta push it back further. We just gotta push it back a little further, and then we know we're good. So it's pretty much done. It's pretty much been achieved. Very shocked at how easy that was. ×3! Even further, I say. Infinity! Never delete! Uh-oh. I've broken it. I broke it! What? Why does ×2 break it? Okay. So there is some limit to how far I can multiply it. That was too far. Okay, I'll rein it in. I'll slow the roll. Okay. 2.5. Wait, why is that too far? Oh my gosh. Okay. Retool. We keep the restart. We push it back a little bit, and we keep the restart. So look, there's still 2 is just a magic number. There's still some things to work out. All right. It's not all fixed yet, so maybe I'll go ahead and put that restart. Just put DoomPie in there. I'm sure that'll fix it. DoomPie fixes everything. I wonder if it's because it's going past the terrain collector, honestly. So I feel like setting the position of the terrain collector to maybe be, you know, somewhere else. Oh, I forgot that we were setting the physics process to false in here. Whoa. me put this back. We were saying divided by 2. Hold up. Let me put this back in here. Let me just put this back in here. Wait, I'm just curious. I just realized there was that script on there that wasn't actually letting me test everything. Look, I gotta experiment things. I like how I played the outro music because I'm ready to go, and then I keep seeing things. I'm kind of like playing myself out so I can like go to bed, but then things keep coming up and I have to try them because, I mean, obviously. Okay, so they disappeared in midair, which is kind of what we're trying to fix. I want to make sure that taking that line of code out didn't fix this. I don't think it will. You can see they're already reappearing. See how they're appearing over the place? Okay, that didn't fix diddly squiddly. A girl has to try. A girl has to try. Alright, so get that out of here. And then, if I want to move the position of the terrain collector, I don't even think that moving this... Will this matter if I push this back? Let me see. Let me see if I can actually push that back. And then if I do, does that mean I can go back further? Why would that matter? I don't know. Do you think I know? I didn't even know I could have just added a ×2 at the end to solve 99% of my issues. I don't think I know if... Oh, that helped. Oh, that did help. Oh. Now we can do ×3. Great. And then the particle effect still gets cut off. Okay, I still have some questions. All right? I don't think everything is quite yet resolved. We could go further. We could push it further. It kind of is confusing. That also might just be the particle lifetime. It could be that the particle lifetime is 2 seconds, and that's the 2 seconds. Multiply it by 4! It's probably too far, and it's gonna load us into oblivion. Oh gosh. Okay, the longest outro. That's not true. I have this outro set to be 20 minutes long for these very situations. Okay? Here we go. Outro plays SpongeBob announcer voice. 3 hours later. Yeah, yep. Oh, this looks messed up. Oh my god. It's looping back around. What the frick? What is happening? No. I've caused terrible things. What? Oh, because it's only loading 8 at a time. Oh, so that's the consequence. That's the consequence of making it longer, is then it actually moves the end further back and we have to load more in at a time. So it's actually kind of a bit fraught to be doing this. We're doing some dangerous things. Why is my outro music glitching? That's so scary. Don't you dare glitch my outro music. Wait, so was that actually fixing anything? Was that fixing anything? This is why you don't leave when I start the outro music, because you never know what amazing things will happen. Amazing things! We're dealing with the world of amazement. Okay. This is why I should have started this next week. This is why when I say we're doing it next time, I have to trust myself and go with that. But I often don't. And that's just the truth. So it still didn't quite play all the way, and we're still gonna see. So I don't know. Look, there's still things to think about. It helped a little bit. Clearly we need the best of both worlds, right? We need to keep a little bit of the ×2, push it back a bit, and then also on the hit point script, keep this stuff in here. So what Joe Schmo contributed with the restart, still necessary, but now it doesn't cut out as quickly, and we can see the full, we can look at how much better if you can see it without the YouTube compression, look how much better the cornfield particle effect looks. It doesn't like delete in midair. It does, but not in a way that looks bad, in a way that looks good enough. And now that we've got the restart on here, it restarts just fine. We don't need to add a weird call method. Big success, many wonderful things. Who could be upset? A psychopath, that's who. And that's not what I am, so yay. Alright, for real though, I am truly done. I have truly finished the things that I want to finish, which is debugging. I would love to do more coding. Next week, I'll be back working on this project, and my plan is to do some work in the terrain controller and get it to spawn in certain things at certain times and stuff like that, and I can't wait. If you're watching this after the live stream, oh my gosh, you made it this far? You're still here? Did you hit subscribe? Maybe consider hitting that subscribe button, because, I mean, like, then you'll know when these things happen, and it's kind of nice. Thank you for willing to do that. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I'll be streaming again on Friday. That's tomorrow, for the 1 hour game jam. Every Friday we do a 1 hour game jam, so I will see all of y'all there, I hope, or something like that. Back to y'all who are watching after the live stream. If you would like to see the last live devlog that we did, tap or click in the bottom left, and if you want to see the next one, tap or click in the bottom right. I'll see you there, and again, thank you everybody, good night. It was lovely to chill with you. Just nice. It's just nice. All the people who come through, I can't even believe it. Sometimes it just blows my mind. Oh yeah, hit the like button.